Scott, just gave it to him and it's not working.
Which one do you have?
I have one that Jeremy just sent me.
What's the username?
SSISD get.
There it is.
Oh, good work.
It was capital.
We did the first one, didn't we?
Everybody says that, but I feel so fantastic. So are you going to just stand up?
Hi, how are you? Yes.
I'll just use the one you sent the link to last week.
And
I'm going to leave those from my thought instead of operation.
then lowercase tv, uppercase O, 7. Do it again, like you did say it was.
Capital.
It was capital.
How are you, sir?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. How are you, sir?
No, maybe. Capital UTL.
How are you, ma'am?
And then lowercase tv, capital O.
Another one. Victoria started class today.
Yeah.
How was it?
Yes, just 2 of 3.
I talked to her
Oh, did you?
And Thursday.
Oh, okay.
I was at work all day. I was like, really? Like that chicken bowl, open
Shields are used it.
Yeah, it's going to be. Yes, ma'am. Sir, how are you? I'm trying to get you to log in. That's a challenge. Coach, you sir? Good, how are you? Ma'am, how are you?
How are you? Good to see you. Thank you, all right?
If anybody's having any issues logging in, we got our technology there to get you hooked up. Then you have to type in the password.
I love you, dude. I'm
Okay, let's move on. Today is June 10th, 2019. The time is 6 p.m. And this is the special call meeting of the South San Antonio Unified School District Board of Trustees. If we could please stand for the pledge of allegiance, Texas flag, prayer, and call for action.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I pledge honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the
Father, we ask you to fill us with your Spirit and give us the courage to speak in the meeting if we have reason, and that the meeting would be in the best interest of everyone involved. The decisions we make can have a huge impact, so give us your wisdom from above. Open our minds to the ideas of others, and open our ears to hear the words of others and to make fair assessments. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Call to action.
All students enjoy successful educational experiences, empowering them to make decisions while enriching their lives in the future they create.
Board members, do we want to eat first before, staff, do we want to eat first before we start?
We can eat while we discuss too, if you want.
Okay, we can do this.
You want to do that?
Okay, let's do that, so that we can move forward.
That way we're not out of midnight, right?
Right, exactly.
There's a finals game too, I don't know about anybody.
For the Red Warriors.
Oh, for the Warriors? That's a tall order, man. They can do it.
I have a little quiet right now.
Dramatic line. What is it, volleyball? What game is it?
Basketball.
Oh, basketball, okay, all right. I knew it was some of those professional sports.
I love that this is outside right now. He's on watch. He's in the double.
Y'all dinner? Yeah. We're leaving. You know, I'm back.
I think it's chicken machine.
Don't be shy.
You were first?
Congratulations.
Hey, sir. How are you? Good. How are you? Wow. It's Thursday.
No, it's Monday.
It's Tuesday. Oh, sorry.
That's what they do.
Can you imagine what these owners is? This is great.
Back for a year, to the point where I'm a little like.
I heard they were trying to take it away market. And they anything wrong with it.
Never.
Yes, they correct them.
That church here is very quiet.
We're all meeting.
The library. What time does the game start, folks? Before things? At 8? Okay, so there's one.
Maybe we'll watch the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. That's when it gets exciting.
This is a thought.
It's such a little town, but I'm sure the one state playoffs were on everybody. gone.
That was just now.
Yeah, and it was a ghost town.
Begin early. Yes.
Live studio.
Scared me already.
Yeah,
Okay, we're going to get started with our meeting. Those of you that are still eating, please enjoy, and we're going to get started. We're reconvening now into open session, the time is 6:20, and our first item is the board operating procedures.
I know this will make you feel better.
Oh.
there you go.
It's the board operating procedures. It is a requirement of ours that we review these at least once a year. The last time that these board operating procedures were done, they were signed by the previous board back in 2018. Some in January, the others in March. So it's time to do the annual review. So I'm going to open it up for discussion. So if anyone would like to start, and does everybody have a copy of the board operating procedures? Do you have access to it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have it?
I have my copy.
Mandy's got it.
Yeah, is everything in paper one? You good? Yeah,
I can share with her. That's everybody. So if you'd like, I'll read each one. We'll go one by one, and if there's any changes or discussions or questions, we can do that. Number one is board member ethics. Number 1.1, all board members of the South San ISD are responsible for meeting and complying with the ethical standards outlined in district policies BBF local, BBFA local, BBFA legal, BBFB local, and BBFB legal. There shall be a signature line for each board member to sign and date, attesting to the fact that the board member has read, understood, and agrees to comply with these board operating procedures and any future amendments. These board operating procedures will be reviewed and amended as appropriate on an annual basis. After the annual review, and amendments. Individual board members will be asked to sign and date the amended board operating procedures. Okay, are there any questions on number 1 or any comments or remarks or questions on item number 1? On 1.1?
Actually, I do.
Okay.
If nobody else does.
Okay.
Actually, I have comments on all of
Okay,
this.
let's
We'll start with one.
We're going to, if I may, please, before we proceed.
Sure.
We don't have too many visitors, but, you know, the decorum is respect for the meeting that's going on. There's no disruptions, no applauding for the hands. I have to read this over again. And the actually says there's no use of cellular phones during the meetings. And board members, you know, you can't use your phone during the meeting when we're discussing business. If you must, you can go outside and use your phone. We'll come back in. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, ma'am. So I had an opportunity to review these multiple times, and specific to this one here, if my input is, if it's outlined in here specific policies, we have a policy on board member ethics, we have the policies are here. I don't feel that there's a necessity for this particular entry in board operating procedures if these policies already exist and we're to comply. I'm not of the opinion that we even need this because these already exist. And once we got sworn in and elected and orientation, all that fun stuff, I mean, we're bound by these. So my input is that this, we already know this. I don't understand why it would need to be placed inside the board operating procedures.
Does anybody else have any input on 1.1?
And I actually referenced BBF, the BBF logo, which is the board member ethics.
So I guess what I'm hearing is that these policies that were referenced to on ethics is currently part of our board policy.
Correct.
So is it, I guess what you're saying is it should not be here in the board operating procedures since we already have it.
They already exist, yes, ma'am. That's my input.
Okay, well, we'll take that into consideration. So you've made your remarks and comments, and then we can come back to it at the end, and I'll make a note of that. Ms. Flores, anything on 1.1? Anyone else? No? Okay. Okay, that is 1.1. Okay, so number 2 is conducting board meetings. There are let's see, there's 2.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So the first one is 2.1. Members to address president or presiding officer. During board meetings, board members will not carry on a debate among each other. All questions must be directed to the board president. When a trustee is about to speak in debate or to communicate any matter to the board or internal committee, the member shall address the president or, as the case may be, the presiding officer. A trustee who desires to speak on a pending question should address the president or presiding officer, and having obtained recognition, may speak in an orderly way. Board members must be recognized by the board president before speaking. The board president must recognize each board member when a board member raises his or her hand asking for the floor or asks to be recognized. Okay, are there any questions or comments on 2.1?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Okay.
So these actually, we adhere to the Roberts Rule of Order, and this is covered in the Roberts Rule of Order, which, if I recall, I think we went over in our district region orientation. I think we were handed over a book as well on the Roberts Rules of Order. It's how we run our meetings. So again, this is all addressed in the Roberts Rule of Order. So I feel my input is that it doesn't need to be inside of the book procedures. We're just duplicating existing policies and procedures that they're involved.
Anybody else comments on this particular 2.1? Alvin?
Because Robert's Rules of Orders has so much information, and yes, we should all be familiar with it. I think this is just summarizing, reminding us how we should be operating and the role of the president or the presiding officer. It's just, to me, it's there as a reminder. And simple language.
Okay. moving on then, and I'm making note of what everyone is saying as far as their comments to that particular one. So after everyone's gone through all of them, we can come back and further deliberate. Do we want to leave them there? Do we want to delete them? Do we want to change them? What do we want to do? Okay, 2.3, interruption of president or presiding officer. The president of the board of trustees or the presiding officer shall not be interrupted while putting a question or addressing the board. Any comments?
So I have a question for you. Madam President, do you find that that is a problem? Because it's interrupting the president.
I have not encountered that. I think for the most part, we've all been very civil and respectful of each other at meetings. I don't see that an issue. In fact, I think that's also either in Robert's Rules of Orders or it may be somewhere else in here as well. I'm not sure. But I think, I don't have a problem with removing it. I think we can keep order. We've been very successful. Of course, sometimes we have to remind the audience, but as far as the board and our interactions, I think we've done very well. I don't think there's a problem there. Before we move forward, let me just kind of give you a little history why these came to be. We never had board operating procedures. Not since I've been on board, that's a long time. We didn't have to have this until, I want to say, 4 or 5 years ago. We had some board members that were disruptive, very disruptive, and it was creating havoc at the board meetings. So we needed to control it in some ways. So the attorney at that time suggested other districts, some districts have board operating procedures. So why not bring in the procedures so this way everyone has to sign it and abide by it. So that's the reason that we've never had them, like I say. That's the only reason that we have board operating procedures. Because like Mr. Rodriguez says, we have our Robert's Rules of Orders. We have policy, that's what it's there for. So that's why this document was created. It's because we had a lot of disruption, a lot of chaos on our board meetings, and we needed to take control. They weren't even respecting the presiding officer. So this is how this tool came to be. I don't see that in this board that we have now. Like I said, I think we know our do's and don'ts. I think we know policy very well. Elda's wrote, she knows policy, and Dover does a lot of research, and I read policy as well. And the new board members will get to know it. So I think just a little background on it, and once we get through with it, we can just see what the consensus is. What does the board feel? Is this really a duplication of what we currently have, and do we need it? Okay. Okay, so then we'll move on to no one else on 2.1. Okay, 2.2 is, as I said, interruption. Elga suggested that maybe it not be needed.
I'm actually on the opinion that Robert's Rules of Order applies for 2.1 through 2.5.
So I'm going to go ahead though, for the record, we're going to read each one though. Okay. So 2.3 is interruption of member speaking. No trustee shall interrupt another trustee who has the floor or otherwise interrupt the business of the board of trustees or internal committee except for the purpose of making a point of order, moving the previous question, demanding that a point of order on a discussion or consideration be immediately decided. And I think Mr. Rodriguez just made the comment that that's also in Robert's Rules of Order. So I'm assuming that that's duplication.
Oh, that's my opinion.
Okay. Yes, Elder.
However, for the most part, like you say, this board does follow Robert's Rules of Orders, but there's been a time or two where there has been interruption of a trustee. When a trustee is speaking, another trustee has interrupted to make a point.
Okay.
It's not 100% followed.
All right. Okay, so that's 2.3. Anyone else on 2.3? Okay. Moving on, 2.4, recognition of trustees in debate. When two or more trustees begin to speak at once, the presiding officer shall decide which one shall speak first. And I think Mr. Rodriguez on 2.4, you also stated that that's part of the Robert's Rules of Order. comments on this particular one? No? Okay. And then 2.5, speaking more than once in single debate. No trustee shall speak more than once in any debate concerning a matter for the board's deliberation until every trustee desiring to do so shall have spoken, and no trustee shall speak more than twice in any one debate. The board president must recognize all board members once, such that all board members have an opportunity to address each issue under consideration before recognizing board members a second time on the same issue under consideration as per Robert's Rules of Order. The board's discussion of any agenda item shall not exceed 14 minutes, with each trustee allowed 2 minutes to comment. The board president, acting at her discretion, may extend the amount of time that each trustee allowed to speak, but must ensure that each trustee is allowed an equal amount of time. Okay, 2.5, I think Mr. Rodriguez has already commented that that also is part of Robert's Rules of Order.
Right, under debate, but I don't know how that plays into LSG and the 3 minutes.
On the 2 minutes,
Right,
right.
right. So that might need to be done.
Okay, so then let's discuss what the context of this is. And is it something that we need to look at? Are we okay with what it says as far as the discussion of an agenda item and the time limitation? Or is it something that we need to reconsider? Yes, Ms.
If we're going to follow our board constraints, that is one of the constraints as far as the time issue. So earlier, we did vote on extending the minutes. So we're going to keep this, it needs to be modified to not exceed 21 minutes. And each trustee is allowed 3 minutes. And then everything else should stay the same, because then, as the board shared, you are allowing everybody the amount of time, and then you come back to everybody again a second time if need be. However, we must ensure that each trustee is allowed an equal amount of time and not be extended for 1, 2, or 3 more minutes, where another one is being cut off after 3 minutes, as long as that's fair.
Okay, any other questions on 2.5?
We give everybody 3 minutes, that included like the answers that we're getting back.
And that's always been a question, because 3 minutes is when I'm talking, that's when the 3 minutes start. And that's when you start your question. So your question is not 3 minutes. So when staff speaks, is that part of the 10 minutes?
Because the time.
It's up to y'all, it's your rules. You just tell, this is out of sync a little bit with the constraints, we should sync it up. But whether that counts or not, that's up to you. I would read this myself as member time, if I had to look at it, if I had to call it. I'd say that doesn't count staff response time.
I tend to agree with Kevin that it should be member response in 3 minutes, because the staff might need to elaborate, and it does take time, and you want to get the information from staff.
Right.
That's why you're asking the questions.
So the 3 minutes should not start until after staff makes his presentation.
Well, you're asking the question, so it should start there, but then you know, when staff is speaking, then you should stop it or whatever. I don't know
So
how to
if it
do
only
that.
takes you a minute to ask your
I
question,
guess like
Yeah.
it's
staff responds, and then you have 2 more minutes. So it's all about keeping time.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're in agreement that it starts when you ask the question, and then it stops after staff makes the presentation. Is that in agreement with that? Is that something that needs to be delineated in here?
If y'all would accept my interpretation, it's not necessarily good. I mean, if you want for clarity, we should put it in there. What we want to try to do is kind of don't turn it into a chess match where we're just slapping the thing and that kind of stuff, but to speed chess thing, we need to interpret this kind of smoothly and go through that. But so if it's a 2-second answer, a 2-word answer, it's going to be smart about how we do it. If you want, I can draft. We're going to do 3 minutes, right?
Are you going to charge us for drafting this?
Just want to know. Just in case.
And are we,
That's
and
not operating for this.
I haven't done the math, so it would be 23 times 7 is 21.
Pro bonos are all there.
No, times 2.
Well, it's 3 minutes per person, so 7 of us is 21 minutes.
But
But
we,
if we go a second round, it's up to the president to give us that second round.
Right, and I think everyone should be given a second round, because sometimes you have a follow-up question to the presentation. And I think that's the Robert's Rules of
it
Order.
would be 42 minutes if that's the case, if we're gonna put that in. If that's a logical inference of that. I'm not trying to make a policy, I'm just trying to do the calculation.
But that's the max, because not everyone uses their 3 minutes, or not everyone goes
Right.
second round.
It just sounds like you guys needed to put a lot of these pieces to this precisely because of what happened 4 or 5 years ago, right? Everybody was talking forever and.
Well, it wasn't that they were talking forever, there was a lot of disruption, You know, we had board members
Yelling at each other.
eating at the dais.
No,
We had, it was bad.
that sounds hard to believe.
It was bad. So that's what this thing started about, to actually say, you can't do that. You know, you have to respect the table, the board, the dais where you sit at, and you can't have that. And so, yeah, it was arguing, and it was just, but it's gotten better. So we're going to do the 3 minutes, up to 21 minutes then.
That would be times, if you're gonna do times 2 though, then it's 42.
Okay.
Or I could do
So it's
21
3
minutes
minutes,
around or something.
each round, for 2 rounds.
But not every item
Yeah,
requires
right,
2 rounds.
Right, exactly.
It's only those that are needed, a lot more discussion, so I think it should just say, continue saying at the discretion.
At the
Yes.
right. We just leave it the way it is, and then at my discretion, if I feel we need a second round, then we can do that. Is that okay? Everybody is agreeing with that? Yes.
So the second, just to be clear, the second round is in the chair's discretion?
Yes.
And if it's the second one, just to carry the thought out, it'd be the second 21 minutes. Is that right? 3 minutes are per on the second round? or-
Right,
That's time that each trustee can speak.
okay, let's move on. 2.6,
Second.
questions to staff. All questions addressed to the administration or staff must be directed to the superintendent of schools. The superintendent, at his or her discretion, may ask administrators or staff present at the board meeting to address the board member who asked the question to the board as a whole or directly to the superintendent. Any discussion on this item?
My input is that that exists in BE local already, where discussion with the staff should be directed to the superintendent. Unless, like Dr. Floyd is really good at delegating. So I know I take it, make it a focus to ask him the questions and then delegate to whoever.
Well, I just think it all comes back to, I think a lot of this stuff you can find in policy.
Right.
Right.
I just think it just comes back to why have board operating procedures in the first place. And so probably, at least my take, it's just really so that you could just focus on the essential elements of how to run our particular board meetings based on all the previous experiences that have been occurring here. And it's not uncommon for almost every district to have their own board operating procedures. So I know that a lot of stuff can be found in legal, it's just that not everybody goes to look at policy before a board meeting. So if you review these essential elements at least once a year, you always have an idea. Now, some board members carry this every meeting, they just put it in the deal and always pull it up. I mean, that's just kind of the way I see it. It looks like a cliff notes of sorts, where you can pull up key findings.
So Mr. Rodriguez has stated that this is currently in BE local. Any other comments on 2.6? No? Okay, we'll
So
move on.
what are you gonna do, delete it?
No, we're going to wait. Everyone's given their comments, and then we'll come back,
All right.
and then everybody will decide what we want to do. Are we going to leave it, or what are we going to do?
All right.
Okay, 2.7, use of electronic devices prohibited. At no time during a board meeting, whether a regular or special call meeting, and whether in open or closed session, shall a board member use his or her cell phone or engage in texting. The use of phones or texting demonstrates a lack of respect for the proceedings and may, under certain circumstances, even be a violation of the Open Meetings Act. Board members will refrain from private discussions during any board meeting, whether in open or closed session. In the event of emergency, board members will excuse themselves from the meeting to address the emergency. Okay, up for discussion. Any comments on this one?
I couldn't find this anywhere else unless you can refer me to someone that this applies.
No, I don't think it's a
I don't
policy.
think so, but I think that it unequivocally has to say.
Oh, absolutely.
I tend to focus on whoever's presenting or answering questions during the meeting, but I often go back and play the video just to make sure that I spoke correctly, looking for those opportunities to get better, and then just to verify what was communicated. And I'll see a lot of stuff that's transpiring, not only in the dais, but out here with the administration as well with the electronic devices. So I think that is sustainable. And it's exactly that. It's respect for the proceedings that are going on. That's my input on that.
And we have to be careful when we're texting in board meetings, because it could be a violation of Open Meetings Act, and we don't want to do that.
Your lawyer's a little concerned about board members shall refrain from private discussions during any board meeting, whether open or closed, as being a potential First Amendment issue. You can't talk in a forum, but you can talk to other board members. People do. So I've been reading up on First Amendment issues lately with respect to this. Unauthorized private discussions, there's some kind of adjective there, or I wouldn't say that would be an adjective, something to that, because that means you can't just chat out in the hall, and that violates First Amendment rights. As long as it's not on the forum, you can do it.
Well, let me tell you, I have to say something. I experienced something, and that was when the conservative was here, Judy Castleberry. And it wasn't even, I guess she must have referenced this one, because we got written up for it. Meeting had ended, everything went fine, we were heading to our cars, we were in the dark, like we usually get out at night. We were there going to our cars, like you were with Louis the other night, standing there talking. We were doing the same thing after a meeting with Miss Leticia the other night, and she woke us up for standing there talking. And I felt, the meeting's over. You can't even talk going to your car to say good night, have a good night, what are you doing tomorrow? So that really bothered me, that we weren't even allowed to talk with each other after a meeting. That's Jewish. So glad we don't have a conservator, but I guess, this particular 2.7, I think it needs to be there because, and I think what bothers me is, and I'm saying texting, everybody texts, everybody has a phone, everybody texts all the time. But we as board members on the dais, we have to respect each other. We're role models up there. We should not be sitting up there down here with our phone texting. That is inappropriate, and that's got to stop. You can't do that. Because I could be texting Elda. I could be sitting here texting Elda. You could be texting Mandy, or you could be texting. And that's a violation. You can't do that. So that's got to stop. So, and I don't want to end up saying, come put your phones on the table. Because for adults, we shouldn't have to do that. But I think it's got to stop. I think it's got to stop. So I think we have to leave that on there. Mr. O'Hanlon, as far as the, what exactly in the language do you think we could be in violation of?
He was talking about refraining from the private discussions during board meetings. Board members will refrain from private discussions during any
board meeting where they're open.
So, the only thing that I would say, if you want to edit that, is strike that one.
Strike it out.
I mean, that's the conclusion.
Meeting where they're open. Well, but there have been, I've seen, you know, and that, you can't do that.
Leave it.
You know,
You
you
can
can't-
put on
I know
authorized.
he's concerned about First Amendment, but, you know, that's his job.
We can, but if you want to keep the sentence just for unauthorized private communication or something of that nature.
Like say it after the meeting.
Board members can talk to each other. There's a bunch of court cases that said you can't talk in a forum. Okay? Two board members can talk to each other. Take them out of the First Amendment
Yeah.
at all.
Okay, great.
It's like,
So,
so, I put unauthorized in there, it's fine. If you want to keep that as bought, that you're not kind of thumbing your nose at the Open Meetings Act, but I'm all right with that. I just don't want to overreach in terms of what's authorized. So
Okay,
if you
so
want to put,
we
shall
want to
we
read
make
that
some
sentence?
unauthorized private conversations?
Unauthorized.
Fine.
So, yeah, so,
I mean, you're talking about a lot of regulations.
yeah, so my question is, who decides what's authorized and unauthorized?
Well, TEA thinks they have the right to do it. Apparently, New Times Authority, the county attorney, in this case, the district attorney, who is the principal arbiter of the meetings about whether the compensation is. But there's the discussions, the law's absolutely clear on this, is the discussions between less than quorum is perfectly permissible under the First Amendment in terms of, and I don't want to create a circumstance where we are somehow violating the individual trustees' First Amendment rights in terms of what's happening.
Yeah, I would just.
So we just add the word unauthorized?
That's going to lead another set of implications as to who's going to authorize versus authorize. You could just strike that sentence. And then just let
You
it.
can take the sentence out as well. And if you want to keep the thought, just put unauthorized.
Yeah.
Okay, so board members, I need you to speak. What is the consensus on either just removing the sentence or do we include the word unauthorized? Randy, did you just remove it? Ms. Flores?
The sentence? Remove it.
Mr. Lara, I know what you're saying, but we're talking about maybe removing
I'm
that.
challenging because he doesn't have his copy.
Well, they're supposed to bring a copy.
No, sir, we can get you one.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, what do you-
I certainly want to put ourselves in a position where we're not being compliant in any way, so I don't agree.
remove it, okay.
Same.
Mr. Flores. Okay, I think it's a consensus that we're going to move the sentence that says board members will refrain from private discussions during any board meeting, whether in open or closed session.
And just for the record, that does not, the removal of that does not change the requirements of the Open Meetings
Right.
Act with respect to groups of more than one.
Okay.
TEA's listening.
You seem a little traumatized by the okay?
Well, they're coming tomorrow.
Okay, 2.8, adding items to a board meeting agenda. Board members may request that items be placed on board meeting agendas, but only board work items required by law or items directly pertaining to the board's adopted student outcome goals, constraint, or progress measures. Okay, board members, are there any discussions on this item, on 2.8?
So my comment is the same. It's referenced in each level.
Okay. What was the policy, BG?
BE logo.
BEO,
Logo.
local.
So
Anyone
does
else?
is this specifically mentioned in BE logo?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
This one?
BE local, the two things, the BE local does provide how items get on the agenda, and I have problems with, but only board work, who gets to define that. I think members get to put items on at their discretion. And I don't know who would call foul on that under BE local, so.
Maybe we should just remove it then.
My recommendation would be to delete the whole section in favor of BE local.
Anybody else have an opinion on this? Do we remove it, or does anybody want to leave it on?
And if we want to change how that goes, we change that policy, not this other.
Ms. Flores?
I tend to agree if it's already in B local.
Okay, well, we're going to remove that there. Okay, Ms. Martinez, are you agreeing there? Yes. Mr. Burns? Okay. All right, moving on. Now we're on number 2. Communication between board members. 3.1. Board members will observe the provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act at all times and avoid meeting in circumvention of the act. 3.1. Can I get some clarification? What specifically is avoid meeting? Is that one-on-one, two-on-one? How? I need some clarity on that. That's kind of. I know the Texas Open Meetings Act, you can't in a forum meet in a group. I understand that. It says at all times and avoid meeting in circumventing of the act.
Right.
So it just says you just can't meet in a forum.
Well, this is a little different than that. This gets into something a little complicated that we're having issues with, and so does the TEA. On February 27th, the so-called walking forum statute is set forth in 551.143 of the Texas Government Code. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals held that statute to be unconstitutional on its face for being faithful. Faith was too bad to be enforced. And generally speaking, when the statute is held void, basically void, then it's unenforceable. TEA just asked the AG's office for an opinion about what that means. The AG's office said that it didn't mean what the Court of Appeals said, and advised TEA that they could continue to enforce the walking quorum laws under the definition of what a meeting is, and a deliberation is under 551.001 of the government code. The meeting, the definition of a meeting literally requires a quorum on the face of it. It says that's what the definition of a meeting is, a quorum. So the AG's office said that you could enforce it despite the direct language that requires a quorum. It's a mess right now. So the polling, I think we should leave in because it's a mess right now, and we shouldn't do polling outside there. But the whole issue's going up, and there's going to be significant litigation over that.
And that's my question is, in your legal opinion, should we leave this in?
I would leave that in right now, yes.
Okay. All right, we're good with 3.1. 3.2. Board members may not conduct a poll by any means or method to determine how each board member will vote on any public issue or to discuss public business in circumvention of an open discussion of an issue by all board members at a legally called meeting. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Are we in a consensus? Should this stay in? So, anyone?
Yes.
Mr. Vegas?
Right, unless, if any of this stuff falls into the Texas Open Meetings Act, then we're duplicating. And if we want to, I'm in agreement if we want to make sure that they were clear, then, okay. Just don't talk to me about it.
That's probably the smartest thing.
It is in state statute?
There's a series of state statutes, and the construction of them is at issue right now. So it's best to be, if we're going to do rules, we should be on the safe side of those rules. So this is on the safe side of those.
Okay, 3.3. Board members may contact one another for the sole purpose of determining a date, or place to hold a special call board meeting or to place an item on the agenda of a special call meeting. Any discussion on this item?
Yeah, no.
That's a strictly statement of the law. It simply says, a bunch of cases say that discussion amongst board members, even more than a quorum, if it only goes to scheduling of a meeting, is not a deliberation under the terms of the Open Meetings Act. So this is just a correct statement of what the law is.
All right, so,
I'm like, I have a party, I want to invite, I can.
yeah, I think when it comes to social functions like TASB, when we go to TASB, that we're all together, I think that's okay. You know, or if you have a party at your house, I think you can invite me.
I think we'll do one at a time, right? One for the quinceañera, one for the skirt.
Schedule for shifts.
Yeah, so we got the schedule.
Priority between two.
Everybody goes to shifts to your party. Where I do that. Okay, so everyone's in agreement that should stay on. 3.4. Board members shall not communicate with one another via any form of communication if the communication involves the public business of the school district. Responding to any communication to board members may be a violation of the Open Meetings Act. Consequently, board members will not respond to any communications to other board members. When communicating with board members on any communication, the superintendent shall include a disclaimer admonishing board members to refrain from responding to the communication. It is not a violation of law for a board member to respond to the superintendent only. I think this is currently going on. I know Dr. Flores, when he sends his emails, there's a little descriptor at the bottom that speaks to that. So I think for legal purposes, I think we need to leave it on. You know, I don't think it should be removed.
I have a question.
Yes.
It says, so public business. So public business that's already been discussed in an open session or published on the website or anything that's already available to the public, that can't be discussed either.
In my opinion, this is a gross overreach. Right? Board members, under the quorum rules, may discuss matters of public business with each other. They just can't serially discuss with a quorum. So if you're going to chat, you can chat with 2 other board members, but no others, and those can't chat with 2 more, so that you have to change. The notion that you can't talk to each other at all is unrealistic, and it's an overreach in terms of what's out there. You can't. You just can't communicate. You can't create a quorum. Okay, even if TA is right about the blocking quorum, you still got to be full. So
those are 7 board members. These 2 can communicate, but these 2 can't. If these 2 do, then these 2 can't. I'm just trying to get the chart going.
you can't go to 4. Okay.
Every one time.
In the chain can't go to 4. Okay. So I do think that I do like the part of the rule that board members respond all as the enemy of the Public Information Act. So if you get a communication, I do like the part that you go to the superintendent and back on kind of group business, but that doesn't mean you can't call each other, you can't have conversations with fellow trustees, but you can't do a quorum, okay?
Okay, so it stays in.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, number
I think it
4.
stays.
It stays.
Yeah.
He just said that it's an overreach.
Oh, that's in his legal opinion, TA's opinion about what we may be different.
I think you're
No,
just
sir,
giving a...
not on that.
Right.
Kevin,
It's a
are you giving an opinion that this is an overreach? Is that what it is?
The issue is that if you cannot ban, lots of cases that say this, you can't bar trustees from talking to each other. They have a First Amendment right to communicate with each other. They can't communicate with a quorum outside of a meeting. That's what the issue is. There's no dispute about that fact. The question is that it's got a tail on it, so that if you're going to communicate with somebody, make sure that it stops at 2, and it doesn't, and that either of those 2 don't carry it to a 4.
So
Okay.
is the wording what we have here does that suffice? Or does that need to be changed?
I think it needs to be stricken, aside from what he said, referring to the superintendent. That to make sure that we understand that, my specific example is if we voted on, we voted on Academy of Choice. That means I can't walk out with Mr. Ibarra talking about what we just voted on. That's how I read that, and that's, I think what he says is a clear overreach. If I want to talk about something that's already been voted on to discuss, that's available to the public, that's,
I think that this was like a more restrictive policy or procedure that was put in place precisely because of the history and the background of the
Yeah.
district with governance and whatnot. So in an effort to show everybody that you're hyper transparent, I think that that's kind of why folks did a more restrictive policy. That, yeah, you're right, it's still completely First Amendment speech, but in order to show good faith, that's just my take on it. I'm not care either way.
Right.
But I'm just thinking that that's why folks decided to censor themselves a lot more to say, hey, we're not doing anything wrong.
The body
Well,
cannot
not.
censor First Amendment rights of its members, okay? The body cannot, I don't care what the intent is, if you got a First Amendment right, the body can't take it away, whether it's well intentioned or not. The second sentence is fine. I think there's a reasonable warning about communications and chain communications and all this other stuff. But just saying that you can't communicate outside of a board meeting with any other trustee is insane, okay? That means that we can't talk to each other at all. We have to come in there totally ignorant of what each other's views are. And then we can only talk about it for 3 minutes.
right.
So Kevin, if I may, so Kevin, if we delete that first sentence, will that be okay?
Yeah, I would just remove the first sentence in its entirety and leave the second. Responding to any communication may be a violation is true. That's a true statement and a decent warning in terms of what's out there. I think that ought to be retained.
And then leave the rest where it has to do with the communications to,
Yeah,
from the
I think that's
superintendent.
fine. I don't have any problem with that at all.
Okay, are we all in agreement then? Okay.
Strike out the first sentence.
Yes. Okay.
So all we got here, that's not too bad.
All right, let's move on to number 4. Board members visiting campuses, the administration building, and other district facilities, 4.1. Board members must obey and follow all state laws, district policies, and campus rules and regulations regarding visiting campuses, administration buildings, and other district facilities. I have a question on this one. What state law says that we can't visit buildings and facilities? Is there a state law that says that?
I don't think you're barred from it. I think it's more about following the proper procedure and give proper notification to the superintendent when you're on the set. That's where I think this is coming.
There are some state laws that trespass on property and all this other stuff that actually buildings, school campus buildings belong, interestingly enough, not to the superintendent, they actually belong to the principal of the building. So you have to, the state law is similar to prerogatives over access and things of that nature. So that, I don't see any problem with this, with that formulation.
So you don't see a problem with the way that reads?
Nope.
Okay. We're talking about 4.1, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you follow whatever the policy is on visiting campuses, right?
What I'm saying is it just can't go far.
Something
We
about,
still have to notify you that we're going.
I think that's in the next section.
Yeah, I think that
What?
as a parent, that's a different deal.
Okay, let me just, so the wording for this one is okay and we can leave it on. Now
Yes.
we move on then to
Yes.
4.2. Okay. 4.2, in order to become competent fiduciaries, board members must have access to information. However, all board members agree that the acquisition of information should be orderly and with least possible disruption to the administration of the school district. Therefore, board members must coordinate with the superintendent of schools in advance of visiting a school campus, administration building, and other district facilities. Board members must also advise the superintendent when they would like to discuss school-related issues with any individual members of the district staff and of the matter to be discussed. The superintendent may, at his or her discretion, decide how to best accommodate the board members' request for information. This, I think it's jumping from information to visiting and then back to information.
Right.
I think there's something wrong there. Because it starts off with information and then it jumps into visiting the campuses and now it's going back to information. Board members, after advising the superintendent of their intent to visit a facility upon arrival to the facility, must report to the appropriate administrator for check-in procedures. All board members are subject to the same check-in procedures at all district facilities, especially school campuses, as are any visitors, parents, or district patrons. Okay, I'm the one that saw that. When we start talking about information and then it jumps into visiting campuses, the next sentence, and then it goes back into information. There's a disconnect.
And then it also, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
no, please go ahead.
Well, would you agree that we should take the request for acquisition of information, any language that's in there, and then we put it under the requested information from staff section, which is the sixes? I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it goes, it's in the wrong place.
Yeah, because this one is about visiting the facilities, this thing.
Right.
Just FYI, there's a specific state statute that governs board member requests for information.
Right.
Rather than try and paraphrase it, which is going to lead to inconsistencies, but just adopt that.
I think we're just, all we're doing, Kevin, is taking that wording from information and putting it in number 6 where it belongs.
Well, I think when we get to 6, because I have feedback that's similar to his when we get to 6.
Okay.
But if I may, I do have a lot of concerns with this particular operating procedure. Yes, we should follow whatever those district policies are as far as visiting the facility, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, absolutely. We shouldn't just show up and walk in the back door, whatever the case may be. We should be following those policies to visit those campuses, absolutely. What I have an issue is where it basically is saying here that let the superintendent know everything and tell him exactly why you're going, who you're talking to, what the reason is, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's massively restricted because we also have a policy that references district employees speaking to board members. So it's kind of, the way I read it is you're tying in the hands of any board of trustee and letting the superintendent determine whatever it is he wants to determine when it comes to this particular policy and how you're going to engage. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, and I understand a lot of the stuff came into play from the previous. It's like, let me know why you're going and what you're doing, and that way I can, quote unquote, I'm just giving my honest opinion, head you off at the pass. Let me go and take care of this so that way when you do get there, it's all fine and dandy. When I think it's, on the bad side of it, that's how I read it. And on another side of it is, if I'm following the district policies on checking in and visiting, etc., I feel like now I'm working for the superintendent. I report to him. I gotta let him know every single minute, every single visit, every single reason, and that just doesn't fundamentally make sense to me. There has been instances where I do engage the superintendent. I'm over here talking to the principal or the council regarding and he's been supportive and saying, let me know if I can help, But to say that I need to let the superintendent know from start to finish why, how come, it seems restrictive. It seems that it's hindering my ability to fulfill part of my role as a trustee. I don't want to participate in violating any policy, but I feel in this instance I may be violating the policy, I think it's DGBA, where we should not prohibit, a district employee would not be prohibited from communicating with the board. That's how I feel.
Okay. It's in the, how the information comes to you. Okay, where these policies and all these policies come from are a series of the perceived abuses and lots of TKA things in terms of dealing with these kinds of issues. As a trustee, you have no greater right to access to the buildings or citizen, but no less.
I agree.
Okay? So that when if you have an open campus and people can come in and talk to the principal, you can do that, okay? If you can, but you have to follow the campus rules. If you don't have an open campus, then again, you want to talk to, then you have to go through the protocols that are established for that campus. The issue is that, and this has come out in a bunch of governance cases and decisions by TPA, they try and the acquisition of information wearing your board trustee hat, you have significant rights under 11.1513 to get that information, but it comes from and through the superintendent. That's who you go to get that. So that's what this is kind of directed at, is to keep that in the channels in terms of what's out there. So to the extent that there's a closed campus and you want access, you should get authority from the superintendent to do that. And yeah, it is a constraint of what you're doing, but it's one that's been held by DEA with respect to access. Because you have no greater access to campuses than any other citizen.
Right, and that wasn't what I was speaking to at all. I said that, yeah, we should establish access and going to visiting, we should establish whatever those policies are. Checking in, checking out, if it's an open campus, yes, I agree.
When you say we, you mean the board or the?
Sorry, I'm giving my interpretation of the policy. I understand, and I think I spoke to that initially, that yes, I agree that we should follow the check. I mean, I'm gonna go to the campus and I'm gonna put a visitor sticker just like every other parent does. And I'm gonna check out on the way out, right? So it's documented, that's what the policy is. If it's an open campus, then, I've never done that, but if that's the case, then that's the case. My concern is, I need to let him know every move that I make, or let the superintendent know.
Only if you visit campuses is what I think Kevin's saying. And I think that this is designed for your own good, in a sense where it's clearly delineated, you're working in conjunction with the administration about what your intent is when you're going to visit the campus, because staff will not necessarily see you as just any other parent. As a board member, when you say, well, I'm coming in as a parent.
I tried to stand on the side, and I'm like, no, I'm not.
No, I know you say that, but when you make any kind of request, you could be seen as directing staff.
No,
but
direct.
I get it. I'm just trying to help you understand why this is a good paragraph to have. It's just so that you are not, or any board members are not put in a situation where they could be seen as directing staff on their own. And then, so let's say you went in there and you asked a simple question about something, and I get feedback on the back channels that all of a sudden Gilbert Rodriguez told everybody that they needed to change this room to the next or whatever the case may be. And I would be like, well, when was he there? I don't even know. And this is where you come back to the common courtesy of like, hey, I'm not telling you that by no means, sir, do you have to answer to me about those things, but when we come down to what's happening in the administrative side and just the regular day-to-day campus operating procedures, this is where it makes sense to just say, hey, Dr. Burris, I'm going to be, and you know, anytime you guys let me know you're going to go, it's like, hey, I'm going to go to the campus. Have a great time. Enjoy yourself. Just sit and observe, right? Don't get involved with answering questions or telling people what we're going to be doing or whatnot, because that's not the proper time to have this kind of conversations. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense.
Okay,
It makes
and I
perfect
think,
sense.
hold on,
Sure.
I think Ms. Flores wanted to speak.
Thank you, Estrella. The way I see it is, I agree with what Dr. Flores is saying, because the way I interpret it is, say I go to Southside High School. I check in, and I ask to speak to Dr. Hernandez. And in the course of speaking to him, I'm discussing some school-related issues. And in the process of that now, all of a sudden, I am asking him for some information that's going to require him to take him away from his duties to give me the information or produce the information or make a copy of something or whatever the case may be. So, and that's how I interpret that on the request for information. Why it's here, I think, it's because if we are to visit a campus and as a reminder not to discuss school-related issues, because now that will prompt staff to give us the information, and that's just giving them the extra work. And it may be something as simple as whatever the case may be, but it could always snowball into something more, and I think the superintendent has the right to know what we're asking for. That's just how I see it. Because I think most of us do what we're asked to do. You know, we're gonna go to a school, we notify Dr. Flores, or we're invited to go to usually when we're invited with an invitation to go on an activity, we don't have to because that's been an invitation. But when it's, you know, to go like, you know, you feel like you want to go visit a campus, then we usually pick up the phone or shoot you an email and let you know I'm gonna go visit this campus.
And
It's
not
just a
for accident
courtesy.
purposes.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
everything she just described, I haven't, nor would I would never say,
Right.
Principal Buchanan at Frank Mata, I'd like to set some time aside for me because I want to talk about what's going on.
Yeah.
No, that's you.
Yeah.
I would call you. Right.
But that's just, I agree, this is just a safety net for us to remind us that this is something that we should, you
That's what
know,
Kevin
be
said.
mindful of.
That's what Kevin had referenced, that in the
Yes.
past, there's been precedents set on
Yes.
these kinds of issues where programs are going to campuses unannounced, and that's a big number. Right.
So let me give you just a hypothetical. But I agree. I gave my rationale, it was explained to me, and I understand. So let me give an example similar to what Ms. Flores just gave. If I wanted to have a conversation, which I never would without, I'd ask you for the information first. But let's just say I want to go talk to the principal at Mala or Neil Armstrong, or Five Palms for that matter, or Neil Armstrong. And I say, Dr. Flores, I'd like to have a conversation with Ms. Buchanan just to see how things are going, you know, how, just not to get information, just have a general discussion, how the campus is doing, how the kids are doing, et cetera, et cetera. To what extent do I need to notify the superintendent of the substance of my conversation?
You should notify us the substance of the conversation, and here's why. All right? When you get down and when you drill down into the roles and responsibilities of the superintendent versus the board, when you go on to what's going on on campus, you go down to what's going on campus, you're either evaluating the staff of the program, and the program evaluation and the staff evaluation belongs to the superintendent under 11.201. So, perfectly free to go and ask questions, but you should ask in terms of what's out there. And to be honest with you, so the superintendent can call the principal and tell him to come.
Right.
Okay? Because
I would never do that, I just wanted to throw it out there.
and you're never going to let a board member show up, catch somebody cold, and he's going to tell them to cooperate. And then if you ask for something, let me know what they ask for. Okay? So I mean, that's what's going to happen. It's not like they're going to get in and make you tell them what questions, specific questions they're going to ask. But the way these things go, you should check in with the superintendent. The superintendent should, if the superintendent's doing their job, letting the staffer know that the big guys are coming and you know, be on good behavior, be there and whatnot in terms of what's up there. And to be frank, let me know what the conversation was, so I can be on it too.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Understood.
So that's how it actually works. So I think this is decent language to have in there, with the exception of the acquisition of information, the second sentence.
I agree, thank you for the explanation. And thank you, Dr.
Yes, sir.
So you're clear on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
On that aspect as a parent, I'm always busy, I forget. Now, would I get in trouble because I forgot to let you know I went to the cafes to talk to
Yeah.
the counselor or whatever? Does it have to be all the time?
I'm not going to be yelling at you anytime soon, especially as a parent. You know, if you're a parent, you have your kids, you have every right like any other parent would. You have to be mindful of the fact that you are a board member. And so
I have a little temper because.
yeah, you see, then in that
It's
case,
because when something is not done the way
Right.
it should be. And for example, I have a good one. Because I've been trying to get a hold of the counselor at South San. And since school already ended, I called that last week of school. Up to this day, I
you
have not
still
got a
have
hold.
no response.
I called and I called, left messages, nothing. So I'm already upset
Right.
because, you know, I called today and you know, and I told him, you know, I need.
Did they contact with you today?
No. Even up to now, I gave them my number where they can reach me, and still no.
Yeah.
So
So
who's
we-
the chain of command for a counselor?
Well, typically, if you can't get the response from any teacher, as a parent, if you're not getting a proper response from a teacher or a counselor or anybody else that's there to help you with your son or daughter, the next step is to talk to the principal, specifically going, hey, here as a parent, and they say, I'm having a hard time contacting the principal as well.
I was asking to speak with the secretary.
Yeah.
No response from the secretary.
She didn't answer, she didn't want to.
She didn't answer. So, I mean, I called the 7,000 number and they told me, oh, no, they're there at the school. I said, okay. I mean, I attendance office, no
Yeah.
answer. Counselor, no answer. Mr. Hernandez, secretary, no answer. And then, you know, I'm just like, okay, you know, and I've been asking for this information for my daughter's credit.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
If you're not being successful at the campus, then that's when you, by all means, especially being a board, that's a plus. I mean, remember, you can just reach out to me and kind of go, hey, sir, I'm having a hard time.
I would say I really don't want to
I
because
know,
I'm
I know
really
you
busy.
don't. I know you don't, but other parents would. If they struggle at the campus level, they're not getting the support that they're supposed to get, the kind of resolution, then you go on to the next level. And at that point, you're talking to one of these folks right here, or I can be myself. I mean, whenever we get, like when you folks hear from parents and you're like, hey, there's an issue, if you don't mind looking into it, I get people to get into it, to fix it, to address it, and then I get back to you guys and say, hey, we addressed the issue. That's typically how it works. But like I said, you're more than welcome to reach out to me if you're having a hard time with any issue.
Yeah, I mean, I gave benefit of the doubt, you know, I was like, okay, they're busy.
No, I'm about to send a call right now.
I think you
I just not right now.
This is budget, sir. You got time.
I mean, it's just that I got.
I'm a bit.
I'm about customer service and, you know,
Message the learner.
respecting, you know, that, okay, someone needs help, they need, okay,
Right.
get on top of it, you know?
Right.
And so when I'm not getting that, you know, it's just like, I feel like they're ignoring me or pushing me on, even though they don't know, because, you know, I just say, sure,
Yeah.
I don't even think they know who I am.
Right.
You know, and so, I mean, I'm just like, okay, I just want to know my daughter's credit, you know, but
Yeah.
I get no phone call.
Yeah, if you're not getting the support at the campus level, you obviously go up to the next level, and you follow that process.
So that's why,
Because you're a board member, you have access to me personally, so you can reach out to me and I'll have something to look into it. It's a benefit, there's very few benefits, there's no pay in this job for you guys.
and then me, sometimes I'm forgetful, and I forget to email you that I showed up at school. I don't want them to say, oh, well, Miss Peña, she was all raising her voice, but.
Yeah, that's gonna what you do is yell at that staff, because then all of a sudden you're a board member now.
Yeah, but, so is that where I tell you I'm coming to school as a parent, but, I'm not.
Yes.
For the record, any citizen, any parent in this district can reach out to the superintendent if they're not just trustees.
And they definitely, there's a lot of ones that I'm not having myself.
Okay, let's get back to
The focus,
4.2.
yes.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
So we're in agreement, everything stays in with the exception of two sentences that really have nothing to do with,
Yeah, we'll move
with
those over.
item. In fact, those are so generic, I think I was reading the 6.1, 2, and 3.
Mhm.
I don't even think it's necessary, but we can read those, and then if you think those two sentences need to be moved, we can move those. Okay, so 4.2 stays with the exception of the removal of the second sentence, and then the sentence that starts with the superintendent may, at his or her discretion, decide how to best accommodate the board members' request for information. Those will be removed from 4.2. Okay. Okay, so 4.2 then is all right, with the exception of the removal of those two. Okay, number 5. Relations with district staff / media. 5.1. Board members must not direct, order, or suggest to any district staff how to best accomplish their assigned tasks. Any questions, complaints, comments, or suggestions about district operations should be directed to the superintendent. The superintendent may, at his or her discretion, decide how to best address the board members' questions, complaints, comments, or suggestions. Are there any comments on this particular item in 5.1?
Just wanted to keep it.
I think we've all pretty much adhered to this. I mean, Dr. Fortis, I'm sure he calls a lot.
Yeah.
So, any questions, discussion? Okay, moving on, 5.2. Board members must at all times maintain the dignity and responsibility consistent with their positions as leaders and fiduciaries of the school district. Board members must at all times maintain a professional and respectful relationship with administrators, employees, teachers, and students. However, this procedure shall not violate board policy DGBA local, which allows employees to have direct communication with board members relative to district operations. Board members shall not be prohibited from socializing with employees outside of work hours on a personal, non-school related basis. And I think that goes back to what Mr. Rodriguez was referencing earlier. Right? The one about having contact with employees.
Oh, right. But I think that's more to Shirley's party. She's having a party.
Okay, so there's, any question on 5.2? Is there any changes, any suggestions, any recommendations?
Keep it.
No? Okay? All right, 5.2 is okay. 5.3, board members may not at any time assume a participatory role with staff or students unless specifically requested by campus staff. I think that's pretty clear. And
I
I think
would
that's...
insert in their role as trustees, that you don't leave your parenthood at the door. If you have kids, you know.
Oh, right, if your kids are participating.
In their capacity as trustees.
Yeah.
Just during role as trustees?
Yes.
Invited things, like, as parents, so it's a
Okay, so the wording will be, board members may not at any time assume a participatory role as a trustee with staff or students unless specifically requested by campus staff. So we've added the word as a trustee, okay?
As a parent, you can do whatever parents.
All right, so we got 5.2. Okay, so it's 5.3. Okay, 5.4. All media inquiries received by board members will be forwarded to the school district public information officer for an official response from that office. Board members, any changes to 5.4? Okay, any changes? None? No objection? Okay.
That's advocate, it's okay if you want to put that, put out that it's avocational. Individual trustees have independent rights to respond to media requests that cannot be abrogated by this rule, okay? You could say you should do that, I don't mind stating that, but you must is not a true statement, it's not a fair statement of law.
But I think the word official response is what really covered, I mean, to me, that's the key word right there. So if it's an official response, it should come from the district office.
I agree with that. An official response of the district.
Of the district, exactly.
Okay?
But if they're calling, yeah, I think this photo is right, but if they're calling to ask my opinion on something, then I'm free to do that. But if they're calling to ask the district's position on something, then I refer them to.
As a citizen, and somebody asks you your opinion on something, you have the First Amendment right to give that.
So what are we adding? An official response
Of the district.
of the district.
From that office.
It's from that
Yes,
office.
you should at all times, if you're asking a question as a trustee, understand that this is your opinion.
Right.
It is not the, it's not the official position of the district. You have every right to express your opinion. The official position in the district is that which is adopted through the proper procedure.
Okay, so we're adding the words of the district from 5.4. Okay? All right, moving on, now we're on number 6. Requesting information from staff. 6.1. Board members may not request information directly from any member of the administration other than the superintendent. Any comments? Any agreement?
I just have a reference here on note that says BE local, that's the trust, everything filters to
That ought to.
yeah. It needs to be duplicated, I guess that's my point, that it's being duplicated from
From BE local? BB local?
BBE local.
BB. Okay. This item is presently in BB local. So we can come back to see if there's something we want to leave in there, or if we want to leave it or remove it because of the duplication. Okay, 6.2, board members must be cognizant of the fact that an overly voluminous request for information or a request for a quick response may be unduly burdensome to the superintendent or staff members. Consequently, board members must balance the reasonableness of the request with the potential for disrupting district operations. Okay, board members, any comments, questions on this item?
That needs to be kept. We need to be reminded of that.
Okay, board members, anyone else?
I agree, and I agree with Ms. Flores with the caveat that, you know, when I make a request of the superintendent for information, we'll work that out as what the expectation is. Okay,
And
yes.
sometimes when we can't produce the response pretty.
Some will be quicker than others, right, yes, sir.
We try to accommodate as much as we can on some. It's just you're
Right.
asking for a report that needs to be brought up, and then you
Right.
actually have to be able folks to get you guys what you need, that's when it
Yes,
takes
sir.
more time.
There are specific statutory, what we ought to do is put a cross-reference to that, after 6.2, and 6.2 is a little bit different, I'll get to that in a second. Cross-reference to step 11.1512C. So C, SEE, Texas Education Code 11.1512C. It's a specific procedure for how to make a request, how voluminous it is. There's a whole lot of stuff in there, and that governs your policy anyway.
So should that be made at the end of the sentence then, reference to TEC code?
About redacted information, and it's number of pages.
Reference
I
that.
think it's a good idea to reference
To
policy,
reference that
and
policy.
reference code. I think that's very smart.
So we can include
It's
that.
11.1512, parentheses, small c,
Small c.
close parentheses.
So reference.
Right.
Okay.
Texas Education.
And that will stay in. Okay. 6.3, board members agree that a response by the superintendent to request for information by a board member or board members will be shared with all board members. Board members, any questions or discussion on this item?
Needs to be kept.
No,
Okay, all right, 6.3 is okay. 7, closed session, 7.1.
I'd make a recommendation to change it, but I take out board members agree, because that indicates that they might not. I would just put the superintendent shall share all the requested information with all trustees. Just put it in there as an affirmative obligation on the superintendent.
I try to be pretty good about that. Sometimes it's a question, but for the most part, you'll get it updates at the end of the week or something.
Or like Ms. Flores and Mr. Lai requested stuff from the budget committee. Right.
But remember, when he sends you the email with all that, when you list all, don't respond to respond to all.
Respond to superintendent. Just send it.
It's just it's the little things.
Okay, so we're changing the wording to say the superintendent shall
Share,
share,
So disseminate
instead of will be
information.
shared. with all board
shall
members.
share all requests for information.
Shall share.
Shall share.
That makes sense.
President shall share.
Information.
All requests for information by board members with all board members.
Okay,
Take out with board members. The superintendent shall share all information,
Or request for.
all requests for information with all board members.
So, somebody taking notes?
Yes, yes.
by board members with all.
So
So, yeah, we got.
Okay, we'll get it. Okay, number 7, closed session. Board members agree, that 7.1, board members agree that matters discussed in closed session must remain confidential until or unless a vote is taken on a matter that thereafter becomes public. Board members further agree that disclosing closed session matters to the public may result in liability to the district. Consequently, board members shall not disclose closed session discussions and deliberations to any member of the public. Any comments, suggestions on this particular item, 7.1? Six?
I would take out the language of liability to the district. There's no sense in tempting the fence. I don't invite, I would take out may result in liability to the district since a statement of the law that may or may not be true.
Okay,
So just strike that sentence.
yeah.
Yeah, just,
May result in-
not the whole section, just the,
Yes,
To the public, period. Right?
yes, got it.
yeah.
What?
Okay,
Board members further agree that disclosing closed session matters to the public, and then,
period.
that's not.
To the public, board members further agree
I'm
that
working on this. I'm trying to make sense of it.
that to the public is prohibited.
There you go.
Okay, it's prohibited.
Period.
There you go. That makes sense.
Period.
Subject, predicated, word.
Okay. So let me read it. Board members agree that matters discussed in closed session must remain confidential until or unless a vote is taken on a matter that thereafter becomes public. Board members further agree that disclosing closed session matters to the public is prohibited. Consequently, board members shall not disclose closed session discussions and deliberations to any member of the public.
Perfect.
All right. Okay, moving on, number 8. Okay, number 8 is board governance. Number 8.1, the qualified members of the Board of Trustees after each regular trustee election shall elect officers pursuant to board policy BDAA legal and local. The board may elect officers at no other time except at the anniversary of the regular trustee election. Okay?
Which is annually?
That's inconsistent with district policy.
Every 2 years, because the elections are every 2 years.
Yes.
That's inconsistent with district policy?
Yes.
So what,
BDAA does not restrict the opportunities to change officers.
At any point?
Yeah, I think it also says that if an officer resigns, then the
Says-
board can,
BDAA legal says, which is consistent with law, that you must have an officer election at the first meeting following an election.
yes.
And then it says you have it as a term, okay? So that's,
That's legal.
this is your own policy, so you could have this as your policy. I'm just pointing out that it's inconsistent. This operating procedure is inconsistent with the language in your policy.
So our
Local
policy,
policy or the legal policy?
Your local
In the
policy.
local policy.
so if I may interrupt?
Yes,
Sorry.
Ms. Lewis.
So our local policy says that on the anniversary of the regular trustee election, correct?
That's when, let me look it up. But then there's another provision that says at other times.
Right, it
Oh,
says
under
here-
local?
Yeah, under local.
Okay.
BDAA local states a vacancy among officers of the board shall be filled by majority action of the board. Terms and duties, board officers shall serve for a term of 1 year or until a successor is elected. Officers may succeed themselves in office.
So, or to such successors elected does not limit the time of that. So it could be either way, it's inconsistent, that's all I'm saying.
Can I make a recommendation? It seems like 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3, they all have to do with board elections. And that is already in policy. So I don't think that that's something that needs to be in here, because if we need to refer to our elections, we go to the policy. Because this really has nothing to do with the conduction of the meeting or how we conduct ourselves. So I think I just don't think it needs to be in here.
This should be, this should be.
Anyone else? Okay, so we eliminate number 8,
Section
8, 1, 2, and 3.
eight.
Okay. All right, number 9, consequences and sanctions. 9.1, corroborating any violations of the operating procedures may issue a warning in writing to the offending board member. The president will advise the board of trustees of this action. We have not, I don't think we've ever had to do a warning for a while. Well, we did once, I remember, but it's been a long time. So, you know, let me just move on and then let's see what else. If that's pretty, okay, I know we're given a warning. Number 2 says, the board president will determine if a board member has repeatedly violated provisions of the operating procedures. The board president will appoint a board committee to review the violations or bring the matter to the full board of trustees. And then it speaks to number 3, the board of trustees may consider an official public reprimand at a board meeting. The violations will be read into the record of the board proceeding in the open session. The board of trustees will vote on this matter as appropriate. Number 4, superintendent will be responsible for establishing a reporting system for his or her principals, department directors, and executive team. The reporting system will be designed to address any violations of the aforementioned operating procedures as related to the superintendent and staff. The superintendent will advise the board president under and/or the board of trustees of any reported violations.
Okay, so who's supposed to be the cop in this scenario?
Right, right.
That's what it says.
I'm supposed to be reporting you guys? Is it
Yeah.
to you?
Right.
Is that?
You're supposed to tell all of them.
Yeah, let's strike this entire section. That's not conducive to my look. No. I mean, here's a question, a legitimate question. Do boards need to establish a set of consequences or sanctions or self-reporting censorship of some sort?
They're called board constraints.
They
Now
do
you're
not
gonna start
typically
killers.
do so. There's nothing, the board is free to adopt operating policies to police itself.
How common is it for boards to have in their operating
Rare.
procedures consequences?
Rare.
So, or is
Happened in
there,
Northeast.
is there policy that can addresses that?
No.
No?
Censure.
Oh, I think that is.
Yeah, because it did happen in Northeast.
Yeah.
That, it's kind of ad hoc. In most districts, this is an ad hoc decision.
There is no policy, but can the board as a body, if something should happen, form a committee of the board to address an issue, should it ever arise?
The board president, there's no, the board president's given, under your committee policy, which is BEP or something, one of those, that your board president can appoint a committee. To be honest with you, if there's a sanction against a trustee, I do not recommend a committee. I think it should come to the full board and let the board decide as it will, as a collective thing. It's painful enough, having multiple meetings about it is not necessarily healthy. If it comes to that, you should have one meeting, get it over with, and be done with it.
So is there something maybe we should add in one of our policies, a sentence or some sort of paragraph addressing that instead of having it in here?
Actually, no, if you want to put a constraint on this, the policy generally deals with matters related to everything but the board. Operating procedures deals with the board. If you want to retain this is the place to do it, in my opinion. If you want to do this, I would get rid of the committees. Like I said, if you want to do that, I would just simply have somebody bring it to the board. I would point out that there's a provision in there for 3 trustees that is inconsistent with your agenda posting policy, which I believe requires 2. So you can put 3 for this if you want, but it's not consistent with your general agenda setting policy. So I would in general recommend it be synced up with that. So if any board trustee wants to do that, you could, if it's 2, you could put 3 on there if you wanted to make it a higher threshold for this. And if I did, I'd put that in the board policy about putting items on the agenda. So if you wanted to take it out, and I could put it, the language in there about just setting an agenda item. This is a little more specific with respect to procedures. It's appropriately placed in operating procedures if you want to do that. It is unusual, not unprecedented, but it is unusual for it to be in operating procedures. Your
Well,
choice.
if I may, I think, first of all, I think 9.4 shouldn't even be there. I think that needs to be removed altogether.
Thank you, because it's not my job to be police.
That's right, it shouldn't even be there.
I
So
appreciate that.
I think we should remove at least 9.4.
That's going to go well in our language.
Right.
That one can be pulled down.
So, board members, so we still we're dealing with,
Well, so, and just in reference to that 9.4, because I mean, it could be read a million different ways, but one thing that I do see that comes out there, and maybe it's a communication that's already maybe not stated somewhere, but I think the superintendent should be able to tell the board, hey, you're asking my admin, you're asking my directors, you're taxing my administration.
Right.
You need to be talking to me. I don't know if that, I see that could be some of the stuff that's going on here on that 9.4, but is it discussed somewhere else, or is it already? I understand that this is more like a snitch thing, and I get it, but what I'm saying is that there should be an avenue for the superintendent to be able to tell the board, you're overstepping your bounds on my admin.
The statutory reference to 11.1512 does carry, that has some of that in there, in terms of what the restrictions are.
So is that enough for you to feel comfortable?
Yeah, I think that this more pertains to censuring an individual board member.
Right, amongst each other.
And I don't necessarily think that is my role to censure folks on the board. I can definitely call out when I see that there's being overburdened or overtaxed by a given board member with a request or whatever it is. I can put that up to the entire board. We can have those discussions based on what is law and what should be respected as law. I don't necessarily think that I'm responsible for issuing consequences. Right?
Well, no, I don't think.
You see what I'm saying? Like, because I think this is all under the censorship of consequences and sanctions. So I just know.
The way that it is typically done is that what they will tell you in CASB training and all this other stuff is if it is reported to the superintendent by staff that this is going on, the superintendent is supposed to report it to the president, who is supposed to quietly but firmly tell the board members to back it off. Basically.
What if it's the president? What do I do?
Huh?
What if it's the president who's doing that?
then you and I duke it out.
Then preparedly I'll do that. But generally, it's, what they'll tell you is that informal channels, at least initially, are more efficient with respect to this. I think that's what you would say.
I definitely think that you guys should govern each other.
Right.
No, yeah, that's actually what I see it
So,
too.
So we'll strike it, we'll strike it.
strike number 4. Okay, so we still have to deal with 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, and 9.5.
That's all that's there.
The whole thing.
So, Evan, you mentioned the committees. You said the board president will appoint, it says here, the board president, 9.2. Board president will appoint a board committee to review the violations. You said
Yeah.
revise?
Well, the statute, not statute, the board policy says that the board president can name the committee if the board president. Under your current policy, the president can't create a committee. That's, the board is created, it creates the committee. Then once they're created, then the board president can name it. We could do that.
So you could say a committee will be, a board committee will be created?
If you're sanctioning trustees, I think it should be the whole
The
board.
board, so then as omit 9.2.
I don't see any point in having a committee because you kind of circle the wagons and talk about, try to work it out. Personnel items, the complaints about trustees or board officers and officials can be discussed in closed meeting. So if there's an issue, it should be brought to the whole board. It should be discussed in closed meeting and informally resolved if possible.
I'm good with that.
It still has to be posted, right, as like discussion for the board.
Yeah, general, but not specific matter.
So then,
Well, no, actually, just remove the committee.
keep 9.1,
Board roles and responsibilities.
9.3,
And
and 9.5, but then Kevin mentioned that the 3 trustees may request a specific agenda where in the policy it says 2 trustees. So do we want to align that to 2 instead of
Just go back to the policy. like
Yes.
you wanted the agenda.
2 trustees may request?
So you don't need to put it in here because we have an agenda item possibility under the B law. So you need, if you're done, and it's inconsistent. Right.
Okay, so what we've concluded is that we are removing 9.2 and 9.4, but we're keeping 9.1, 9.3, and 9.5, but we're changing it to be 2 trustees instead of 3.
Wait, 9.2, I thought we were just removing the committee piece, but bringing it to the full board of trustees.
Okay, so we're just moving that one sentence, the board will appoint a board committee.
9.2 is inconsistent with the draft. You can have it, but if the board president is going to do that, I would put that in policy because there's a policy about how committees are appointed. But that being said, if it's only about board discipline,
Right.
my recommendation is that we do not give it to a committee.
Right.
Because we have the whole board.
So just strike that, right?
Strike the committee part and it comes before the whole board, specific to,
It'll come to the board as an
Right.
agenda item.
Right.
The entire board is to discuss.
Okay, so we're removing 9.4 and 9.2. Okay, all right.
no.
No,
9.1's the only thing that survived.
9.2, we're changing it, right? 9.2 is not being
9.3
strict, it's being
right.
changed.
Well,
Or amended.
no, the part about going to the board is already in the policy.
9.2's already. Come in.
If we just strike 9.2, it's, because it's already in the policy,
We
right?
don't need 9.2.
Oh,
The superintendent doesn't want you to do 9.4
right.
as a matter of self-preservation.
Smart, right? Come on.
And protect any members. And 9.5 is redundant, so it's
Okay.
9.1 and 9.3, now the number is 9.2.
Okay, so we've
So
done
9.5.
all of our board operating procedures, but we're going to go back because there was some at the very beginning, Mr. Valley, you weren't here,
Oh,
where
right.
decisions still weren't made. What are we going to do? You know, it's currently policy or it's part of Robert's Rules and Orders, so we need to decide whether we're going to keep these or not.
Because of the agenda item under the policy.
Under regular policy, right? So 9.5 doesn't need to be on there either.
Oh, no?
You have a policy that says 2 trustees can request
Okay.
an agenda.
Okay, so we do 9.5.
This is 3 and more or less what it is.
Okay,
We keep 9.1 and
9.3,
9.3.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, we
good.
number 2 is not number 3.
Move to adjourn.
We're just
So we're just moving, which is
This is
9.5.
better after.
We'll take it down.
We're just gonna wait.
Okay, so we're going back, we had a discussion on 1.1, and that was in the board member ethics. And as you can see, there's a lot of reference to board policy, and I think Mr. Rodriguez had made the comment that this is already policy. Do we need to have that in there?
I suggested that we remove it.
Remove the whole 1.1?
Yeah, and these are all already documented policies, there's already board member ethics.
So there shall be a signature line for each board member to sign and attest to.
Would it help to just list these policies? That way, in the event that you want to find out exactly what things are, what you're going to find out, just to say,
Yeah, that might-
for the purpose of the board operating procedures. please-
Reference these, that makes sense.
Right, and then if you're going to add, or if you're going to have a statement here that applies to a policy, maybe add it at the end if you hire a policy, local and legal, and we go through that. Just one.
Yep.
As long as you have this page,
The signature sheet? Yeah.
I don't think you need to say that you're gonna sign it, I think you sign it.
Yeah, we really need that.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I
But
agree
also-
with this, with his recommendation. Listen.
But also, it's a quick reference sheet.
Right.
Then you don't have to be going back and forth through policy, and the policies are listed here.
And then you can.
So if it's something you need to look at, it's referenced here, and then you go back to a specific policy. So I like the idea that it's being referenced.
But where was it? If we could
But
possibly-
if you're gonna reference them, then my reference, then
Yeah.
leave that, but including. Before that.
Okay, so what we're gonna leave on there.
Before
is really-
BDF at
What
flow,
we're
but
leaving
including.
is then just the first sentence, which all board members of the South San ISD are responsible for reading and complying with the ethical standards outlined in district
Love it.
policy BBF, BBFA, BBFA legal, BBFB local, and BBFB legal, period.
That's
And
it.
then the
I
rest
would
is.
put including before the list of that, because you're actually responsible for more than that.
Right.
After district policies?
Including.
Under
Including.
the district,
Including after policies.
No, it's just including.
And then eliminate everything else?
under the document exclusive.
Now, if you guys are going to review this annually, do you want to keep that last one where
I would.
Yes, I
the one
think
says
so.
these board operating procedures will be reviewed and amended as appropriate on an annual
Okay,
basis?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
then- and the rest of it's.
The rest you can eliminate as well.
Yes.
Aye.
So we're going to keep there's a signature on, we're
No,
going to
leave that.
delete it.
That's it, fine.
Back to the annual.
And then these board operating procedures will be reviewed.
All right,
Okay, all right, so we made changes to 1.1. The other one was 2.1, members for this president or presiding officer. Mr. Rodriguez had commented that that particular 2.1 is part of the Robert's Rules of Order, and he said that it's duplication for us to have it on there. We all get our little book on Robert's Rules of Order, and we should know it because we're sitting here, what those things are. So do we keep this in there? It was 2.1. And Elda, I think you said it serves as a reminder to keep it there.
Well, it's a summary. It's a, it's, instead of going to, because Robert's Rules of Order, there's a whole book on Robert's Rules of Order. Okay? So, I mean, if you're going to be that technical, I mean, this summarizes it. This tells you exactly what, we should be looking at.
There's actually about 16 different versions of
Versions,
how
right.
Robert's rules.
Yeah.
Yes,
They're not all the same.
I know. So, I mean, this kind of just
You just keep it.
keeps it simple and it tells us, reminds us. That's all, that's how I see it.
Okay, so that's what, then the reminders, as you're recommending, is not only 2.1, it's 2.2, and Gilbert had said on 2.3 that also is a duplicate because it's in Robert's Rules of Order.
I mean, if it's a reference, if it's a quick shortcut to everyone.
Yeah, just use it.
Okay, so we should leave them there. And then,
I mean, I'm good with leaving them. The thing is that if we're adults up there and we can understand it, I mean, hey, if we misbehave when we catch ourselves, or you have to put us in check as a board president, well then, hey, that's what we do, right? Every now and then, we gotta, but do we need a policy about it?
It's not a
We
policy.
shouldn't,
it's
we
just
shouldn't
a-
interrupt each other, and I get that. Every now and then we interrupt each other, so.
It's just procedure. You're not
I'm just saying, yeah, no, I get it. But do we want to put it as policy that, I'm just asking.
It's not a policy, it's a procedure to remind us. And it's something that we can
Well,
refer
no, this is
to.
policy, right? It's board operating procedure.
It's
like a
actually
cheat
an
sheet.
operating procedure, which
It's a
is a
procedure.
little bit different because it only applies to the board.
Yeah.
I'm fine with
I just think if you just adjust the 3 minutes now instead of 2. That's why we talked about the 3 minutes, because that goes right along with your North Star.
which number are you at?
And we do it 2
2.5.
rounds.
Yeah, the 2 rounds and then
Oh,
the
yeah.
14 minutes, it's
Yeah, on the
really 3 minutes.
2.5, yes, that's
If you
it.
align that and then everything else stays the same. you-
Right.
So what I would do would be to draft this is to say, given what you said earlier, which is 2 rounds, second round is in the discretion of the president. Is
So
to
it
say
stays, right.
321,
Yeah.
if there's another round, then not to exceed 20, second 21.
Okay. All right, the other one that was in question, I think, Mr. Rodriguez.
I think we need to decipher when admin starts taking my minutes when I'm asking questions.
We talked about that. We talked about that.
Documented minutes when we speak.
I've been solid.
Right. You start, your clock starts when you ask the question. It stops when staff responds, and then starts back up.
Yeah.
when you
Got
come
my
back.
minutes back.
Got a timer going on.
All right.
Okay, so, then everything stays with the exception of number 2.5, we only make the change from 2 minutes to 3 minutes and 21 minutes. Okay, then number 26, 2.6, Mr. Rodriguez had mentioned that is currently in BE local. And so, do we want to keep that since it is part of BE local policy, or do we want to, as Elvis says, leave it there as a reminder?
I think the simplest thing would be to just keep it as a reminder, right? Because we all know that-
That's how we operate.
Okay, and then, we already addressed 2.7, we made that change. We removed the paragraph that speaks to board members will refrain from private discussions during any board meeting or open and closed session. That's being removed, right? Okay. However, I think we decided on 2.6, which is the questions to staff, and had mentioned that it would be local. But I think as they've decided that as a reminder,
Okay.
that we can just leave it on there. Okay? 2.7, 2.8 was another one that Mr. Rodriguez also said is part of DE local, adding items to a board meeting agenda. So is this also something that, do we remove or do we want to keep it on there?
I mean, I think if we're using it as a reference, we keep everything on there.
My
I think-
recommendation is this would be removed, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because this verbal formulation is a bit different than what was in DE level.
It's more specific.
And it leaves any verbal formulation about how any agenda items get differed. If you want to put the reference in there, let's put BE local in those words, so there's no inconsistency. How agenda items get posted and how they get presented leads to controversy, it does, always does. So we want to have a clear set of rules for how agenda items get presented and what the responsibilities are. And there should be only one verbal formulation of what those rules are, so they're consistent.
Yeah.
So you can repeat it here if you want, but it should be the exact same language so that it creates an argument about what means what.
Right.
You follow me? We tried, when we did the rewrite of last BE local, we tried to move all of these board agenda items into BE local out of the old version, and then this got rewritten a second time. Agenda items.
Well, I would think that this was because of Lone Star governance, and so in the spirit of keeping meetings into the time frame, the 2-hour time frame, what have you, if it's directly related to student outcome goals, constraints, or progress measures, then we can add it. If it's not, then it would take up time in the meeting that necessarily we should be discussing.
And we can constrain it, but the constraint, all I'm saying is, it's fine if you want to constrain agenda items, but that constraint should only be in one place, not in two places, because then we're going to get into an argument that says, well, this says it only is related to this thing, and the board agenda, B11 says it can be anything, so what control?
So you're saying put it in policy?
If you're going to constrain that,
Put it in
then
policy.
it means that it ought to be one verbal formulation of whatever the rules are, so there isn't a fight about interpreting two conflicting provisions, okay? If you want to try and constrain what can be posted, that's fine, but that it just needs to be one in one place, okay? So we're only looking in one place for what the source of, this language, the reason why I pointed out, is directly pertaining to boards adopting student outcome goals, is a narrower restriction than what is in your policy.
Right.
All right? So, that shouldn't be inconsistent. If you want to constrain what can be posted, that's fine, but it should be in one place.
I want to speak to that. I'm not in favor of constraint. This says request agenda items. At the end of the day, it's up to the board president and the superintendent to determine what goes on, what doesn't, and when, right? Based on that request. I can request agenda items all day long, doesn't mean they're going to get put on the agenda.
This constrains, yeah, I would have to construe this in light of DE as not constraining the superintendent or the trustees or the president. This is a more restrictive provision on the trustees. So be careful what you ask for.
Yeah.
I'm
not in favor of that.
Ms. Floyd?
Thank you. If I remember correctly, I think that was added on when student outcome goals, constraints, and performance measures because in following the Lone Star Governance Framework, we needed to keep the number of minutes and items at 50%, talking about student outcomes. And I think that went in there so that we could make sure that items that we're adding on, besides the ones that the board president and the superintendent collaborate on to create the agenda, that there aren't these items that we determined to add on, that they have to do with, student outcomes or constraints, instead of adding items that have nothing to do with that. Then that creates a longer meeting. That means we're going to discuss more issues and items that do not pertain to student outcomes and student outcomes.
And I think what I've seen in the Lone Star governance and our setting the agendas, I think this is why every meeting we have a Lone Star governance item on there, whether it's a goal, a progress measure, or constraint. There's always something on Lone Star governance, and it's based on the calendar.
It's a
right?
calendar, yes.
So, yeah, so is that, because I didn't, this was done by the last board, you all decided on it. So is that was the purpose?
That was the purpose, so that we could keep the items and the discussion, because, Lone Star Governance says we should be, if we're following the Lone Star Governance Framework, then the meetings that are being held, the discussions should be 50, at least 50-50.
And the 50-50 was based on the master plan. Right.
I had a question. If it's a Lone Star governance, should we ask our governance coach what he thinks?
Yes,
Sure, we can. Mr. Lover?
yes,
So
My student constraint is where you put it.
it's under accountability 1.
yes.
And so what it says directly is only board work, and in parentheses, items required by law, or items directly pertaining to the board's adopted student outcome goals, etc. So what's missing out of the board operating procedures is that other little stem about required by law. That's where you got to the 50% for masters and 25% for needs.
Right.
So Kevin's right, it's very
Restricted.
Just items required by law or items directly pertaining to boards operating student outcome goals, constraints, and pressure. So it is on there.
Okay, so it's both, it's actually, so
Right. So
it gives you a little bit of leeway. Remember, meets is at 25%, masters is at
that's
50%.
My opinion is the reality is that we have other roles and responsibilities that we fulfill as well.
And all I'm saying is that it's your business about whether you constrain how agenda items get posted or not. All I'm saying is that if we're going to place constraints, we should have it in one place so that we're not going back and forth and having an argument about what the policy is, okay? So if y'all want to do that, that's fine. Let's put it in the agenda item that deals with posted agenda. The policy that deals with agenda items. And not over here, because over here, the verbal formulation is not consistent with what is in your policy. So we're going to get into an argument about what's legit or not. I'm trying to avoid that. It's just whatever the policy statement is, it needs to be articulated, it needs to be precise, and it needs to be only once, so that we can look and interpret it, and that'll be it. So you can have it as restrictive as you want, in terms of what's out there, but you should only say it once. So if you're going to do this, if you want to incorporate this, my recommendation would be, put it in, let's bring a policy back at the next meeting. And we can incorporate this notion if that's what you want to do.
Okay, so then, so when you move it from the board operating procedures and incorporate this into the policy,
Pardon me?
we're going to incorporate this into the policy?
If you want, if the majority of the board wants to restrict other trustees in terms of how they can post agenda items on, then it would properly be in the policy. Yes, I'm not arguing for or against whether the restriction. I'm just trying to place it in its proper context in terms of your rules.
You just want
Okay?
policy and procedures to be.
Yeah, that's
That's all you're saying.
Okay,
So it should be one place, so the superintendent, the board president, the trustees are all looking in one place and they're not having an argument about what controls over something.
And I think so, Mr.
That's all.
Rodriguez is right, it is in the policy already, local policy.
But I'm in agreement, I'm in agreement to strike it from here, and then if the agenda comes back to the board that says that we amend it, then we'll deal with it then.
Policy. Okay, so we're deleting then 2.8 from our board operating procedures. Okay, I think that everything else, we were pretty much in agreement with all the others, so I think that concludes our board operating procedures for tonight.
So we're gonna keep all of them, Ms. Estrada, until we got to 8, and we're omitting those, and then all the other ones that we omitted, the 2 that we omitted in 9. Is that it?
In fact, Michelle, I made notes, Michelle also, and Dr. Flores, so we'll get together and get these updated and then bring them back for final approval.
Does, it would help, does somebody have a word version of this?
One now.
That's the only PDF.
All right.
We do have word.
I can get that second.
You have it.
Okay, let's move on if we can, please. Number 2 is the student offers goals, progress measures, and constraints. Dr. Flores.
Yes, ma'am. For that, Dr. Nava.
So, yes, sir, thank you. Would you like our team to present from here? You want us to come to the podium?
Whatever you're comfortable with.
So,
Who cares? Okay, sure.
Mr. Leon, and we have the shield.
So before we proceed any further, I know if you folks recall, last time I had a board workshop regarding our goals. We had fully successfully identified goals. We approved those. What we had not gotten back was our baseline data for our goal progress measures. So we've got now baseline data, and that's what we're looking to get approved today. And then the other thing is that we talked about either through a goal or constraint address mental health wellness, right? And so that's what we're going to discuss today because a large majority of the goals have already been approved. So we just need to address those missing pieces, and that's what we're going to talk about today.
I think at that time when the mental health goal came up, I think Ms. Elliott had volunteered to come up with the goal for us. So I guess we never got it.
Well, so we've had several conversations that involve Ms. Elliott and also Ms. Ramada. And so we're prepared to talk to you about the advice of both coaches was because we don't have an actual baseline right now on what that would suffice. The advice from both is to present it as a percentage constraint. And so we're prepared to discuss that today. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is the baselines,
Yes, sir.
right? And then we'll get into the mental health.
So as Dr. Nava and Dr. Flores said, we had a very successful board workshop on March 26th where we gave you the rationale and justifications for why we would like to pursue certain goals. As you recall, we shared data with regard to the importance of third grade, making sure that students, would close the gap before they leave third grade. And so as the gentleman said, we are now proceeding with the goal progress measures. So then again, we proceeded on April 19th to look at, we presented some progress measures. And so the 2 that we were not finalized with was the baseline data we needed for goal progress measures for goal 2 as well as goal 3. So Ms. Spears, Ms. Shields at this time will share that baseline data.
All right, starting with goal 2, we were waiting on the baselines for 2.1 and 2.2, and so we have those baselines now. So using a progress monitoring tool, The baseline for our third graders performing on or above grade level in mathematics is 67% according to the screener progress monitoring tool. And then so our goal is to increase by 2% yearly. Then,
If you just for clarification purposes as well, the goal progress measures, all of them are not necessarily based off the STAR scores. They're based off the tools that we use to track our progress. So that's, just that way everybody's the same thing.
right. So goal progress measure 2.2. The 2.1 was about the third graders. 2.2 is about K through 2 collectively, and using the same progress monitoring tools to see which students are performing on, above, or below grade level. So the baseline was 77%, and so our goal is to increase 2% yearly. And then on goal 3, the baselines for reading, goal progress measure 3.1. So we were using Fontes and Pinnell to assess which students are reading on or above grade level in third grade at the end of the year, and it is 52% is our baseline, and our goal is to increase 2% yearly. And then the other one is goal progress measure 3.2. We needed a baseline for that, and that was about our K through 2 students reading on grade level. So that also, the source of that is Fontes and Pinnell, and so our baseline is 49%.
And we'd like to add that we were very strategic. We wanted to make sure that the goals are attainable, looking at historical data. And so we feel comfortable that these are measures that we can meet our teachers and students will rise to.
Question. So so that we're kind of on the same understanding. Each one of these progress measures is a way for us as a district to reach our overall goal for whatever stated progress measure that is.
Right.
So what's the goal?
So the goal is about meets level performance. If we go back up to goal 3,
Right.
it's about meets level performance, on grade level performance in third grade reading. And goal 2 is about on grade level performance, meets performance in third grade math.
Yeah, like Dr. Flores pointed out,
So that goal is 26 to 41, 15%. Right.
it's important to point out, like Dr. Flores said, because I went and looked at, what I did is I went and pulled up the taper and looked and see, right? It's important, like Dr. Flores pointed out, to these goal progress measures are these tools. They're not based on the STAR results.
Right.
So I just want to reemphasize that.
It kind of gives you more robust understanding as a board to say, well, what's contributed to our success, or are we, all these other support things that we do on the side, the support approaches, initiatives, strategies that we use to help increase our percentage points on the official state assessment. So you say, well, what are all your progress measures? Well, we have this, we have this, we have this, we have this, and this is, each one of those is its own sub goal that we have to aim for.
Right.
So the understanding is that if we hit on all goal progress measures, our projected growth is going to translate into a better performance for our kids on the state assessment accountability.
I mean, because a progress measure could be attendance, right? Because without attendance, kids aren't learning.
Sure.
I mean, I'm sure you could figure out a way.
I got you there. The only thing with attendance, though, you say, well, just because the student, yes, we can measure attendance, and that could probably be something else that we could track, but the simple fact of being in class doesn't necessarily translate to the quality of instruction
Right.
that they're receiving, and that's why we go away from attendance, because on the other side is we don't have enough control over it. And we do have a lot of initiatives that we do, and we're constantly looking to improve our kids being in classrooms. But at the end of the day, do we have control over at least 80% of them, right? And that's where the conversation goes. And as administration, we really don't, not in that sense. But over on all these progress measures, we definitely have control over the progress measuring tools, the screening, the ensuring that this is done consistently across all campuses. So this is why the way, if we understand this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is right, the goal progress measures should directly compositely contribute directly to the increased performance.
I think that's correct.
And I'd like to add,
I'm sorry, weren't we at one time tracking the attendance, and then you changed it?
Well, we were as a constraint.
As a constraint.
It was a constraint, but upon talking to the coaches and getting more familiarized with our governance, the whole concept was like, do you really have as much control over attendance? And the answer is not necessarily, not as an administration team. We can put initiatives in place to support it, but at the end of the day, it's the parents' responsibility to ensure this. That's why it's truancy officers and truancy court. Who's that truancy court?
Officers.
Kind of.
Yes,
Coach, we're on track.
Yeah, so there are two components. One is the 80% control. The second is highly predictive. So that's where the attendance is, it may be at best semi-correlational, but it is not highly predictive, where a universal screener is highly predictive. So it needs to hit both components.
So I have a question. How did we make the determination on the screeners for math? How did we not base the STAR results for reading versus math, but we used reading those other additional tools? How did we come to that determination that this is how we're going to track this?
Let's talk about the screen. Yeah, so Qantas and Fennell benchmark assessment system is what we use 3 times yearly to determine a student's reading level. And I report out on that, if anybody's going to report out on it next week. And so we know that students have to be reading at certain levels in order to score a certain level of proficiency on STAR when they reach any STAR grade. And so being able to tell you in kindergarten, this is the percentage of kids reading on level, and then as we move through those grades, including 3rd grade, gives y'all and us a better idea of how we need to move kids toward that level so that they will be successful when they hit a STAR grade, 3rd grade.
So that, to further elaborate on my question, so are there similar tools for math?
There are.
Okay, so I guess my question is, how did we determine that we were going to use the tools to gauge reading and not math? For math, or reading, we could have went by the actual results versus those other tools. How do we make that decision?
So we have tools for both reading and math. We also use iStation. iStation is also something that I have reported out to you guys in the past. So we have several data points that give us different information in order to help move our students. And so, you know, we do look at the actual data when it comes, and then honestly, I look at, okay, how close is this data? How predictive are our trainers and tools of what our actual STAR data, you know, comes out to be? So I kind of tend to do that. I did it last year. I think I mentioned in a previous board meeting that I had done that with math. And I do it with iStation, and I kind of do it with all of them just to see, okay, how on target is this to getting us to our target?
Because the other thing to look at is, a lot of times some folks, because when folks set up their goals, not everybody needs to set up through STAR performance. It doesn't have to be.
No, I
STAR
understand.
goal.
I mean, that's one example.
Right. It doesn't.
But my question is, how did you and your staff come up with using the tools? Why isn't it reversed, I guess is my question, is why aren't we using the STAR results for reading, but we're using the STAR results for math?
We are using the STAR results for both.
Okay.
It's reading and math. If you go look at the STAR, if you go look at the goal, please scroll through the goal. Oh yeah, through not goal for math, right?
Math
That's
STAR,
goal
right.
2. Go to goal 1, please. Or no,
Goal
or 3.
three.
3 is reading.
Goal three.
If you go look at goal 3, you see reading STAR.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So
The goal is actually based on the STAR,
The
but the
three
progress measures are
Based on
on
the
So
that.
goal number
Gotcha.
1 would reference the CCMR, college graduation, college readiness.
And this one is.
2 and 3 is 3rd grade reading,
3rd grade
3
math.
is 3rd grade math,
So-
or vice versa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Reading
the
is
end
3rd.
result is STAR, because we don't get those results until much later, which is June, July, or August.
Yeah.
But in between, we gauge it through those sources.
Yes, ma'am.
MAP with math, iStation, Qantas and Fennell, all those tools that the district has to gauge it, and those are the progress measures as they report to us throughout the year.
Yes.
And I'd like to add, I mean, with you all, us bringing these resources and assessments to you all, y'all have approved them, because I think for the first time at South End, we are now tracking kinder progress, first grade progress, and so the superintendent supports that, because that means we want to make systemic change. And so now our lower grade teachers, you know that there's a sense of urgency, to meet the accountability, and we're not just starting at third grade. So thank you for your support with that.
And remember, we talked about being very specific in terms of the goal that we want to hit. So let's focus on a key grade level, third grade. Research tells you that's where it's at. That's going to be indicative. Instead of saying, we just want to do better and star and get an A.
Right.
Well, we all do, but that's taking into consideration all these grade levels that get tested. So we say, let's just be strategic and focus on a goal. And then at the mean standard, which is your reading on grade level at performance. And so there's still a lot of work to do.
Kevin, I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, this is a procedural question. I have been drafting and sent the superintendent a draft evaluation format that the middle section is based on these outcome goals. And one of the things that came to mind, kind of, if you look at goal outcome number 3, are these absolute or relative goals? So, I don't know how to, let's look 17, 18, when I write the evaluation, that's not going to be in there because it's gone. 18, 19 will be, 18, 19 goals, is that 3% above the prior years, or is it 30% absolute?
30% at that point. Now, if you get a 29.7, does that round to a 30%?
No, it's not like that. But let's assume let's assume that, for example, and I'm going to do 17, 18 a couple of ways. Let's assume that 17, 18 instead of 27% came out of 23%. Okay? Right. So would 18, 19 still be 30, or would be 3% above the prior year?
We would have been adjusting them, and that's kind of the whole
Yeah,
idea,
so that's-
every year. So let's say that we have an outstanding year, and then we're way above the 30%. Well, then we have to readjust what the next 4 years are going to look like.
Right.
So you take the baseline as what you're aiming for to hit that year. So for 18, 19, then the goal is going to be 30%. The goal is 30%. So if we hit 29, we didn't hit that goal. If it's 29.4, it did come out to 30 necessarily. 29.5, you get credit for that. For that, why not, sir? But then what we come back to is that then as we set goals for the following year, we have to readjust our.
So in terms of interpreting that, and I just want to make sure that, because I'm going to try to put this together, the number that's on there is absolute, unless we change the goal progress rate. So if it says 30, and it could go either way. It could be 23 the prior year, and you have to go to 30, or it could be 31 the prior year, and you only have to go to 30.
Well, but that's why we want to adjust every year, so we can keep it, because the goal is supposed to challenge the organization enough every year to where you're aspiring to get better.
And I'm glad that we're having this part of the conversation, because I spent a good amount of my Sunday going over this stuff, right? Because it's the most important thing that we do. And I'm glad that Superintendent Dr. Torres, I'm glad you're speaking to getting higher results and then changing them so we can.
Yeah.
My overall concern is looking at these. I guess the question is two-part question. Are we challenging our staff? Are we challenging our kids? Because if I look at the taper and I look at the goals, so based on the 2017-2018 taper, our goal for 2019-2020 the student outcome goal 3 is 33%. But yet the region 20 average is 40%.
Right.
The state average is 43%. So I want to make sure that we're
Challenging the organization.
challenging the organization, that he's challenging the administration. And then the second part of that is, maybe Dr. Nava could probably speak to, or maybe the young ladies, the tools that they just described versus the cost versus maybe another teacher or another, are we confident that the tools that we're using at the moment is gonna challenge the administration, challenge the kids, and get us to higher results? Because truth be told, yes, the results are already out. We have preliminary results. The other tests are out. And my concern is that we're 2 years in a row now. So me, as just one trustee, want to ask more in-depth questions on is what we have and what we're doing, and is the expectation of our staff and the kids enough?
Well, here's where you say this. Well, this is where you are today. And if tomorrow I say to my staff, we're gonna hit 50%. What are we gonna hit 50%? Here's what you're doing. Are we setting ourselves up for
Well, that's why I'm asking the questions.
realistic
Right.
progress of what you could actually make in a year?
Right.
Or are you just saying it's unrealistic to the point that people are gonna shut down on you because you're asking, I want it all? I mean, of course, I would like to say 100%, but this is where they're the ones who are living boots on the ground
Right.
about where we are today. And so it's more important to focus on where you are and see where you can take the place and build on victories and success than it is to just completely all the time set us up for unrealistic goals that we're not going to hit, and then we're going to continuously find ourselves failing. That can be more counterproductive in the short
And ultimately, you make those decisions. I'm just asking the
Right,
questions.
right, no, they're
As
good
if
questions
you
to ask.
feel that we're given enough,
Sure.
you know what I mean?
It's-
There's no doubt in my mind, ever, the work that the staff and the teachers in the classroom and the students are putting in. I never second guess that.
Right.
So
Uh,
the honest answer that I can give you right now is the one thing that we all have, but that we can't ever buy, which is time, right? Teaching and learning takes time. And so the averages, state average, that's an average of the most affluent school district, right? So that's, if they're hitting the 40 percentile, that's already giving us an indication of where we're at as a state, right? So the goals that we put in place are incremental growth measures, right? So again, in the conversation we had with Dr. Flores, we did not want to over-exceed and set high expectations where honestly, we're just not going to hit that.
Right.
And then we're having a different conversation, right? We're setting goals here, and realistically, we're just not going to be there. What we want to do is provide incremental growth where we feel we can push staff, we can push students, and be confident that we're going to get that.
Right.
The resources that the district has already invested in, and I think I shared this early on when I was here, we're seeing that growth happen. We're seeing those measures. What we need is time for that process to take place, right? And so meeting with teachers, being with our coaches, going in, seeing how they're doing what they're doing. And so we use the word coaching now in academics as a literal meaning of coaching, just like our athletic coaches. They're seeing the way you're standing, they're seeing your positioning, we're seeing how they're delivering instruction, and then we pull them back and say, you know, you may want to influence this way, do this. So it takes time with over 500 plus staff members that we have that are doing that. So it's this time piece, and then we test kids perform, they didn't do well, we come back, we readjust. So it's the time piece, and it's something, again, that we all have that we can't ever buy. And that's why we set these pieces up. And again, like Dr. Flores stated, if we hit success in 1 year, we celebrate, but then we readjust. We come back to this board and say, hey, we superseded our goal, let's push the organization further. Let's keep moving it. So this is our attempt this year moving forward, and we feel confident that they're attainable. But it's going to push. It doesn't mean that we're just going to sit back and let it happen. I mean, earning 2 percentage points may not seem like a lot, but it is. It's a lot because we're pushing an organization forward. The staff has been very, very good about using the resources that this board has supported us with. And believe me, they'll be the first ones to tell us, we need more of this, we need more of that. But it's those coaching pieces, right? And so that's where we're at right now.
And thank you, Dr. Allen, thank you, Dr. Flores. I'm in complete agreement with everything that you're saying.
I don't know if you want to add.
I would say it's a constant evaluation. I mean, that's one thing, Ms. Spears with the instructional coaches and us with the principals, it's constantly, okay, where are we at? And so those indicators, they really are a source of that, of a data point, you know, where are we missing it? And there's a story behind those numbers, and so we look at the instructional practices, everything that Dr. Nava said, but it's constant evaluation 3 times a year as these numbers come up.
And
Yes, Ms.
if I may add something. From my previous experience, another factor that is there that it's hard to, at the district level to, should say, you can't hold them responsible because the state makes these changes. Standards change. And when the standards change, it becomes more, every other 2 or 3 years, they make it, the rigor gets harder. So then, say for example, out of a set of maybe 40 questions, maybe the student only needs to answer 18 to 20, and that's passing, okay? But maybe 2, 3 years from now, they're adding 5 or 6 more questions that they need to answer correctly in order for that standard. That standard goes higher now that, they don't have, if they answered 18 2 years ago, and the following year, they're answering 18, they failed, because the standard went higher. Now you need to answer more items in order for that to be a passing standard. So, in other words, that's the factor that no one in the state has control over, as far as districts, as far as staff, because when the state decides to change those standards and make it more rigorous, now you have to step up. That's why I tend to kind of like the meats. To me, that's, it's okay, yeah, we need kids to be at meets, but when you do mastery means they're practically getting all the items correct, so you never have to worry about the standard, fluctuating and getting higher, because now those kids are already, they're mastering it. I mean, they're going to get it. But I understand the meets part of it, why, where our kids are at this point, because that is the realistic piece. But you do have to remember that the standards are, that's a control that districts don't have, because the standards do change.
And the state sets that at the end, right?
At the end.
So in August, they take all the preliminary results, they evaluate everything. Once all the analysis is done, then the state kind of sets that bar, right? So if too many districts were successful, they raise, because we can't have everybody. So it's that concept. If not, a lot of districts did very well. It comes out because the state still has to stay based, right? So it's a moving adjustment that they don't share with any school system. They give us an approximation of what we should be shooting for. But with us, I mean, it's not about trying to test or teach kids to that test. It's about content mastery, where they're at every grade level. It's moving them through that, right?
Here's the other piece. When you have a large organization, you have to find a common factor between all the campuses, right? So what is a good goal as a district to get organized? Because we have some campuses that are performing higher at the 3rd grade meets level than others. But at the end of the day, as an organization in general, that's still not good enough for us, or none of us, about this is a key area that we can address. So it takes a lot of, let's find a common goal for everybody that will get us there. Then the second thing is when you're making change, systemic change, you're not going to see from one year to the next, the way school years work, the way teaching and learning works. If we're going to change and put in different practices in place, different strategies in place, and it's going to take time for the organization to make that kind of growth to really start changing and performing to that level. So it has to be measured. But if we happen to hit that fulcrum where things start changing, where it really starts with that point of inflection where we really start performing well, this is why we get to readjust goals every year. So for right now, our main job is we have to get out of the 20s. Right? Let's get out of the 20s. Once you get out of the 20s, and if next year we have this kind of game, we look at what we have this year. And that's what I know most of us were busy breaking down so that we can get an idea as to where are we in terms of the big picture. And then we meet our goals. And then if we have campuses that progress and campuses that regress, we need to find out what happened in those campuses. So there's always a constant feedback mechanism we're going to have to do. If you're saying, well, how would you improve education if you're not going to use the tools you're using right now? Throw more teachers at it. Fine. But then how do you measure that? How do you measure the effectiveness, and how do you set that into a goal that you say, well, by adding more teachers, you're supposed to have already got better scores? Well, technically, yes and no. And you could say, yeah, more teachers help with the lower teacher-student ratio, which should improve, but the quality of the teacher still matters. The quality of the principal still matters. The culture and the climate still matters. And that goes throughout 13 campuses, soon to be 16 campuses across the board. So this is why the progress that we put is something that we consider reasonable. It's smart, it's focused, it's specific, it's measurable, it's attainable, because we want folks to feel good about the change, the tweaks that you're doing on a daily basis to teachers, because we can come tomorrow and tell teachers, hey, start doing all these things tomorrow. no consideration of their feelings or we live in the world of feelings in education, right? So teachers will be like, I'm not gonna do this is crazy. The same way, if we don't get teachers to buy in, if we don't get principals to buy in, then you're not gonna get the kind of results you're looking for. So anything that we've said at this point, I know that it may feel like, it's not good enough just to present the
I
plan.
didn't say that.
No, I get it. But some people could say that, right? Like, you're setting your standards too low. Well, it's a little deeper than that, because we're trying to make a 5-year plan to where we're gonna get to right at state level, but given the time, we're gonna try, and if we can do this in 2 years, then now we're aiming higher. If we can do this in 3 years, then we keep readjusting every year. It'd be easy to say, oh, well, we did 36 this year, so next year's already in the bag. You don't even have to worry about it. Well, that's not what we're gonna do, but we have to start somewhere.
And the work, Mr. Rodriguez and trustee, really starts with, right, so as an athletic coach, if I'm a football coach, I have 11 players, but I can teach up maybe 8 or so that can still kind of cover, right? In this case, we have one teacher with 25 kids in the classroom. So we have to make sure that every single teacher in every single grade level is just as effective as their counterpart to be able to deliver the pedagogy and the instruction. So that's all of us breaking up into different support areas so that we're able to do that with the principals, with the vice principals, because it's every single day they got to be on that game. And so it's this systematic growth, so that we're all moving in unison and the alignment pieces are all there, right? And so that's the work that we do daily, right? From myself working with our directors, the directors working with principals working with academic coaches, vice principals. And so when we break it out that way, right, each one of us probably averages about 22, 23 people on our caseload that we have to oversee to make sure that they are coming to work, ready to teach kids, engage them every single day. Because the school year starts and the school year finishes just like a football game, right? The clock starts and it ends. And so we have to make sure that everybody's on their A game every single day. That's just the work in the classroom. Then it's making sure that they're not absent from work, making sure that, you know, there's no personal issues in place, making sure that all these other pieces are still there, and then just not draining them dry at the end of the year. So I mean, it's a lot of different aspects of the work. So I definitely appreciate that you asked that there's more that we can do. But sometimes
that we can do.
Yeah, and in some cases, and this isn't, I'm just gonna ask that we allow the offer to stay on the table, because I don't want you to think that the answer is no. I mean, but in some cases, we just have to allow time to kind of take place so that, because we're teaching teachers too, right, how they can be better. So they have to have time to process and to understand. And for some of them that have been with us for years, we maybe have to change, right, to start integrating devices and to do other pieces. And so teachers sometimes are hard-willed individuals that are set in their way. So there are some things that we can learn from traditional practice. And we have our young ones coming in where all they want to do is use the device. And so there's this balance that we want to make sure, because the instructional delivery should be based to the students and how they can best receive information. So if I have 25 students in my room, I have to adjust my pedagogy maybe 4, 5, 6, 8 different ways so that I make sure that the information that's being delivered is attainable and engaging and informative.
I think one last,
Sure,
I'd like
yeah.
to brag on our teaching and learning director. We have a new adoption coming in, we have new ELAR TEKs that have been changed, and Ms. Shields has led the coaches, and they are really looking at the new adoption, looking at the new standards, and really trying to create, looking at TEKS resource, and making this a very solid plan, thinking of the level of teachers, the novice teacher, the master teacher, so they are trying to not recreate curriculum documents, but create what we call year glances. So they're putting it all together. And I can see even lately, because I've been doing that probably the last 2 weeks, they're coming out with where you can tell they've really been thinking. And the last thing I want to say is that last week, Michelle was also brought in Leap Forward to teach. We had about 150 teachers, elementary, down in the auditorium. And that's exactly what we were doing, is teaching them the new standards. And then Dr. Flores came in and put a plug, gave a commercial for us because we have balanced literacy trainings coming in July. And so he also encouraged our teachers to attend in July. So this summer, we've got what we feel a robust PD plan. And so we're just encouraging, telling teachers to come
Yeah.
and come.
And so that stems from the conversations that we had early on, right? When February, March, about not pulling teachers out of the classroom during the school year because we have so that's our adjustment. We want to make sure that we have the PD sessions ready and available for them over the summer. We do provide them, with some incentives to be here because they're off contract, right? But we still have to introduce them to the new standards, to the new levels, to the new expectations. And so those were the adjustments that we made based on the conversations that we have had moving forward with this instruction.
Because we still don't know how successful we're going to be with the new implementation of new standards. New standards may come in and blow us out of the water, and then it's like, well, now we're at 80%. Well, what are you going to do? 65% next year. Well, no. You have to set yourself up to say, well, how do we get back up? How do we get back up to good? So there's going to be a lot of that going on this year.
It sounds like, you've answered all my questions, but just by listening to everybody talk about the initiatives that we're taking, and then I think Dr. Nava referenced looking at seeing what we were doing before, making those adjustments, and then moving forward from that. So that's a good thing. As a parent, and I understand everybody in this room, everybody in the administration, and the ones doing all the hard work, and then, especially the teachers in the classroom, are doing everything they possibly can. I never question that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be. Right? We also have to be mindful of the district, the agency, the TEA, looking at see where we are. Are we meeting? Are we performing? And then, most importantly, the community, right? Because we understand what we're talking about. Hey, there's changes, and then we got to see growth. And what they're seeing is, I'm getting the SAW results, and my kid is not performing, or is doing the same, or got worse. And so, as long as we're doing everything that we can, and it sounds like we are, to make those changes that you're talking about, then
the business is very complex and not easy to explain. I know at the end of the day, all folks care about are results. All folks care about is that the school is good, and they have good teachers in front of them, good administrators, and people who care about their kids. I think that goes a long way. And so we're doing our part in changing these pieces. Because think about it like this: I've been here 9 months, and everybody has been here less than that at this point. But we're trying to make the changes that we can. Think about what's happened with this organization in the last year. Just be cognizant of what we're going through. You got a new board, you've been to 2 superintendents, 2 chief academic officers, and 1 on 3rd, and these kinds of pieces affect the organization. They just inevitably do. There's a lot of uncertainty. We have a lot of controversy, opening up more schools, doing all these things. Teachers, staff, administrators, everybody is on their mind about everything that's going. So where does that fall into the consideration of where we're trying to perform academically? Well, on paper you can't look at it. Do the parents care? No. But is this a reality that we're living? Yes. That's all of us. So it's important to set ourselves up for success on things that we can actually know that we can still make progress on, even though we know that there's always a lot of change in a lot of these pieces that we have no control over. So those are just all the things that affect an organization. It's very complex. That's a complex, multi-dimensional problem that has many factors to it. At the end of the day, do you know that you're trying your best as a board member?
Every day.
And so at the end of the day, I'm trying my best as a superintendent, and these folks are trying their best as administrators. And so this is where you can't do it by yourself, I can't do it by myself. We all have to do it together if we're going to be successful for the community. And I know that you say, well, I have to answer the community. Well, so do I, so does everybody else. So the accountability is everywhere, and we all feel it because there's hard decisions to make for folks that are not making the cut. I mean, this is just reality for all of us.
Mr. Ibarra, you wanted to say something?
So, thank you. I would say that there was a couple of things that affected what percentages you put up for this commission. One, the main one, I think the obvious one is that you're new and you don't understand, you don't know where the staff was at this point, or you don't have the understanding of our campus. I mean, you could read the old taper report like we do, but you don't understand, when you're held accountable for those goals, you're not going to put yourself in a position where you don't understand the staff and know the growth that you can achieve right here. So I think that's where some of the percentages came from. Now, if we perform well, I think you'll make those adjustments. I think that's what we've already kind of discussed that was going to happen, and I'm hoping that if we do perform better than just 3%, which I think we can, that you'll adjust that and continue to move that bar higher. That's the expectation. So I'm hoping that everybody's on board with that. And then in reference to the standard or the STAR test in the community's eyes, that's where, with system grade schools, we're going to start our own performance framework. And that's how we as a community can define ourselves, right? That's where we as a community can say what's important to us, right? As parents, we can say, well, yeah, the STAR test means something, of course, but so does school climate, so does the principal at the campus, so does, you know, whatever program they offer there, robotics or whatever. Some of those things are going to be important to certain people at that campus, and they're going to be different somewhere else. And so performance framework for a district, I think, is important. That develops our sense of identity as a district, and it says this is what's important to South San. And I think that's what we should be focused on, is developing something that we can grade ourselves on, that the state has really no, I mean, yes, the STAR's the accountability, and of course we're always going to incorporate that because we have to. But there's things that are more important in the kids' education than just the STAR test. And that bar has to be raised. You know, that's a low bar, and we teach to that. We're giving our kids a real basic education. We gotta kind of open those boundaries up, and we gotta be teaching them a lot of other things than just STAR test.
Well, and if you look at it like this, if we look at it like this, here's our baseline together as new board, new administration, everybody come together. This year is what it is, and this is the baseline for how we're going to hit moving forward. More than what was done last year to this year, because here's another interesting factor, and just a question for the folks that have been here a long time. Have we lost a lot of master teachers along the way?
Absolutely.
Okay, so as we're losing master teachers and folks that have been here for a long time, we're replaced with new rookie teachers. And for as much as that they come in with a lot of intention and a lot of will to make it happen, they don't have the skill yet. So then if you don't have the expertise, then you say, well, how do we still help them in the 170 days that they have to get these kids ready that are already coming in with gaps? Well, this is where you need to have stability with administration and central office to be able to provide the systemic support to pick up those new teachers that we're having to pick up and to put it onto the right track so that we can be successful as a team. But you can't, because what you're losing 20 years worth of experience that walks out of your district. And so when they walk away, now you're losing a big chunk of what makes you successful, so then how are you going to continue to be successful moving forward into the future? So this is where stability is super important. Take, for example, Kindred. Kindred's going to be going on the third principal in 3 years, higher campus. Take a look at Carrillo, going on the third principal, fourth principal in 40. Is it third principal in 3 years? These are things that affect the district performance, because you say, well, the principal's not that important. Well, it is, because teachers won't work for somebody else. Or the fear of like, well, who's going to be our next principal? Are we going to like him? Are they going to like us? Well, then you know what? I'll just go apply to another district right now. That's what you kind of deal with when you have so much instability on top. This is why you have to stick with what you have and say, let's work with these people, give them enough time to establish themselves. And you say, well, is 8-9 months being here enough time for us to transform completely the district around? It's unreasonable to think that way. But what you want is you want to say, hey, we're still measuring where we are. Here's our baseline. Here's the kind of teachers that we have. What do we need to do to address all these other dynamics that affect and impact academic performance? And then look at us in 3 years. If you can go from today to 3 years from now, and if you have stability with the administration, with principals at the campuses, with the teachers, the retention of them, because they know what they're coming to, they know where they're going the following year, that'll make a lot of the difference. And that's not necessarily something that I think that we're at right now, realistically speaking. No excuses. I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm trying to be realistic about what it takes to make a difference for an organization, an educational organization, to really kind of get to where we want to be eventually. Does that make sense?
No, it all makes sense.
Well, let me enlighten you on the master teachers.
Yes, ma'am.
I knew that was going to happen. When we lost those master teachers 3 years ago, like you said, we lost almost 90 teachers. I got the stats that we lost, master level teachers. I knew in 3 years those scores were going to go down. And sure enough, you lose a lot when you lose master teachers. And like you said, to bring in a new teacher fresh out of college and try to get them to that level, you can't. It takes time. You actually have to train them at the very beginning. So I think when we started Lone Star Governance, it was 2-3 years ago when we started it. Are we in our third year? We're in our third year. I think it was wrong to start as a master. I know that we wanted to come out strong and everybody needs to master, but because of our situation and the loss of teachers, to want them to achieve a master, I think was unreasonable. I think had we started at the means level, we may be almost at that master level 3 years ago and now. But to want them to master and having all new teachers, it was not going to happen. It's just not. I mean, we had some successes, but I think we had more success in raising that bar little by little instead of going for the gold right away. So, yeah, it has a lot to do, a lot to do.
And so this is why when you look at it, you say, well, this is where the value of having a system of support, right? The director of teaching and learning, CNI, that's the research and evaluation. You say, a lot of times it's easy to say, well, we don't need all these people. We can just do it with 3 because what matters is what happens in the campus. I get that. The problem is that when you don't have that level of mastery happening in the classroom, somebody's got to be there to support all these teachers that are trying to do the right thing. And so it just, all of it just takes time. And this is our situation based on what I've seen over the 9 months that I've been evaluating where we are. So whatever we do this year, good, bad, ugly, or different, is going to be our baseline to say, all right, this is now the animal that I know, not the one that I read off the paper when I first showed up. To kind of say, why are we here? Well, then now I know why we're here. We're going. And so the goal is still to kind of perform.
You read the table. You read your research before you came.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. There was a lot of work. You know what I said? I said, I can't wait to go to Southside because I'm going to have a very supportive board that's going to help us get to the finish line.
Right.
So this is where we are, right?
And I agree with everything that everybody's saying.
Sure.
And I don't want to, and I won't, everything that you've described, there's no opportunities, right? We've identified a whole lot of stuff. And so now, just me, I can't speak for everybody else. My expectation is that boots on the ground, like Dr. Nala likes to say, boots on the ground, tighten up the pack, and let's get to work because we know where we were, we know where we are, and we know where we need to get. So I am taking more initiative to dive deeper so I can ask more precise questions so I can get informed. You guys are the expert with all the data that knows what's going on in the classroom. I don't. So it's my responsibility to dive deep so I know what questions to ask to make sure that we're getting the results that we expect, that we all expect, not just you, us, the community, the teachers, right? Because who's more prouder than the students and when they perform? I'll tell you, the teachers are more proud than the parents.
Right.
I think we all agree there. There's nothing more rewarding than the teacher knowing that they've accomplished what they have in educating our kids. So as long as we know that we've identified all this stuff, we've communicated it all, the boots on the ground, tied up the packs, you know who we were, we know who we are, and let's push forward.
Ms. Bentley wanted to say something.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Like with the substitute teachers, do they get the support as well as the regular teachers? You know, like education, how to, you know, be in the classroom, what to teach. I mean, because I remember back when I used to go, you know, like throw a teacher in there and you would ask for help and they're like, oh, I don't know. You know, now with these substitute teachers, are they being like coached, like, okay, they put them in the classroom or the subject or the teachers? I mean, are they going to be that, or it's just teaching just a body just to be there, watch the kids?
Sure.
So HR, we actually partner up with.
I'm actually have that job.
Yeah.
I get to train the substitute teachers. So we do talk to them about ways that they can be successful on the campus and strategies for classroom management and engagement, giving them different tools to make their day successful. And one of the things, you know, we talk about is making sure, you know, that you reach out to the people around you and introduce yourself and things like that, so that if they did need support, they know who those go-to people are. And so they attend about a half day, like about a 3-hour session, orientation, when they come in as a substitute.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a difficult thing to do with substitute teachers. They're not certified necessarily. like with your degree and certified teachers, a lot of them are 18 years old, and can you, come in and fill up for the day to see you do, but like, not all of them, I'm just giving you technically could be 18 years old and apply to be a sub.
I thought for being substitute, I thought you had to have it to be an associate or something.
There's different levels that you could be a substitute teacher that doesn't have a degree, you could be a degree substitute teacher, and so we will make the difference. Yes, okay. So you get paid more for having your degree and for being certified, but that doesn't necessarily make you the expert in the content. Half the time, the principals are just happy there's somebody that showed up, to be honest with you, they're just like, here, please stay. So it's not ideal in general with how that goes. It's huge.
Yeah, I mean, because if there has been where students,
Oh, yeah.
asked it specifically, I need help, I don't understand it. And they just, I don't know.
And they're like, I don't know algebra either.
Yeah, so, I mean, and that kind of,
I get it.
because that impacts the kids,
Yes.
because, then, they're like, okay, well, how am I supposed to?
So a stronger argument for that is to say, how much is our commitment to ensure that attendance remains high with our teachers and our classes?
That's it.
See what I'm saying? Because, right,
Substitute ain't gonna solve the problem.
that's exactly right,
Teachers
because you need the person that's gonna be there day in, day out, who the teacher responds to, not the stranger that is sitting in front of the classroom just trying to get you to lunch all the time. I mean, that makes a bigger difference. So that's a better question to ask is, what are we doing about ensuring that our staff is present, that they're here and not absent?
Talent acquisition.
Just in general, for stability as well? Yeah, the other thing that you also run into all the time is, this is why it's important to have a good reputation, to be stable, because the talent will come when they know that things are working well. And so when we don't look like we have our ducks in a row and there's a lot of instability at top, you will not get the talented teachers, the talented principals, the talented individuals to come and work for your organization. And it's just a reality of what it is. You have a great reputation, there's a lot of stability at top, people will flock to you because they know that there's going to be a lot of security. If there's a lot of changes all the time with administration, with boards, and so on and so forth, it does get more difficult to bring in the best and brightest to come work.
I think Mr. Flores has.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I didn't want to escape this conversation without saying something. Okay, so I understand Mr. Rodriguez, the angle he's coming from with pointed questions, but I will say this, I appreciate the hard work, from administration, from the teachers, and from the direction of the administration. But to see like attainable goals, reasonable, and then probably realistic. Because to move in, like you said, the increments. And so because the results that happen with the district is the results we wear too, and how we try to explain it to the community. And so I want to definitely say that I appreciate the hard work, and that you already said you understand. If we're hitting it and we need to make an adjustment, well, by God, we're going to make it to raise the bar. Mr. God says he wants to see that bar raised. So I know that I'm here to support that. So I think we've already demonstrated at different times that when they come and ask for something, I think we've never disputed it. I think we probably voted unanimously to say, give them what they need, and so because you're asking for it. And so I want to say thank you for making goals realistic to make a happy teacher a good teacher, right? Because I think I sat in a board meeting a few years ago, and the previous administration, and I saw I wasn't understanding it as much, but what I heard was there was an 8%, you got to increase it 8%. And I was, in my mind, I said, is that a lot, or is that, because I understand there's so much of a group of people that have to move the masses. So to get 1 point is a lot. So I know 3 percentage points is not easy to get to, but if they make it, well, my gosh, you know what? Great job.
It's called great progress, right?
Yeah, so anyway, I just want you to know that I definitely, and I know the majority of us are here to support.
And I will tell you, like right now, I know that these are the goals that we're aiming for 3rd grade and all that. I still care about 4th grade and 6th grade.
Oh, right, yes. The masses, I know that.
And can we cut down on the number of IR campuses? More than us hitting or missing, or the whatever that goal was for that specific year, I still care about making the top priority is keeping TA away, making sure that we're performing academically well enough to at least where our campuses are meeting ship doesn't sink.
Right.
Because that's where we are right now, that's just bottom line now. This is
And
giving
that's
us
where
something to make.
more of my points were coming from.
Right, I got you.
Where we are now,
Right,
right?
that's, so even if we don't happen to hit something like that, but we pulled campuses out of our, do you consider that a victory? And it's like,
Oh, yeah,
hey,
of course.
we consider those
We're
victories.
moving in positive direction,
Right.
absolutely.
But for the same token, the following year, different campuses can fall down because what happened with that campus,
Right.
right? Whether it was the leadership, the teaching, or whatever. So it's always, it's hard to hit a moving target, but it gives us something to aspire to. You get it? And I think eventually we'll get there.
Last thing, and then we can move on. It's in my nature, and in my interaction with kids, at any level, even my own, not to be complacent and not to settle for mediocrity.
Yes.
Right? So, as a football coach, I have Dr. Nava made a reference to 11 players on the field, right? Teaching youth athletics, football and specifically, I don't just have those 11. I have 10 more on the sideline that should 5 or 6 of those leave to another team, I got to bring these guys in ready to play. And how do I get them ready to play? At practice, right? So like you described, it's a constant thing as long as we don't lose sight of that. And as I show up on game day, I'm expected to compete. The parents expect me to compete. For me to turn around and say, well, you know, I lost 5 starters. You're the coach, you're supposed to be prepared to play. So it's in my nature not to be complacent, to be prepared, and not to settle for mediocrity. Most importantly, not to forget about those other 10
Right.
that are on the sideline. So that's the overall approach that I tend to take.
Okay, so now if I may draw your attention to Superintendent Constraint 4. Scott, can you move us up? So when we have...
Ms. Eliana, one second. Can you put it out?
I don't know how we can make her any mic louder.
Microphone on
So
that.
just put it right up to this?
No, right here. Right here, this one.
Okay.
Yeah, we got the mic.
Okay, well, give me a voice sample real quick.
Ms. Elliott,
Do a test.
helped us craft this.
Yes, yes.
For the mental health.
Can y'all hear?
Why don't you just tell them what I'm saying?
You're doing a good job, I think.
Okay.
Yep, we can hear you on the other side of the room.
Okay, very good. On constraint 4, for one thing, you have the constraint, which is good, and I know we talked about doing the constraint instead of the goal right now, but there's some key elements I think that you need to also bring into play that will end up a goal in the end. And that is you're going to need some type of an assessment instrument to measure your social emotional learning. You're also going to need some type of a curriculum base that you're going to be teaching students how to deal with their social emotional health and problems. I think you need to add those 2 things because when we go to eventually write a goal that will drive this, you're going to have some type of measuring instrument. Also, your constraint progress measures are not smart, and they should be smart. They are on the other ones, but they're not on this one. So those are some things I would take back and work on before I would adopt them. Get with your coach maybe to work on some of that. If you want my input, I can help you there too. I've just been kind of out of commission since the surgery. I wasn't doing too another for a while.
So your recommendation is to reevaluate with the coach, ma'am?
Yes,
Well, they're not smart.
Amber alert.
we'll make sure.
Can you repeat that? We had an Amber alert come in.
We need a component within the constraint that will make sure that we have a curriculum that can be implemented to begin to teach students how to deal with social emotional issues. And we would need an instrument to measure their social emotional health, which there are some out there.
Do we want to get some recommendations?
I think we need to ask our coaches on the side.
Then we need to write, your progress measures need to be SMART, from X to Y by Z.
Right, that's what we're lacking.
So we probably need to revisit constraint 4. Then hopefully after you work under this constraint for a year, you can come back and write a goal that will align with it.
So Lori, this is Ed. Let me just ask a question then. What you're saying is on constraint 4, I get the revisiting the measures to make them SMART. Tell me again the reservation on the constraint 4 language.
Okay, we don't have anything in there right now to ensure that we have a curriculum or a measuring tool. Right now, we're just sustaining what we've got. Okay? But we don't have anything in there to say that we will basically have a curriculum and basically have a measuring tool. If we put that in there, then through this next year, we can develop those, or we can buy those.
And so that,
You can come back and write a goal.
so the intent was through the learning resources, for your guidance, that we would look at learning resources, which would ultimately be a curriculum, and identify curriculum that had already assessments built within, perhaps some pre-surveys, post-surveys, but definitely we can.
Okay, so that was what was built into that, what you're saying.
Yes,
It wasn't
yes, ma'am.
stated what was built in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm sorry, it was not at your disposal, I got kind of ill after I came to this.
No, I know, and thank you for your initial input.
Yeah. But, yeah, okay, so what you're doing is building that in, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that makes sense. If it has surveys, it has instruments that you can use for measurement, then we would be able to write progress measurements that we can measure. That's great,
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
great.
And since we hadn't identified a specific curriculum yet, again, some have surveys, some have pre-tests, some have.
Exactly, but you're going to do that this year. You're going to do that this year. That's great, that's great. Just go, but the progress measures must be written SMART.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
It's great progress.
the board could adopt the constraint measure, the constraint
Yeah.
period, and then we'll come back and bring.
And work on constraint progress measures.
Got it.
Got it, okay, thank you. That's all I needed.
Timeframe on
Bye-bye.
it. Excellent.
So did you hear what she said? So that we could adopt the constraint today and then come back with the project measures that would be specific.
But even the constraint itself has to be SMART.
But when
Is
you.
that right, Ed?
Yes, but the constraint, remember the constraint is written differently as a goal, from a goal. The goal tells you X to Y by Z. The constraint says just don't go out of this. So what the constraint, as I'm reading, is saying, do not go below what you have been providing. That was the clear message when you had the whole presentation. Remember, it was like, okay, we're concerned the goal, this could be the grant's going to go away. How do we ensure that we still provide those services without reducing that? So a constraint here is just clearly saying, the constraint on the superintendent is, we will not provide anything less than what we have been providing.
And we're looking to do more.
And over the years, you gain that curriculum and everything else. This is going to flip to a goal.
It establishes the baseline.
And goes for growth.
So you don't have to create a goal first and then do your constraints and your progress measures, Dad?
Because goals, we know it's what students know and what they're able to do. Before we can do that, we need to provide teachers with the resources, the professional learning. We need to provide staff who can meet these needs. And so it's through those practices that we're going to develop. The kids are going to evolve and develop their skills.
Find a way to quantify results.
We don't have that now.
Not for
Not for mental
that.
health. Not for mental health.
We provide support like counseling,
by case, right?
But-
It's
but-
case by case.
To measure it,
That's hard.
it's hard. Well, she said that there are some tools out there, okay, but the questions that are going to be asked, don't you need parental support? Is there parental permission, I'm sorry?
Permission is good.
You know, it's gonna be, because you just, the questions that are gonna be asked for social and emotional, parents are going to be not.
Yeah, we have to
We
be
have to
careful.
be very careful.
There's some legal implications.
Right, big ones. Big
Yeah.
Question,
Yeah.
yes, because, oh, we identified depression for your kid. Well,
It's
is that,
illegal without parental consent.
Yeah.
It's flat prohibited.
Right.
That's right, I don't want, I mean, we're currently, as we're realizing that students have these types of issues, when it gets to any type of point of referral, we are contacting parents, we're all doing all that, right? But the reason why we are leaning towards more of a constraint is to really start to establish, really, the feedback that the board has given is that it's a priority. We need to give this attention. We can't just let it kind of go, right? And now that the state and the governor has signed into action, all these other pieces of mental health awareness, so it's all of these pieces coming together so that we're not falling short of what we're currently doing. And really, it's establishing the system of support and then moving forward with that, right? So once you establish these baselines, this constraint can definitely evolve into a goal in a year, maybe two. Once we can come back to the board and say, these are the successes that we've had in this program with the wraparound services. Our caseloads have gone down from 50 to 30 because we're being more proactive. Then that gives us areas of.
Yeah, and that's what my question was coming from, is are we doing that now? What
Yes.
is we,
So we have information, but it's not kind of all aligned just yet. So we weren't comfortable to come to you and establishing a goal, right? So
With the permission, asking the permission of the parent. What if they're having issues at home and asking and notifying the parent, well, your child came, wouldn't that make it matter worse because the child spoke and it had to do with home?
yes, go.
When you said we are notifying the parents when there's an issue, no, we're not, okay?
well, you
When
and I
a
don't
mental
know that,
health
right? I'm not
professional,
the-
when a mental
social
health
worker.
professional finds that there's an issue with respect to mental health of their child, they have an obligation to notify the parent, to be sure.
Sure.
They also have a concurrent obligation not to notify anybody else in the district, because there's an absolute confidentiality requirement. So when you start building systems to track interventions and things of that nature, that you're headed for huge problems with respect to HIPAA, with respect to patient confidentiality and things of that nature. I'm all for doing it, I'm all for doing the training, but the counselor that notices a problem has their own ethical responsibilities under their professional certification to take certain actions that include not telling anybody else, okay? So let's be careful about building all these systems to collect information that we can't have.
right? And Dr. Nava's exactly right. We get that presentation. And I remember doing that presentation, and then that evening, and then subsequent days after that, yes, it's an issue that we've identified, our students have identified. We're trying to get a hold of it and provide better services. To echo what Kevin was saying, that I was thinking previously, we just need to be careful.
No,
We
definitely.
need to be careful that we're in the business of education,
Not
not in the business
clinical
of
diagnosis.
healthcare, right? So as long as,
No, yeah, we know
Good.
why.
That's
I'm
it.
like, why-
We're not here to be clinical.
Right, yeah, sure.
We have had in-depth conversations, which is why again, right?
Okay.
We are comfortable here today to recommend that we adopt a constraint, right? So that we're not doing anything less. And when I say we, I'm referring to the district inclusively, right? Because we're responsible for Susan. We're responsible for our social workers. We're responsible for all they do, right? So yes, with not violating any FERPA laws, all of those things that are currently in practice, the key is to not regress and not go back. Is to continue to do the work that we're doing and as Susan presented to the full board, it's good, solid work, right? Because even I don't know all the kids that are being seen or are being referred by her and things of that nature.
Can I interject here?
Sure.
I think we're doing a lot for the kids already. The presentation was just phenomenal. I couldn't believe everything we're doing. Do we have to make this a part of Lone Star governance? Do we have to have a goal and a constraint? Is that not going to create more problems for us? We can still provide them the extra service that they need, and then by law, you know, the governor signed this bill now that we're really going to have to now put some money into it.
Right.
Can't we just do that, being responsible, making sure our kids are getting what they need without having to include this?
So the answer,
Sure.
the answer is yes, right? And we are here with the recommendation because of just the feedback. We were listening to the conversation that took place, and in what I believe it was the April meeting, where we talked about the possibility of adding a fourth goal. And so this is our attempt to do that. It definitely is the board's prerogative. This is just our recommendation to the board, right? But definitely, you can say yes, you can say no, you can say, you know what, allow the superintendent to continue to function under these means, provide us with core quality.
You have 3, and your max is what, 4?
Five.
Five.
Technically the max. But the way we see it is like, for example, the kind of supports that we're providing right now, partnerships with communities and schools, social workers that work with our kids. Those are legitimate supports that we can put to improve mental health, wellness in general. Diagnosing issues and treating issues.
Right.
That is where we could bring a third party. This is why the conversation is like, hey, do we have some space in one of our campuses where we could possibly bring a partner that they could provide services there? But I'm not governing what is happening. It's just, this is a free service that we could do as best as we can within the existing partnership. Now, if we're gonna start investing monies into it, well, this is our way of supporting the overall health and wellness of our kids. But we're not, to get into the diagnosing of literal issues like, oh, no, this kid's depression, this is what they need. Well, then now it's like a doctor that's going to misdiagnose you. We're looking into, this is uncharted territory.
Mr. Ibarra, you wanted to say something?
On the business of.
Put me on.
You're on, member.
You're on the business of at least making it.
Mr. O'Hanlon, I have spoken with a social worker, I have spoken with the counselors. Anyone who is trained as a counselor, as a school counselor, as a licensed counselor, knows the law. They know what they can and they cannot do. They also know the obligation of reporting and to whom they report. In the case of child abuse or even emotional health. This is nothing more than a curriculum to support mental, social, and emotional health. These are instruments that are built into that curriculum. It does nothing more than saying, is the curriculum working? Are we seeing a reduction in students in their feelings of wellness, or an increase in wellness, and a decrease in feeling of hopelessness? It will not be about individual students. No individual student information will be released or used in any way that would break the law.
Ms. Elliott, are you talking about incorporating mental health wellness as a curriculum component in like P and health?
Say that again, I have trouble hearing you.
Are what you're recommending is that we use more of the educational component and that we use a curriculum through teaching through physical education and health education?
Yes, something similar to that,
That's what you're
yes.
saying, okay. Where we're giving overall just general feedback about what it is to have a positive mental attitude and to be good to yourself, so to speak.
Right, and you're teaching that from the early grades on.
Okay, I got you. I see where you're coming from, ma'am. Got you. That's it.
Okay, and then you're building on that, so you're building emotionally stable children.
Yes. Correct. No. I think we get where you're coming from now, ma'am. For sure.
Okay, that's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
But you still got built into your constraint, your services that are already there and are functioning fairly well. They may need more support, at least until your curriculum and everything gets in full fledged and you really truly get these kids starting to stabilize. So you still have all of your services, but you're adding that instructional piece that will actually help students become more aware of social and emotional health and how to deal with their issues early on.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Elliott. Okay, Mr. Potter, will you finish, please?
So, my opinion, I feel that on the superintendent, to make it a constraint, what we do is we place value as a board. We place value on something. We say, you can focus on all this. You cannot let this drop by any means, right? And we make it a focus of the board so that when we go to the community, we say, this is our focus. You can see it on our list of constraints. We cannot let this fail or falter from where it's at right now. And we have measures in place, right? But what I feel like what she was talking about was like, when she says curriculum, is like when you...
It's an instructional component.
An instructional component, but it's also like what counselors already do is just building on that, like when you teach it in a big setting on bullying in elementary schools, or when you take classes on self-confidence, building your self-confidence, stuff like that. Character education, stuff like that, where it's going to be like, okay, that helps you develop a better sense of self-worth. And in turn, that's how you know, reduce your sense of depression or whatever else you're trying you make.
I was thinking more like you had said in the health, maybe, where they take health or physical, more health, I think.
Right.
Adding it into that curriculum, to include mental health.
Yes.
And get it there.
You can.
Those are all.
But I just think that the importance of making it a constraint means that we as a board say, hey, there's a focus on this, and you cannot let this go by the wayside just because you're focused on something else, and that's what a constraint is. So I understand that there's like some legal, possible legal, ramification, but I'm confident in the administration to make sure that we don't cross those lines, and with the help of legal or whatever else they need, advice, that we will incorporate people that are going to take care of the issues, like a partnership with, whoever, counseling service, whatever.
Designated the space in the campus.
Right. Those kind of partnerships will, increase. That's a measurement that we can say, okay, did we increase programs, or did we increase access to mental health? Yes, we did, because we added this component. But it's not one that we control. It's not one that we're saying we're evaluating kids. That's not what we're talking about.
So how do you measure it?
That we increase the programs. So in other words, if we had a partnership, one partnership this year, and then next year we have 3, one at an elementary, one at a middle, one at the high school, then we increased it.
How
So
do
that's
you
how you.
measure the students?
Well, it depends on what we're measuring. What I'm talking about measuring is the support, is the services.
Well, and right now, since it's not a goal, we really don't have to put in what the
Right,
right.
we don't, yes, we're not trying to measure the student activity right now.
Well,
It's
the
not a goal. Or the student outcome.
outcome.
Right, because it's not a goal, it's a constraint, but hopefully we can develop it into one depending on what comes out of the constraint. But for right now, what we can do is increase the services offered and help the kids, because obviously there's the need for it. It was presented by the kids themselves.
I think Mr. Bonner would like to say something.
Yes.
I just want us to go back to the April meeting, and you made reference to that.
Sure.
I think everybody was so impressed by the kids and the message that at the next meeting, the board came back and said, this is important. We want everybody to know that it's important and that we commit to the kids. There was concern about the grant going away. We want to make sure that services are continued. Let us know what that is. We'll support you, was the message. That led to then a suggestion maybe we have a goal, that this is important. So it was about sending the message. The difference is, in goal and constraint. Constraint, the way it's written, forget about the progress measures, just drop those. What it says to me as I read that is services will not decline
From what we're offering right now.
from what we're offering right now. Okay? I think that's a powerful message to send, because remember, constraints reflect the values and the vision of the community, and obviously of the board. I think that's powerful. If we're getting caught up in the measures of these, drop that. Just drop it, let it go. We'll come back to it later. My only concern is if we totally drop it, is I don't want it somehow the message that this board sent to be,
That we're not important.
all of a sudden now it's not important, because y'all went on record as saying it's important, and it is.
And that's why I
okay?
think we should keep
I think it still provides you some wiggle room in terms of where does the district want to grow this over time.
Right.
Over time. You may do more wraparound services, you may do other things that y'all have already talked about. So suggestion to you is just drop the measures, keep the constraint.
And that was what I was gonna say, because if we keep it as a constraint, we technically don't have to put in measurement tools. The measurement tool is that we're not reverting back and doing.
It's about the message that you're
It's
saying.
about moving forward with what the position of this board was, right? And again, I mean, it was that what the kids are sharing with us is important to us as a school district, and we don't want to lose sight of that. And so this is an evolution of what that could look like, right?
And you'll still need a constraint progress measure to measure it, whatever it may be, later.
Later,
Much
yes.
later.
Much later.
It's a first step.
And that's literally Mr. Vada,
Yeah.
because currently a lot of our elementary schools are doing character counts, they're doing leader in need, they're doing capturing kids' hearts, all programs that help build self-efficacy of kids, and we can measure over time by the drop in referrals, bullying, situations. So there are pieces, we just have to kind of come back and really look at, okay, what are going to be those points of measurement? Because data schools have, right? We have tons of data, it's just what exactly.
And without breaking the laws.
Correct.
And I have a reminder that also in superintendent constraint number 2, will you show that, Scott? We do have measures, so we are saying that, as you stated, sir, with wraparound services, we're committing to the committees and schools who does provide that additional support for the social workers, as well as family services. Those are 2 particular organizations that focus on mental health, supporting services.
So that's a measurement tool.
So we
I mean,
absolutely-
we can figure out a measurement tool based on
Right, so we do have something that we have already.
All we have to do is just change it. Use what we have now and do those.
So we're still talking constraint number 4? Is that correct?
Yes, she was just giving an
So,
example.
okay, so the suggestion that Mr. Vada is giving us is to right now drop the measures,
Drop the measure,
keep the constraint. Okay, so then, and that's good. I mean, we're starting out, we're still putting value to it. We're still saying we're very concerned. And as we progress, we make, decisions how we're going to measure it. But at the same time, because we're adding a constraint, doesn't that have to be part of the monitoring schedule? So we have to put in
Well, yeah, put it in the schedule, we're going to map
and
it.
then
with
when
progress
you come to us with that constraint, whatever month it's going to fall on, you may be talking about what are the things that our schools are doing
Right.
through character education, through the
Yes.
Leader in Me,
It's just-
through
yeah, it's just
other
tweaking over
programs
the
that are
content.
what the schools are doing, in that way.
I think it's a good way.
Okay. We
Well,
can,
yeah,
we
yeah,
can
we
start it
We
that
still
way.
get some sort of measurement
Yeah.
without like interfering with giving out kids' personal information.
Right. No, I'm in agreement with what Ms. Flores is saying, what Ms. W. is saying. I'm in complete agreement, because I feel like we're still referencing the April 11th meeting, when it was just, I feel like we're still at a point where we're bringing awareness and validating our services of what do we have, are they effective, I think we're still at that point.
Yeah.
And at some point, we'll get to
Mhm.
right now, we're waiting to, the first time we articulated everything that we're doing,
Right.
folks were like, hey, that's actually pretty good, a lot of services.
Yeah.
A lot of times, people who may not know of the things that are already happening.
Right.
So that's on us to be able to bring that to the
Correct.
forefront and say, we are doing
Right.
a lot of these services. That's kind of what we want to do, at least with these constraints, just establish that baseline.
Yeah, and that's why it's important to put it in the 3-year monitoring calendar, because
Yes.
then as you report, we begin to find out what all is happening, and as well as the public, as well as the community.
I mean, some of that stuff is, some of the reporting's already built in.
Yeah, I
With
know.
the,
I've got the calendar
right.
here.
Well, not only that, but in the agreements that we have in place already, there's, as that I've read, there's reporting pieces already there that we
Yeah.
should be seeing here sometime soon, I think.
So if I may, on the calendar, the next superintendent constraint is constraint number 2, and that's coming up in August. So then this constraint number 4, we won't bring it back until the beginning of the next school year.
Yes, correct. Just wait for them to plan.
Yeah.
And since we have new goals and progress measures, we're actually updating the 3-year monitoring calendar now to be inclusive of what has been approved already. So that's actually coming to the board on June 19th, next Wednesday. So we'll be bringing the new 3-year monitoring for your approval.
So do we, how do we do that to adopt this thing?
I think the other thing is take a motion to approve the goal progress measures and constraints as recommended or as discussed.
So make a motion.
Yeah.
I think once we get
Well, no, what it said it was
Oh, later.
It's next item.
After we finish.
Oh, okay.
But we're going to remove these constraints.
The next item.
Okay, all right, board members, I think that concludes the presentation.
Yes.
So the next item is an action item to approve the student outcome goals, progress measures, and constraints.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the, can you put that back? Yeah, constraint number 4, but I guess drop off the constraint progress measures and only approve the constraint.
But we
We
also
also
have
need the
these,
goal progress measures.
we also need the student outcome goals and goal progress measures.
Not the outcome goals.
Not the, just the goal progress measures,
But is that listed?
as presented.
Okay, but are you only approving constraint number 4, not the other presentation?
That's what they were just talking about.
Yeah.
That's what we're asking. to present.
Yeah, but on number 4, I guess is where we gotta make the,
Yes,
correct.
block those.
Right. So as read, but delete, under constraint 4, the progress measures,
Right.
and only keep.
Without the progress measures.
Right,
Under superintendent constraint 4,
Without the progress measures.
okay,
And then the other goal.
And then the
Right,
other
for
goal
the
progress
student
measures,
outcome.
yes.
okay. We have a motion by Ms. Rivera, do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by
But
Ms.
before we move forward,
Any discussion?
right. I just want to clarify everything that I talked about earlier, about the percentages and not being complacent, and we've identified, you know, I want to make sure, I just want to reiterate that we're on the hustle, you know, we got to get on the ball, and I'm assured that we're going to do that.
We're trying, sir, that's the goal. It's not for.
It's not for show, I know,
It's not for lack of just sitting
Gotcha,
here.
okay, okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, next is budget workshop number 1, Dr. Flores.
Yeah. Folks need to take a
Don't we
quick
take
break.
a 5-minute break?
Good idea, sir.
Ms. Geiger, she's been
That's
waiting.
fine. We just gotta check their ESPN apps real quick.
Bruce Lee. What's up, ladies?
Thank you, sweetie.
No, sir. Folks in the
No, he was like, he's like, you walked out.
It's like, Hopefully on that, so don't worry, there's a lot of follow-up going on. You should send me a text.
I was mad at work, so I'll go back in. Oh my God.
You're fine.
What's that? I think we recorded it all.
I brought a blanket. You see me?
So, where's the Why do you get two? That's the one she's like.
Everything's funny. I know, I have to.
Or do they have to
Close one, it's a close one. We are.
Soft facts.
Stop it, no.
Is this hard copy?
Did you bring your pillow?
I have my blanket.
I saw that.
Because I downloaded it, make some notes on it. That's okay, no, that's
It's the
okay.
exact same plus the addition.
I'm just trying to get away from, me personally, trying to get away, more away from paper.
Yeah, the only
I
thing,
downloaded the copy.
the only thing I added was Jeff's part.
Okay, guys. Yes, ma'am.
And then the academy system question we were asked
Mint? Yes.
Ready?
You have a heater out here or what?
Okay, first budget workshop number one, first budget workshop of the 2019-2020 district budget that was voted.
Yes, ma'am. So we have our CFO, Mr. Kaiser. I know that we'll be speaking on it. I know that last time that we spoke, we talked about bringing this is the first budget workshop summer. We're prepared to discuss about revenues and expenditures, touch on House Bill 3, and then some questions that were asked about certain pieces. That's what we have prepared for you this evening. So without further ado, ma'am, do you want to get the conversation started?
Yes, sir, thank you. This is the same budget presentation that we gave to the Budget Committee workshop on May 2nd. And this is, and so I was going to present it on June 3rd, and we tabled it, so here we are tonight. If we can just go past, this is the 1920 budget process. Right now, we're in May. Well, because that was when this was supposed to happen. And we're going on with the budgeting process and we're fixing to be tweaking the budget more, working with Bo Casey, getting the revenue tied up, working with the campuses, and working with what their needs are, working with the salaries, see what we're going to bring to y'all as recommendations for salaries. On the next page is your budget process and timeline. This just gives you the exact rules and laws about budgeting. The purpose of the budget is under section 44.001 through 44.006 of the Texas Education Code, and it establishes the legal basis for budget development in the school district. Budget presentation are presented to the Board of Trustees at a scheduled board meeting, and that's what we're doing tonight. To propose a tax rate, Bear County Chief Appraiser will prepare and certify to the district tax assessor the appraisal roll, and this has to be done to get the district's taxable property value by July 25th. This is used to calculate the district's effective tax rate and the rollback tax rate. Then the values certified by the tax appraiser are used to determine the property tax revenue that can be generated for the general operating fund and the debt service fund. The superintendent reviews the budget and presents the preliminary budget to the Board of Trustees. Then we plan the public meeting to discuss the proposed budget and tax rate and to receive the public input. It's required to publish in the newspaper notice of the public meeting to discuss the budget and proposed tax rate before August 20th and after August 1st, and at least 10 days, but not more than 30 days before the meeting. We will, at this meeting, we will discuss and adopt and propose tax rate. And then the district must publish the notice of the meeting in strict compliance with requirements of the Texas Education Code, section 44.004. And this is what Chad helps us stay in compliance with. All districts must publish a notice and hold a public meeting to discuss the budget and proposed tax rate, regardless of whether the tax rate is going to increase, decrease, or remain the same. We post a notice as required by the Open Meetings Act, and as y'all know, that's the 72 hours law. The meeting notice must list separate agenda items for the budget and the tax rate in that order, but the board may also conduct any other business that they'd like at the same meeting. Then they have to post a summary of the proposed budget. At the time that the notice of the public meeting discuss budget and proposed tax rate is published on the district's website. So it's in the newspaper on the website at the exact same time. Then we conduct a public meeting, and then after giving the notice, of course, to the public, and then all notification of the public hearing requirements must be met prior to the adoption of the budget. The budget is adopted by the school board at the function level. And then, under the traditional method, the budget must be adopted before the tax rate. There is other ways to do it, but this is the traditional method. And then, once the board, we're being adopted at the same board meeting, the board should vote again to adopt the budget. And then in a separate vote, as I said, it had to be different items, they will adopt the tax rate. Once the board adopts the budget and the tax rate, we file this with TEA, and through our PIMS data, and that's what Mr. Roscoe helps us with. Then we post the adopted budget on the district's website, and we adopt the tax rate by ordinance or resolution. And then approval of the final tax rate is the final to, actually that's how we get our tax roll out to our residents, and they pay their taxes are assessed and it's for them to pay us. And then we submit the tax information to the county assessor collector, and they post on their website our tax rates. So any questions so far? Then our next slide, I'm just going to kind of speed up a little bit. It's just a little bit of legislature and action history. It's just something that I didn't want to throw in there when you were bored. You could go back and kind of look up some of that stuff. The next slide, I just want to throw that in there. This is from the Financial Accounting Reporting module of the Texas Education Financial Accounting System Resource Guide that we use. That TEA has all of the requirements for the budget and how we code everything. It also has the basis of the accounting that we use, a modified accrual basis of accounting, which means that what this really means is that the revenues are recognized in the accounting period in which they become both measurable and available. And the expenditures are recognized in the accounting period in which the fund liability is incurred. So this is just a little bit of information, just let you know how we actually, do our accounting, and that it is in compliance with Texas Education Agency requirements. The next page is just glossary of functions. Sometimes we bring function 199, we'll say fund 199, function 11, function 12, function 4. Sometimes you might not know what this is, and so I just picked this out of the resource guide and threw it right there for y'all to look at also. 1920 budget forecast. This was, as I said, this was presented to the first budget committee. So, and I haven't changed the thing, so this is as of May 2nd. What this was the 4-year budget that has been adopted, 15-16 all the way to 18-19, for 2 separate years, showing a deficit budget being adopted. Now, on the next page, you're going to see budgeted forecast for as of May 2nd. What we were forecasting our revenue as well as our expenditures. We will be able to bring to y'all a little bit, things firmed up a little bit on the next budget meeting. So you're going to see your revenue tightening up and your expenditures tightening up. So this is, there's a lot of moving parts here. We never know whether payroll positions aren't going to get filled. There's a whole bunch of positions that we knew were not going to be filled. So HR got me that number. Payroll gave me a number to tie to it, so we took that off. The expenditures that we expected to spend for the rest of the year, and we actually took our half of our year and estimated it for the rest of the year. As well as we did the same thing for our revenue compared to what we had received the year before. So that just brought us down to an estimate. We really, at this time, we had no clue what some of the expenses we're going to have opening the campuses. Now it's closer, so these numbers are, I think, you're going to see huge changes in them. The next page is almost the exact same thing. It just is a budget forecast as of we're forecasting the 18-19 and how the actual expenditures are going to, or how we thought they were May 2nd. Like I said, that's a whole month later, so we've got way better data that I will be bringing to y'all. And the forecasted what we expected we were going to need for the next year. Now that we've got the House Bill 3, we are going to be making some recommendations on salary, so this might also change a little bit. The budget assumptions, Dr. Nava has been working with his crew, and so this is exactly, this is the same assumptions as we reported to the budget committee. There's Mo Casey had some assumptions. they were saying that this was based on the 6 weeks of attendance as well, as well as the projected ADA only going down 126 instead of, I think we were playing with close to 200. So as of the 5th 6 weeks, our ADA was looking a little bit better, and Ms. Orozco's been tied up, and we're trying to get together the exact report we're going to need with House Bill 3. So we're going to be getting a new projection to y'all for the revenue and see where we are on the actual attendance, see how that turns out. At the time, the tax collections for the 1920 were based on an assumption of 5.6 increase in taxable value, and special populations were generally projected from the basic trends of the 17-18 and the 18-19 school years. Let's see, on South San ISD assumptions, this is, what I did was I put in 2 different columns, the 18-19 assumptions that we could figure out that was used for the budget, and then the 19-20 that we're throwing into our assumptions. If you'll notice, the 5,700 is, we're estimating 98% of the estimated tax collections, and intermediate sources, 5,800 state program revenues. We're basing that on 7,753.74 ADA, which is, like I mentioned earlier, that's 126.03 less, and that was our 5th 6 weeks ADA at the time. 5,900 is the revenue provided from the special programs. That's your E-rate, your MAC, your SHARS, etc. And so that's whatever I had last year, I pretty much put that on the exact same thing for this year. Then we had the expenditures. Like I say, all of this is the exact same thing I just went over earlier that is going to firm up as we go on through the budgeting process. The budget priorities has not been firmed up also. We're working with the campuses on their wants and needs, and we're trying to incorporate that into this, and so you're going to see this firm up also. And that includes the budget workshop. Now, what I do have for you is I would also like to, we have some information from House Bill 3. It has passed, but it is pending the governor's signature, and there are multiple details to be addressed, as well as some rules and guidance to be created by TEA. We do not have a deadline on when we will receive any of this guidance, so we're not going to wait for the budgeting process. We have to continue. We do have currently, Dr. Flores has tasked the staff with trying to go to as many House Bill 3 informational meetings as we can to try to gather the information as quickly as we can to incorporate it as soon as we can. In fact, I think Chad's going to one soon.
I'll be attending one next Tuesday at Pasadena.
So we'll be getting some first-hand information that's coming from TEA. So it's just going to get better and better that we'll be able to bring to y'all. We tried to sign on to a TASBO informational House Bill 3, what it was going to do to you, and it was full. And it was a, what is it called?
And that was online.
Webinar.
Right.
Webinar.
That was already back. So here's the thing. So House Bill 3 just came out. The governor hasn't fully signed it. There still may be some line items that get crossed out, but I think individually have that authority. Close?
I don't think he can cross any lines out in the foundation program. He can't, that's beyond the line of veto.
Right. But where we are right now is that once it does get fully approved, then I know that there's also working on rulemaking. The commissioner is still establishing a lot of guidelines for how we're supposed to follow through with that. So I feel bad for the July 1st budget people right now, because they're done to get it all done in less than 20 days. For us, we still have more time flexibility to make sure that we get it right as more direction comes from the state. And so I know that all the service centers are going to be disseminating information on that. We're going to be attending, for me on the superintendent side, CFO on their side. Everybody's got their own responsibility to make sure that we do our homework So we can say, well, we have new monies coming in, but how much of that is going to be earmarked in lieu of whatever it is that we did lose, like the high school allotment or CI? Like, how does that impact our bottom line, and what are our requirements to take care of in terms of like increases to staff, mandatory ones and whatnot? So we're working on those pieces as we try to go through the budget process. But we're just thankful that we have a couple of months instead of like a couple of days. So on that, it's the right year.
And it's a good thing that we're having to go through this, right? That's the good thing.
That's all right. Yeah.
The commissioner announced today that they were not going to enforce the expenditure rules on compensatory education.
Wow, that's awesome.
At least not for this
For
year.
that, this upcoming year.
Thank you.
Well, and
great.
that's typically what you would see. The legislation enacts something, it's a law effective September 1st or whatever. But if we don't have the capacity to put that kind of program in place, typically either have waivers or the commissioner just says, we're not going to enforce that this first year until it's there.
Put 5 minutes down, it's only 5%.
So, thank you, Dr. Flores, on that. I have a small excerpt from the presentation from CASB on House Bill 3. I'm not going to read everything to y'all. Y'all can actually, a whole lot of it doesn't even have relevance to us, but I just wanted to take a few little things to y'all, to show y'all real quick. Under current law, the basic allotment went from 5,140 to 6,140, which is a 1,020 increase, which is huge for us. We are very, very happy about that. The regular program, ADA, non-weighted, that's what your, I'm just telling you what the RPADA is. You're going to see the special education, the mainstream weight increased, which that is our largest of the special ed population that we serve. So that's going to do South San Antonio very well also. Gifted and talented was repealed. So that'll be a reduction. And if we want to fund that moving forward, that'll come out of local. So that'll be up to academics and superintendent and board how we do that. Then under compensatory education, which we are really thrilled about. We do not know which group we will be assigned to, as you can tell that's in there. The different groups and how you get your funding on it. But once we submit, we'll be submitting that to them, and we'll figure out where we are on that. The dual language, bilingual stays the same. Dual language, it did not exist, and now it does, so we will get funding for that.
Well,
And
if we don't have a dual language.
Okay. So we won't get funding for that.
That is something that we definitely want to consider moving forward as far as implementation. There's a lot of benefits to it. It takes a lot of work to get it done right. We need to, two-way program. Now, if it's being funded, even better, because now that could provide us for different funding. The thing that we're waiting on is we don't want to jump into a dual language program just so quickly and then for funding to go away. Because it's only for 2 years. Right now, there's still a lot of questions as to how House Bill 3 is going to be sustained over time, because they haven't technically identified reliable revenue streams of funding. So we're doing the wait and see approach. Definitely something that we're already starting to do our homework on.
Right now, my brain is.
Yeah,
The difference between language and the bilingual, what is the difference?
Yeah, in dual language program, you have English speaking kids learning Spanish, Spanish speaking kids learning English. So it's two-way. And so there's a lot of benefits to that by all means. But for bilingual, it's more of the federal law is requiring you to educate the kids in a language that they can understand. And then there's certain components that we have to do a statute to help the kids transition and to learn English. So it basically is, and there's many models. There's a dual language, and then there's also late exit, early exit.
Version, early exit.
Yeah, so there's different programs. Yeah, right now, we're focused on a late exit program, where we kind of maintain our kids in their own language, and with every passing grade level, we start doing more and more English. So by the time they get around to 5th grade, they're already fully doing English English, and then once you get to 6th grade and beyond, it's only English as a second language.
So, thank you, Dr. Flores. On the high school allotment, it has been repealed, and the dyslexia allotment, that's brand new. We've been wanting that, so we're very, very happy to see that. Early education allotment, that's brand new also. That's going to afford us the full-day pre-K.
It's the state's way of paying for full-day pre-K.
Yeah.
Not necessarily do we know that it'll do that. It might mathematically do that across the state, but not necessarily for district.
So in other words, they said, you have to do full-day pre-K for 4-year-olds. Okay. But we're not going to fund you the second half of the day. Okay. But we're giving you more money for K through 3rd.
K-3.
And so they say, oh, okay. So then,
We'll take that money.
so what am I supposed to use this money for?
Right.
If my lab's supposed to do full-day pre-K, well, and right now we already are. We're offering full-day pre-K for 4-year-olds and through our Head Start programs and through a combination of things. But the monies that we're funding on the second half of the day, if these monies from K through 3 can help offset that, then we don't have to necessarily tag those monies specifically for that. That's one way of doing it, and we're still in the process of discussing how to.
But the 4-year-old program has to meet the standards for the high quality in the governor's program, which means pupil-teacher ratios and aides and all this other stuff.
Right.
So there are costs associated with it, it's not just all free money.
Right.
So there are some costs that are driving this.
And that's why we're very hesitant. Everybody says, oh, you got more money. Yeah, but what is it already earmarked for? How much of it is already earmarked? So we have to make sure we're
And Mr. O'Hanlon is right, and thank you for pointing that out, because that's one thing, like Dr. Flores said, that's why he wants us to go and try to learn everything as quickly as we can, so we can bring back, solid information, and not jump and jerk like me with the dual language and being excited about it. Another thing that we're really excited, sorry?
The people that study this, when they did came back and did the tax compression that the governor did late, they paid for that out of surplus funds but those surplus funds are going to get eaten by growth.
Yep.
So the people that are looking at this are wondering, because they compress the tax rate, which increases the state's cost, how the state is going to afford to continue the cost of that compression in future years. The betting is they're going to do what they've done in the past, which is not increase anything and stick it to you.
And that's why we're concerned about, you overextend yourself, hey, here's all this money, right?
That's right.
It's like, yeah, but you don't know how to sustain this long term, so we have to be very conservative about what we do out over the next 2 years. In the event that it goes away 2 years later, or they just say, oh, guess what, now you're on the hook for it. Well, because even like the increases to the teachers, right now it's a hot commodity, because you know what, we have the 2020 session coming up, and it's going to be census, rebounding, and there's a lot of the boundary lines are going. There's a lot of politics that goes behind why this is it's so hot right now. We just want to make sure that whatever we're increasing, if they take away any of the additional funding, we're still going to be on the hook for it. So we have to be reasonable about it.
Or we have to go ask the voters for money through an election at TRD.
Yep.
Which will have more capacity to do that, if they build access.
Kevin, whatever they give us for the biennium, is the first year the same as the second year?
Pardon me?
The biennium, the money we're going to get, is it the amount that we're getting in the first year? Will we get an increase the second year, or is it the same?
There's a modest increase in the funding elements the second year. The weights are going to stay the same. There's a modest adjustment to the basic allotment in the second year that's built into the program. That will pay for some increase, some inflation and all that, but not a lot. There's a small increase in that, but it's not very much. So if you bet the farm on the first year, you're going to end up getting beat up about raises and stuff in the second year. So you got to be smart about kind of balancing that, like every biennium, you got to be smart about how you expend the biennial funds in a way that you come out at the end of the biennium kind of smoothing out the cost, the cost growth curve, if you will.
Two districts have already done their posted in the newspapers, San Antonio and Northeast. There we have that. Well, Casey did theirs, so their numbers are already in the newspaper. They've been posted already.
They're July 1st districts.
They're July 1st district, so they had to put some information out there because they're up against it.
Believe me, we're happy they're going first because we're learning off of them.
It seemed like a good idea at the time to accelerate your,
Right.
but every 2 years, a July 1 district is up against the end of the legislative session.
It's a nice scheme.
Okay, Ms. Tyson.
Thank you. The next thing that we were really excited about that we're seeing for South San Antonio is there's now going to be a fast growth funding. So we're hoping that that's going to kick in here. And then we're getting a dropout recovery. There's also going to be a teacher incentive allotment. We don't know very much about that, so we're seeking guidance. I think that as part of you were referring to master teachers, we're thinking it's going to be something along with the master teachers, but we're looking for guidance on that.
Well, one of the things that the commissioner has said on this is that obviously this is something that they design in Dallas, right? They use it, the commissioner used to be a board member up in Dallas, so there's a lot of support for that. The problem you run within into these programs is that, you guys remember Career Ladder, for example?
Yes.
Okay, the state put it out there, hey, there's money, everybody gets paid more, and then Career Ladder went away. But you're still on the hook with it with your people, because once you give it to them, you can't take it back. That's one. On the second end is that you also have political implications. How come that teacher gets those extra monies but I don't? Oh, I'm an art teacher, I'm not as important as the third grade star teacher? Well, sir, the star grade is the board that wants right for the goals. And it's not as easy of a dynamic to implement. And so, by all means, those are the conversations that we have with a lot of teachers, with AFT, with our administrators, and this is something that we definitely want to put in place to help improve performance. But you're going to create two classes of teachers, so to speak, the ones that get extra money and the ones that don't. And tell me what we're going to run into with that. So we're being very cautious about, yes, it's great that it's out there, it's an option, but it's not something that until we've done our due diligence and our homework on it, roll it out the right way so it can be accepted, then at that point we'll pursue it.
Thank you, Dr. Fuller. And the next thing is the CCMR, which is your college career military readiness. There's a new allotment for that. The mentor teacher allotment, that's to be determined by the commissioner still. Then the transportation is changing from linear density to actual mileage. We're really excited about that. I think that's going to hopefully do this district some good because it's actually going to go by the mile, and it is homeless children will be able to use their mileage that we transport down. It's going to be the CTE and also the dual credit. We'll be able to all of the mileage that is appropriate in there will be able to track.
Yeah, not necessarily is our cost at $1 per mile, so
On a statewide basis, if you did, there may be some distributional issues, but on the statewide model for transportation, the formula change essentially ended in no change.
Oh, nice.
On the state basis. So on a state basis, they're not putting money into transportation. They just changed the formula.
we might just have more eligible students that.
Yeah, you might have a few more eligible students than the other ones have, but this isn't a big increase in the program. And I think the last time we were checking, the state was paying about 38% of the cost of transportation system. Somewhere about that, so it ain't a moneymaker.
So now it's gonna be 39.
And it won't be.
This is a great example of the transportation bid where even if we're not getting funded additionally $1 per mile, then, but is that a priority for our district, right? Especially if we're struggling with enrollment, attendance, all those pieces. If we have to invest our monies into transportation just to increase our routes and to increase the support for our campuses, well then if that's priority, then so be it. Then that's where we would invest the new monies that are coming in on the routes themselves, even if they're coming out of our pocket, so to speak, not the state's pocket. Does that make sense? Yeah, so for us, it's like if the kids are in class and the more kids we need to transport, this is is why we're revisiting our transportation routes to make sure that we can cover the entire district. And so this is what's going to also impact the budget.
Well, transportation transportation of bus is the safest way to get to school as well, so always consider that whenever you think of the cost.
Thank you for that. The next one, of course, is just it's a small CTE certification exams that they're going to pay for the fee reimbursement, so we're excited about that. It won't be a lot of money, but it will be some. Compensatory education, we've already gone over that. What will happen is the district will submit our census and track to the agency, and the agency will identify the census group, as I was telling you all earlier. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. That's something that I think, personally, I think is very powerful, especially because when we look at our communities and the needs in our community and how we're geared, our difference between us and Alpine is a very different kind of population. And for the state to consider those aspects and those factors, I think is going to make a huge difference moving forward. So I definitely commend them on them looking at the census tract and what the average household looks like in our situation, because to educate kids that are high at risk, high economically disadvantaged is a very different beast to them than educating kids from two-parent households with an affluent upper middle class income. Nothing against them, but that's just the reality of where we are. So for me, on my, I'm very satisfied with the fact that they looked at those factors, and so I think that this is very much our job.
And what they're going to do with this, thank you, Dr. Flores, for that, what they're going to do with this is Mr. Roscoe's team is going to actually be putting in all of the addresses. We're going to have to actually have physical addresses for every student. On the norm, we wanted a mailing address to get them information. Now we'll actually have to have a physical address. So they're going to have their work cut out. So we're going to have to get the word out to the community and let them know why we're asking. It's not like that we're checking up on anybody or where they live. We just want to, we have to have that to help us with funding. So.
And part of that, we touched on it when we had our community meetings. That this year we're going to have a central location for registration so that we can have staff present so that we can answer all of these pieces, because the whole funding formulas are turning. So the additive in years past where we just rolled over, and not gotten deep into verifying, we're going to have to really do this year so that we make sure that every student that's present has a physical address, right? I mean, they bring us things, but that they are physically there so that it can satisfy this compensatory education. And we would be at an advantage, right? Because it's just the makeup of the students that we have in our schools. So we want to take every advantage to make sure that we're getting every weight that we can for every positive student.
And there's a lot of implementation considerations. So before, we could have used the direct certified list or the DC list. So your students that are on federal programs with their parents, they're already accepted into the free reduced lunch program, which we can then turn around and use that to claim comp ed. Now we have to send their census location, so we have to self-collect this information differently. So the DC thing was a big Obama push down, and now this is just a different way of doing it. So we have to make an operational change, ensure we're collecting the information so that we capture these funds.
And then in the second year, they're going to change the census there.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
Then they're going to run out and do it again.
Years back, they would take census data and say, okay, this zip code area, according to national standard, is considered low income. So everybody that resides in that zip code area would just qualify, regardless on actual physical address or physical income. Now it's per household, per student.
And we feel a centralized registration enrollment will help in those efforts.
And that will not just help us with this, but it'll help us with making sure that we can communicate attendance zones where people are going to be going to go to school. We can answer any questions because we just feel there's going to be a lot of movement. We feel that having it in a central location so that we can answer all these questions that people may have allows us for this year to kind of get recalibrate with the new expectations.
If you have 3 kids at 3 different schools, you go one place. I mean, it's really kind of nice.
So how will the open enrollment piece work for students that are not in that attendance zone? How will that work?
So open enrollment with regards to kids that still reside with us in the
Yes,
school district?
because
So-
they're going to different academies.
Yeah, so it would still just be a physical address within our school district.
Okay.
Or not,
Or
doesn't
not,
have
right?
to
So
be.
Yeah.
even if it's a student that resides in an address outside of us,
Outside.
so long as we have a physical address for them,
Oh,
we can still claim ADA on that student attending our school.
And that's why we have to look
Yes.
at their individual census block, which is now, you know, obviously.
because we do accept those students from outside the
Yes,
district.
we do.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
And they will count if we have a physical address on
Correct.
them.
Correct.
Assuming TEA can figure out how to manage the system because they've never done this before.
Millions of data points.
But never have. This is a brand new thing for them. And there's 5 million records that they got to eliminate from multiple data systems across multiple districts. Good luck with that.
So thank you for that. So then the next thing is the career and technology. Sorry.
Hey, those things matter, sir. $50, we will pay.
$50 is $50. Better than a
zero.
We're really excited about this. The career and technology is $50 per student extra for the pathway and technical early college, high school kids, and the new tech, that's a project-based learning. So that's in addition to the advanced CTE that we are already getting. And I think, Dr. Flores, is going to the 7th and 8th grade also?
Well, no, additional funding for CTE can extend to tech apps that goes into the middle school. We already had the additional CTE,
Yeah.
that was the pathway funding.
But one thing to consider for the future is that possibly West Campus can turn into a B-Tech high school or an E-Tech high school where it's geared around career technology education.
That's Sam Houston?
Yes.
And Houston has a branch, I guess.
Yes.
So what the school is designed to do is that students are in a 9 through 16 grade, so they get through high school, but they're continuing their college kind of degree in either a electronic-based or computer-based career, so that they're developing everything in-house, right? So that's a partnership between us and a
Institute of Higher Education.
to hire it.
It could be St. Philip's, it could be Palo Alto. There's a lot of partnerships we have.
On this extended year funding, FYI, then we're going to have to figure this out. The teachers are going to end up being involved. We're going to need to know before we go into contracts with them for this, we get a year to implement this. Because if it does, it affects their wage for the whole year. Okay? Which makes the TRS eligible and all this other kind of stuff. On the extended year funding.
He's on the next page.
I didn't want to interrupt Mr. O'Hanlon, but that also extends to, and I know Dr. Flores made a reference about West Campus and moving forward. So it's not just tech, right? It can also be manufacturing. So if we want to extend to welding applications, I mean, these other pieces, it can definitely roll that way as well.
Increase.
It can be a pathway that the school district designs, right? So whatever partnership we have with the institution of higher learning, whatever pathway, it could be nursing, it could be multiple. So it's not just limited to the technology field. I know it says tech behind them, but it's any of those advanced type of career fields, yes.
Kind of what we're envisioning of taking.
I like that.
So then, Mr. O'Hanlon, I think that he was
Preempted us.
explaining about the extended year funding. This is where we were saying for the pre-K, the other half of it, that we can be offering additional 30 additional half days or 15 full days. And this applies to pre-K to fifth. Yes, and then what the commissioner may adopt rules to allow for 30 additional days beyond the required 75,600 minutes. And
Well, this is where they get.
This is how they do it.
This is the problem. So they passed a law 2 years ago where it said no more days, it's minutes, 75,600, so everybody's counting minutes. And all of a sudden now you don't need to have 180 days, now you can have 173 or 176 or 175. So everybody starts setting their calendars, and then now 2 years later, like, hey, listen, after 176 days or whatever, 180 days, we'll pay for another 30. I'm like, well, I thought you were talking in minutes. But so for us, and realistically, think about it like this: if every school district and every campus in the state of Texas took advantage of this pre-K, I don't think we can afford it. I mean, realistically, I don't think that that's a long-term sustainability thing. I think that for the next 2 years, it'll be there because they allotted some funding for it. And even at that, if there's not enough funding for every pre-K through 5th campus in the state of Texas
Forever.
to take advantage of that, even for the next few years, I'm assuming there's going to be some rules that the committee's going to have to put that qualifies or disqualifies, or you're at risk, you're not. Because if not right now, the way that stands, sure, hey, let's add additional days, and more teachers will be more prone to want to stay, because this is more than just your average $100 stipend that we pay, or $25 per hour that we pay. It's a half-day allotment.
Right.
So then technically we could be funding, it does the extended summer, right? Like really.
So that's what I'm saying, it doesn't apply to summer school. This is extending the school year.
Right, not necessarily as a summer school.
It's extending the school year from the calendar day one to the last day of school that we traditionally have.
Right.
Now we're extending that academic calendar
Right.
that goes into the summer.
But remember, this is only for pre-K fit. So
Right, well, that's what I'm saying, but still, I mean, we traditionally call those summer school.
Well, the only thing that we're used to doing summer school right now is for like bilingual students that have by law provide that service, and then your kids that needed to do the retest that needed to come back.
But the extended year, you're gonna get ADA funding for it. That's a raise for the teachers, that's a 1/6.
That's additional, that's sizable additional
In
funding.
the number of days they're responsible for it, so it's a 1/6 increase in their salary. So it's a big deal for those that qualify.
Yeah.
But they also, so like to satisfy it, and like Dr. Flores was saying, if every district or campus decides to do that, they can just make the basic allotment less valuable in future to be able to fund it. So your every day becomes less valuable because everybody's utilizing it. It's no longer incentivized.
So if you decide to go with it, it's not required that all campuses, elementary campuses do it. It's those campuses that choose to do it.
Because the other thing is that your teachers are still going to be in the 180 contract, 187, whatever it is that we do.
But maybe they're not.
Because you do think, because typically we ask for volunteers for some, to say, hey, we're not a teacher, want to come and work for some. And if you have an increase in how much you can pay on a daily basis, I think you may have a hard response. This is teachers that love their summers, they're like, no, I want to come, you read them, so I can back, so. Those are kind of the things that we
But this will change what their monthly staff say. If you go from 187 to a 217-day contract, in order to do that, they're going to get more every month during the course of the year. And their PRS is going to go up and move along and move along.
We're still not ready to get that. You're right, everybody else is going to make stuff on the doing that as well. Generally, more funding.
21, 22.
The appropriation of that.
Don't spend it yet, let's get it out. And you'll notice how I said that starts at fiscal year 2021, so they're still going to think about it.
That's the provision aspect.
Well, and also, another thing that we're waiting for some guidance from the CEA, because y'all already approved the calendar. So, I don't know, is all of this for 2021?
Yeah, as of right now, until we get more guidance,
Guidance.
we're going to we understand what it is.
So then, the next thing, and hopefully y'all will be able to help me a little bit with this too, I haven't been able to find a whole lot of resources on the teacher's salaries, but I know it's coming. So current law, what we could find was the $500, $250 allotment for non-teachers and non-administrative staff gone. And we've been receiving that for years. And, which was not very much money, but it was a little bit. The new law in the new year is if we receive an increase in basic allotment, the district must use 30% of that FSP revenue that's been generated per ADA for compensation increases to full-time, non-administrative staff to be allocated as, and they tell us exactly how it's going to be allocated. 75% for teachers, counselors, nurses, librarians, prioritize differentiated compensation for classrooms with 5 or more years of experience, and 25% on other employees. Compensation can include benefits and such as insurance premiums, and that's one thing we're facing right now is our insurance premiums are going up. And so we're debating, we're going out for bid because we're trying to get them to come in with a little bit better deductible, a little bit better insurance, and hopefully we'll be able to still have that zero. So maybe one thing we could do is, keep it at least one level of it be zero, and that's going to be part of this. Each district must submit the report by staff member on compensation increase by December 1st, and I'm sure that's going to be Mr. Roscoe's staff again. Either that, or it'll go through our payroll department.
And I'll tell you right now, this is all over the place, everywhere. There's no guidance being given. The commissioner himself said, this is wide open. So the districts that have to pass July 1st are like, well, let's just get something off the ground because we have to get our budget approved. Because there's still a lot of questions as to how you're going to increase the compensation. You put it towards benefits, you put it towards salary. All of it still benefits the employee, but how much are you allocating, how are you differentiating the 5 years versus a non, whatever you give to the non, the other employees that are not teachers, librarians, or counselors, I mean, they're going to give something different that's not what everybody else is getting. So those are a lot of components there that we're still working on, and I'm going to bring you guys really soon so we can get some ideas of where we're going.
No, just the 5%, you're gonna have to give slightly, at least somewhat bigger raises
To the
for people at 5 and over experience than you do for people under about 0 to 5 years of experience, because it appears that the requirement doesn't say how much differentiated, but requires a differentiated salary schedule for people above 5, okay?
0.001 increase? 0.001 increase? That's by the statute.
It doesn't say.
But you're going to get it right.
But it needs to be more, whatever it is.
Okay, there's no guidance on any of that.
The problem, I mean, this is what's going on. The commissioner was up in his test. He got 150 FTEs to help implement this, but he didn't realize that he doesn't get them until September. They don't have any staff to do this right now. If you think we're going to get a hell of a lot of guidance between now and the time we adopt the budget, we'll give some. They threw in the towel on Comp Ed today. They said that we're not even going to try that. So we're not going to enforce the Comp Ed rules in terms of the 55-45 split in terms of direct cost, because it's too hard to figure out. So they're going to do some of that, but if you think we're going to get a heck of a lot of guidance, we're not. We're flying blind here, and that's where we are.
And then typically what you have in these kind of situations is that we really work together, other superintendents in the region, we all get together and kind of say, all right, what are the bigger districts doing, what are the South Bear County districts doing? So everybody kind of stays right along the same, so that we won't have these big outliers. Well, we completely underdid it, everybody else overdid it. So there's still a lot of that, because I think that keeps everybody on the market right around the same. So, because everybody's getting the additional money in proportion to where they're typically at. So we're working on this.
Okay, Ms. Costa.
So thank you for that. The pre-kinder, we've already hit all of that. The next one is the spending restrictions, and actually Kevin kind of touched on that also, that the Comp Ed spending restrictions out the window. Bilingual was 55%, and then next.
Those aren't new, we're used to these things.
The 55% for the CTE grades 7 through 12, and 55% for the CCMR funds. Now, there is going to be an efficiency audit if the board of trustees must contract out to conduct an efficiency audit. not later than 4 months prior to holding a TRE, the tax ratification election. So that's for your November or May elections. The district may, but does not have to use the audit firm for the efficiency audit. You can use anybody you wish. The firm must follow guidelines adopted by the legislative budget board. And that's the only guidance I can give you right now.
They're going to fund us for the audit, right?
No, ma'am. I love it.
You are a dreamer.
You will for successful completion of your TRA.
Yeah, once the theory passes, we will. They'll cash a check after the theory.
Efficiency audits contingent on a TRA passing. Yeah, we're gonna get a business plan.
The compression's mandatory in the first year, there's not gonna be a TRA.
Oh, is that right?
It's
We may go show up and we go, and if we just go ahead. If we're below.
I don't think you can the first year. You're gonna get compressed the second year, you can. I don't think you can. I'll double check that, but I think not.
Lot of things we still gotta figure out. So then the last page right
If
for
I
y'all.
can, I'd recommend it, but.
Did you have this? Thank you. This is the last page, and this is just the run from the legislative budget board. And as you can see, exactly what they were talking about. We're going from $1.04 to $1 on M&O taxes, and current law ADA $7,664, and we're going to be doing changes to total M&O $7,483, $747. I'm sorry, $7 million. We're going to be getting an increase from higher. We're going to be getting an increase of $7,483, $747, and that's due to the ADA jumping from 8678 to 9654, which is an increase of 976. So,
And these were the legislative budget board estimates. We
the
have
first ones.
Right, their runs, which they passed the bill off of. This isn't our Mo Casey runs, this isn't our estimation of state aid. For our localized information, which will be more fine-tuned than what the legislators had whenever they made these
These are
decisions.
rough estimates.
And that's all I have.
It gives you an idea of what.
Now, this one is year one, this is year two, and I know that you notice that even though there's an increase, they're projecting for us to
145
lose our ADA, right, from 7664 to
Yes.
7415 the second year. So I guess if we can keep the 76 from the first year to the second year, we can see even more.
Yeah, running off the increase, it's from 9,800 to 1,100, so it goes up by 125.
And you know, all of these are estimates, so, I mean, it's just all, a lot of it's going to firm up. That's all I have for y'all.
Go firm by settle up of 2021.
Or 2022, actually.
Okay, that concludes Ms. Kaiser's presentation. Board members, I'll start if anyone has questions on any of the items that we presented.
Questions, but go ahead.
I mean, not yet, I'm sure they'll come as we develop this budget process.
Well, this won't be the only workshop. Remember, we're scheduling another one at the end of the month. So I'm going to ask Dr. Flores, who's not here, to poll the board to see, since we're off on Fridays, if we can look at either the 24th, 25th, or 26th, because I'm Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday.
I'll be
So,
on a cruise.
oh, I'll run with that. So, we have to have it at the end of the month. But we can, you know, I guess we'll send you the.
Fill me in. I'll be gone from the 23rd to the 30th.
Yes, we should go.
We're talking scheduling of.
Yeah, the budget workshop at the end of the month, budget workshop number 2.
Okay.
So we're looking at the end of June, and so the last week of June, Dr. Floyd, since we're in a summer schedule, it would have to be either Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. I guess we could do Thursday, but that doesn't make sense. We have to post on Thursday. So if we could have Michelle poll the board for that week, for those first 3 days.
Here's what we're running into, is that we are at the end of the year right now. We have 10, 20 days, how many days, 13 days left in the school year. And we have a lot of folks who have not taken their vacation days. So we're working a lot with scheduling challenges of having the necessary staff to make sure that we have it. Can we realistically have it when we come back first week of July, the first week of July?
I know, we have one.
If it's one day that last week, I can make sure after that day.
Well, yeah, so that's one of us. That's the only thing that I'm looking at right now because we're legitimately running into that where folks, the good thing is that folks have not taken their day throughout the year because they're committed individuals, but now we're running into the end of the year when they have to. And our policy states that we have to have our employees use their days or they lose their days, and then that we can't carry it on past the 30th of June. Yeah.
Well, and
That's one of the things that we looked up, and there were some questions.
And remember, the district closes that week.
Oh, no, I understand.
But that's that next month, that's the next contracting year.
Yeah.
So that would be that, the way that, again, the way that the policy reads, of today, because I had a lot of questions about it. The way the policy reads, those days that are in that next week in July are for the 1920 school year.
I understand that, but I guess what I'm getting at is,
Sure.
we're going to try and have one before the end of this month, because if we put it after we get back, now we're going to have one on the 10th, and we'll have one on the 17th. And,
10th of July.
yes, but that's the next week when you all
Sure.
get back.
And there's, really, if you think about it, I don't think that there's too much wrong with that either. You can have it on the 10th, you can have it 17th, the 24th, as we work.
Well,
We
the
can have
17th is the regular board meeting.
We have until, I don't know, I get that, but we have until August 31st to pass it,
Right.
right?
And we are providing you information as quickly as we can get it for the finance. I hope that, we're doing that weekly update, we're
Right.
doing
That
that.
helps a lot.
Okay, good, and we will continue that.
Okay, well, you guys can look at the calendar
Sure,
and discuss.
yeah, because I know
We have
that
to plan.
right now, as I was just having conversations with administration as to the amount of days that we have left, we have a graduation next week, on the following day.
This week.
It's this week, sorry, this Thursday, right? And so I know that well, I'm running into the fact that I'm gonna have a lot of folks, key individuals that are out on different days because it's,
We have a lot of required days, but then it's a lot of days that people still have acute.
right.
Well, we can
Right.
hash it out.
Yeah, but I just think that if we do it just as soon as we come back to July, I think we'll be able to still have budget work 2 and 3, because we can have, and even a couple more in August as well, as we tighten up for.
And another thing we're trying to do is, we didn't have an HR director, and so we're working with TASB, getting them to come down and help us with, now that we've got direction on the salary, bringing out some salary information. So that's going to be key for your budget.
Okay, all right, board members, any questions?
Just a quick question. You mentioned, when we were talking about the meeting dates going into July, Mr. Schuman mentioned the contractual year. Yeah, so what is our date? That was one of the questions I had written down.
For administrative 12-month employees, it starts on July 1st and ends on
June 30th.
June 30th of the year that follows that. So it would be July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2020 for the 1920 school year.
So when is the deadline for teachers to let us know?
Oh, that's different. That one is 45 days before the first day of instruction. So if our first day of instruction this year is going to be August 19th. So literally 45 calendar days.
I want to say July 8th.
On July 4th, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
It's that week that we're out, and the next business day would be July 8th, so upon courtesy, if you still want to get out of here.
That's kind of where that thing is.
You favor the employee on that side.
2 separate things, but yes.
Yeah, that's kind of similar, yeah.
So how does that work if we're going to be closed that week?
Again, we try to favor the employee in that sense. If they're trying to leave us and they desire to go somewhere else, we can facilitate the exit that we would send.
Typically, when it's like, sometimes, when we have sometimes like, even like midnight on a Sunday, like that's the end of the last possible day, we either can try to make somebody available, we can literally just come into the day just to be here 8 to 5, or we can also say, hey, on the last day, if you want to send us out through email, whatever, we'll honor it. And as long as we give the employee the opportunity to do so. It's not like we're going to say, well, we're closed, so we're not going to be here, no, we don't. And that's one thing that I want you folks to understand, even though folks may be out, I mean, they still answer the phone, but it's not the same as working.
Well, we think.
Right. Right, that's true. Yes.
They might be out. Yeah, that's it.
I do have one question for Ms. Kaiser on the presentation. On your budget process and timeline, Ms. Kaiser, that you got there, and I'll be productive for this, that the budget is adopted by the school board at the function level. I think I had mentioned to you that we used to get the detailed budget. Is that something that we're hoping that we can get instead of just a one-pager?
Right.
Like the public gets to see? I mean, do we get to get more?
Right now, what we're looking at, typically what you get as the normal practice that you approve a budget is funds and function, right? And so we try to give as much of insight as we can as to where our expenditures are going to be and so on and so forth. So there definitely will be a lot more conversations, a lot more details. I just, to the degree of how you approve a budget, we just stick to the fund and function level for approval.
Which is what you have here, that one sheet, the forecast is your one sheet. Okay, but so you're going to give us piecemeal then?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
More costs as to how much our staffing projections are going to be or where it's going to be, and all the pieces we will
You
be.
still don't want to adopt anything but a fund function. Now, us giving you additional information,
Yes.
definitely.
How does that make up that fund?
Because once you get too granular on adopting a budget that's so granular, then you handcuff the district,
Right.
then you can't take care of business the way you need to on a monthly
But I
basis.
guess at some point, as we get closer to the end,
Yes.
we will actually get a little booklet or something that'll have the detailed budget and not just the one page. that we-
More details as to how we are working on establishing our projections for next year.
Okay.
You have more information.
So just to clarify, we will or won't have access to a detailed budget?
Well, it depends on how you
Nope.
identify details.
Well, I think she gave an example one time of the detailed budget
Yeah,
that you see.
I had showed you the booklet that we used to
Right,
get.
so what you can expect is how much we're projecting for like function 11 and what goes into object code 6100, 6200, 6300, so on and so forth, and each one of them addresses different aspects of that.
We will get those details then on the functions.
I don't know that it's a detail, it's more of a summarization, but it actually tells you 6,100 is your salary, 6,200 is your contracted services.
So
Yes,
each function has those
Yes, ma'am.
subsets.
yes,
Yes.
ma'am,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah, they're subset objects, but you don't want to pass a budget based off of
Object.
function object, because then that restrains administration from making transfers.
Right.
And it could be something as simple as, we had a teacher resign, now we need to use those funds for contractual services, but we can't do that because it needs more approval to move the money around. And
That's not true.
I think I'm
That's not true.
if you pass a budget off a fund, function, and object, you don't,
Yeah, it would be-
you don't get a
That's not
monitor
true.
off the object. level.
Because that district policy gives the right to the superintendent to transfer funds within a function. That it can't transfer funds outside of the function. But if you've got surplus teacher funds, and you want to buy more instructional materials or something of that nature.
As long as it's within the
As long as
function.
you- Or the other way around.
Right.
You've got textbook materials, so the board can adopt a very specific budget down to campus function all the way out to the resource guide. It still does not constrain the superintendents because the way the policy, standard TASB policy is written, to be able to transfer funds so long as he does not transfer funds outside of a function, okay?
Right.
That's what the standard TASB policy is, that's what the policy is here. So the adoption of it by campus code or whatever, down to that level of specificity will not preclude the superintendent from making those transfers as long as it doesn't exceed the overall district function. You transfer from campus to campus.
Right.
You just can't exceed the overall total for function 11 out of function 11. So,
Yeah, that's good, with that interpretation, it doesn't matter then.
huh?
I said with that interpretation, it doesn't matter, basically.
Well, if the board wants to know that the financial resources guide of TEA requires the preparation of the budget and the submission of that budget through the PEAMS data set that has campus, that has all of the coding in terms of that.
Oh, we got
If
to-
they want to see it, they get to see it.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking
Yeah, that's
about.
what, yeah, just visibility, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not, no, I wasn't talking anything about doing any type of restriction like that. It's just
Right.
having visibility into,
Where those.
Right.
We got a thing to hide.
right, no,
Yeah.
but just being transparent and
Yeah.
financial oversight, all that.
Absolutely.
So when we have discussions about algorithm and staff and all that, you're gonna get a lot more info. It's not just gonna be a one sheet or say, hey, prove this or nothing. No, that's not gonna happen.
Again, without legal interpretation, it wouldn't matter, so it'd be the same thing.
I think we're all saying the same thing, because we know that we can't take from another.
Yeah, the fact that
No,
the board adopts a detailed budget,
That's what you got, that's what you need budget
It's
amendment.
not to fill the tracks.
I will, I take it, thank you, and I do have a question for you, Ms. Harris. If you look at the forecast for the May 2nd, on your sheet there, on there, it shows the total expenditures appropriations is 76.8 for 2019-2020. What did you have listed on there? On your forecast for May 2nd. You know, can I make suggestions, Dr. Flores, it would help to number the pages?
Yeah, you know, basic stuff, yes.
We said that after the first round. I agree.
I've been putting stickies.
Is it page 37? Is that?
It doesn't have a page.
Page
number.
37.
Which one are you talking about?
That's micromanagement.
I know, well, that's what I'm asking.
That's all you asked, there you go. You're talking about this bit.
The forecast, no,
Yes, ma'am.
May 2nd forecast.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On the 1920 forecast, we've got 76.8.
I think it's a
on the
page before
total
that.
Expenditures and appropriations. Right, you see that?
Yes.
Okay, my question, I have three questions actually on that. In that number, is the district priority list, the 4.5 million, is that included in there?
4.5 is in the 1920.
It is.
What happened, what that 4.5 is, or what that 4.5 right there is, was we were estimating the payroll cost for Athens KZOS campus to be 7.6 million, and then we were transferring 4.5 million worth of employees. This was an estimation at that time. Like I said, next time we reach you, we'll be able to give you better numbers.
Those employee transfer savings
Okay.
by not
That was
hiring
just
those
a savings.
positions.
Okay, I'm sorry, I think wasn't, had nothing to do with staffing.
Oh.
It has to do, in your presentation, we have a list of budget priorities.
Oh, the 3.4?
No, the budget priorities was 4.5.
Oh, no, that's not in your.
That's not in there.
No, ma'am.
That's what I asked.
Yes, good
Okay.
question. And the whole reason for that is we're not finished. Yes, ma'am, good question.
All right, and the other question I have is, we also have district-wide projects,
Yes.
and that is 2.7 million. Is that included in there?
I don't think the 2.7 are either because we haven't firmed that up either.
Where's that one at on here?
It's the, we had two lists. We had budget priorities,
Right.
and then we were handed out the budget committee.
Oh, the one we talked about last
Yes.
board meeting? Again, that would be.
2.7.
That's not in here.
That's not in,
So
that
that's
was
not
just built
in
for
here.
that one meeting,
Okay.
like, not prioritized, that's just, projects that we could have done throughout the summer.
All right.
So, we'll let you know.
We had a big increase from the last one. I think it was 73, we jumped to 76, so I thought maybe these ones would be in there. And then the third one is, at some point, someone had said that we were going to begin looking at maybe making contributions to the workman's comp. Are those contributions in here?
No, ma'am.
No, okay.
Right.
See, and all of that comes out of the district.
Yes, that would tell you one and
Okay. For now, that's all the questions I have. I have a lot of folders.
I think right now your workers' comp is going to be, even with us using the million, it's going to be healthy enough that you won't have to make any contributions for this first year. Of course, that's barring anything that might happen, but we'll bring that to you.
Okay. Well,
Oh, there's, yeah.
No, be
I'm
careful.
ready.
with us.
Anybody else has any questions?
Yeah, actually, I do have a couple questions, and I actually jotted them down before. And since we're talking about the school reopening, sorry, it's getting late. So I just had some questions, and it's relative to the community meetings we had. So since we're discussing the budget process and the opening of the schools in this specific, because I actually had the same questions. Again, I spent a majority of my Sunday trying to prepare for this meeting as best as I could. So I just had a couple questions regarding the community meetings specific to West Campus, and so here they go. First is just a comment. So on May 29th, we had the Shepherd commencement ceremony downstairs. And I fully anticipated that, or I had an expectation, that right there is your West Campus community. Those are your incoming freshmen, those are your parents, those are your supporters. I had an expectation that either yourself or someone, or the recorded video that you presented, that we would have made some type of announcement. And again, this is all to publicize and market to increase awareness and enrollment and all that good stuff, right? It all translates to dollars. I had an expectation that we would have made some type of announcement, seize that opportunity to say, hey guys, by the way, congratulations, you're going to be the first freshman class at West Campus High School, and I was disappointed that we didn't do that. The community meeting at Shepherd, it turns out that we had an ice cream social on that same day. Who, if I can, Dr. Fodes, who made that decision to have those two events on those?
As the district, sir, it's up to get all the events like lined up to where none of them conflict with each other. That specific event was for, if I recall correctly, middle school. No,
it was an
and that was something that was planned much further ahead than when we were trying to set up community meetings for the information sessions. So a lot of times what you have is that one department's working diligently on their end, the other department's working diligently on their end, and if the schedules didn't line, they didn't line. Is there a schedule that conflict? Yes, and a lot of times.
And it's not going to be the first time, is it?
Right, sometimes we'll have a STEM night at Medela, and then we have something else at Shepherd going on at the same time.
Right.
Obviously, we don't want it to be a situation where we're doing this all the time for all of our events, but this is one of the things that at that point, by the time we were made aware, to change gears on all the middle school choice academy kids and all the scheduling that had happened, it was going to be tough to just cancel that and move that.
Okay. Thank you for that. I just wanted to know what the thought process was behind that. On top of that, so the next day, I think the Shepherd meeting was on the 4th, the Dwight meeting was on the 5th. So on the 5th, our communications kicked in. We got the email, we got the phone call, and I get them all because I'm a parent, right? So the email went out, the district app went out, and an email went out notifying about the Dwight and the Kaizen. So my question is, why did that happen for the meeting at Shepherd?
I did send out an email blast for Shepherd. I sent out an email blast for Shepherd, but not the phone call because I couldn't get anyone to translate. I wanted to make sure it was even, and then I was doing different avenues. So an email blast went out for the Shepherd one.
Okay, I must have missed it because I didn't get it. But I didn't get the phone call and I didn't get the notification. I'm just trying to make sure that we're being consistent and maximizing every opportunity we get to inform the community about in this instance, particularly West Campus. So a couple of observations so all the notifications went out after the 4th, so we had some pretty good attendance at Zamora. So at that Zamora meeting, community meeting, I didn't go. I didn't attend, but my wife did. So brought back some observations and some concerns that I thought I should bring up. So some parents at the Zamora community meeting were being advised that, and correct me if I'm wrong, because she may have miscommunicated, that freshmen that are zoned for West Campus High School would have the option to attend South San High School, which on the opposite side of that, there were parents that were zoned for South San High School asking if their freshmen could attend West Campus High School, and they were being told no. So I'm just wondering if there was a miscommunication, or was the information communicated to me incorrectly? I just want to make sure that that's not the case. But I was informed that was exactly what was happening there. Because there are parents that have concerns that are going to South San High School as freshmen that have legitimate concerns. Right. Well, no, not specifically. They just have concerns about stuff that goes on. We've communicated certain concerns that we're asking. Okay, well, since West Campus is going to happen, then they were told no. They're like, if you were zoned for South San High School, you got to go to South San. But if you're zoned for West Campus High School, you can't go to South San. I just want to validate the information that was being passed is
I
accurate?
didn't have this
Dr. Flores?
conversation specifically.
I was at the South San West Campus questioning table, and there were some people that were asking about that, sir. And the ones that were told no, that they would go to South San were the parents that were asking that already had incoming 10th graders and 11th graders
Okay.
that were asking about West Campus. The ones that did have 9th graders, we told them that, of course, that they would just need, just like the opposite way, they would just need to check with Dr. Hernandez, and it's a schedule change, that's it, for the incoming 9th graders that are zoned to South San to come over here as well.
Okay, so it's probably just a miscommunication or not?
We need to clarify,
Right.
as we were
Yeah.
trying.
Right.
We want to make sure, that's why we're taking a lot of the input and the feedback from these frequently asked questions and trying to get as comprehensive as we can. And like I said, this in many ways is our first trial run. I know that when everybody's going to get serious is when everybody's getting ready to come back to
In
school.
August.
Now, where am I going to go? Where's my
Right.
kid going to go? We're trying to make it to where also going to have a centralized area. We're thinking downstairs, an auditorium to have all of our campuses there for registration. We're working on orchestrating that so that we can make that happen as well. So that we can have all the information there. So if you want to go there, you want to go here, the options would be there for you.
Okay. Well, thank you for
Yeah.
clarifying that. That's what I was going to do. Thank you. Dr.
Yes, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why, and I'm like, I believe me, I'm like, are you
Yeah.
sure
Yeah.
this is what, because I don't want to,
That makes sense.
you know? Yeah, go ahead.
I did attend that meeting at Zamora, and I sat at the table with Kaizen, because I wanted to hear what they had to say.
Right.
And I was disappointed, because the administrator that sold it here at the pulpit didn't sell it to the table. You know, when they asked questions about, when they started talking about, we're gonna have these electives, or we're gonna have this, but then they didn't elaborate. And I was like, but you just told some folks, you know, I have this and I can't wait to show it.
Right.
I think maybe, you know, hopefully that in the next meeting, maybe material could be handed out so that it shows exactly
What
they're
services are going to be
offer.
offered?
Because one of the parents said, I don't want my kid to get a lesser education at Kaizen. And I was like, wow, is that what they really think?
Yeah.
You know, I was like, this is a golden opportunity over here with, you know, the opening and the plan that was presented, you know, with live stream going and people here and the excitement, you know, about, you know, what they want to do, you know, and hey, you know, we're supporting you, let's do this, and then you know, be there and be let down, I guess, or
Right.
felt that there just should have been more how.
And here's the thing where we come back again, folks. And by the way, sir, I appreciate that input and feedback. We're listening to all those pieces. The one thing that I keep saying is that there's going to be a lot of things that are not going to be perfect about how we're trying to do this. It's not because we don't want it to be perfect, but it's about the restrictions on the time and effort. As we're closing out the school year, as we're trying to get all these pieces in check, that's why we have scheduling issues. That's why we may have some informational pieces or some rollout pieces that can be improved upon. It's something that we're working on as we go on through the summer. The best thing to have is to have the next meeting at Kaizen when it's ready for the so people can see with their own eyes. At that point, you can do a full detail. The principal can do a full detail cell of like, these are all the services we're going to offer, these are the classes that we're going to have, these are the you know, everything. I think it'll make a world of a difference once the facilities are ready for these kids. Right now, a lot of it is just, can we get it out? And we take all feedback. We appreciate it. And we're going to continue to work on those things as we move forward.
Just one, a couple more here. And I'm just sharing the feedback that I received. One was, that at the Zamora committee meeting, that parents for West Campus High School were interested in West Campus High School were being advised that there wouldn't be any athletics at West Campus High School, and so the incoming freshmen were seniors.
Right.
I don't know. If we don't know, I don't know. We don't know. What's that?
Which meeting was that?
At the Zamora meeting?
I don't believe so.
I don't recall that. I do remember them, not that specific, but I do remember them discussing athletics and Dr. Hernandez explaining that depending on the enrollment each year, that would be reevaluated, but that definitely the first year we wouldn't be able to do it for UIL purposes. and that, but athletics would be available to the students to participate in
At Southside, right. No, and I appreciate that. Again, I just want to clarify, and if we don't know, then I don't know what the process is.
No, we do know, right? And so I know.
No, I'm talking about, excuse me, Dr. Nava,
Yeah.
I don't know what the process is that you dictate down to the staff on what to communicate or what not to communicate.
Right.
I'm just simply
I
sharing
don't mean to
feedback.
have all the answers.
Right, no, you said you welcome feedback, so I'm giving you feedback that I was, and that draws back to enrollment, right? Are we deterring people from considering West Campus High School? You know what I mean? And that's the feedback that I'm trying to give you. I'm trying to communicate what was shared, because, and I know it's a 3-day, I was gonna send you an email, I was like, nah, you know what? Let's wait until Monday.
Yeah.
I'll address it then. But because it's
Certainly,
important.
we can clarify for.
Right. And I'm sorry, Vic, I wanted to clarify that question.
I mean, I'm answering because I narrated all three.
Yes, sir.
And so I know that in that original one, we made it very clear about the UIL pieces. So there may have been a question, but I don't know if we're going to answer every single thing because the principals were present to engage in those discussions at all three. So the messaging, when we talk to them, is very clear, right? And the questions that we couldn't answer, we jotted down so that we can provide answers. So that's what I'm saying to
Okay.
you, right?
Okay.
That's how it works.
So, and it probably just goes back to what you're saying, that as we get closer, those
All of that.
questions that
The
feedback
main
will
issues
start
will
to,
keep popping up.
the water will start, the muddy water will start to clear, and then people will have the accurate.
Yeah.
I'm just sharing what
Sure.
was,
No,
and it could very well be a misinterpretation.
It may be,
Right, so,
but I can't answer for what someone took away.
right.
I mean, we stayed back and we were there. If anyone had any further elaboration, we were there.
Right.
We were there, so I mean, my advice would be that if they have those questions, they can reach out to us.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, Dr. Flores, thank you. And the last thing I noted was, so my daughter went with my wife, and she came back with the same feedback that Mr. Flores just gave was, I guess, and maybe just people are just tired, I don't know. Enthusiasm, the lack of, or a missing piece of, hey guys, you know, and it probably is. It probably is in the year. People are tired. They want.
Sir, it's been
so,
a lot of years. Everything that we did.
I don't think anybody expects anybody to be doing cartwheels.
No.
The feedback was like the enthusiasm, like, hey, you know, this is what we're doing. We're gonna try. We're all behind it. We're gonna make it successful. We're trying to.
The one thing that we talked about as far as like immediate feedback, how to go, we'll work with it. The first thing we said is like, let's not schedule all three.
Back to back.
Because every week it was like till 7,
Right.
and that Thursday.
So, and that was the last meeting. So that may have had something to do with it.
Right.
So, but that was all.
We still want to continue to increase the reach. We want to be as factual as we can and as thorough as we can through our website and through anything that we publish or that we release. So you can only expect the information to get more refined as we move forward in the process.
All right.
Anything else, Mr. Cleary?
No.
I'd like to, if I could, I'll give you the good part. Mr. Carranza did an excellent job on the Adams Prison. You talk about excitement. I mean, he just motivated his parents, and he had so many good ideas that he wants to bring. Because he's coming from fine arts, so that's what he wants to start with. So it was very positive, very exciting, and really well received. Parents are ready. Everybody's talking about, we're going to make gift baskets for the teachers, for the kids, we're going to do this. There's excitement here. And it was all in his presentation. And I think, I have not gone to the other 2 meetings, so I don't know. But if the other principals give that excitement as well, I think they're going to be very successful. I think that's what we need to see. But that's enough about the meeting. Mr. Carranza was good, that's all I can say. If I could go back to the budget, Dr. Flores, thank you for answering my questions. Or Ms. Kaiser, someone answered my questions. Okay, Shulman Kaiser, thank you so much. I know you say that I asked on the number of FTEs of teachers for the 18-19 budget, and I think your response was that current district staff is not aware of how many FTE teachers were appropriated in Function 11. for that school year. And current district leadership were not involved in the budget workshops for that year. I mean, it's obvious. You weren't here, so you weren't involved.
And it didn't look like they were, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it didn't look like last year y'all were receiving information like we're planning on giving y'all. So I mean,
We didn't get detailed information, absolutely not.
So maybe
You have
that's
done-
one.
You have done an excellent job, and I
Thank you.
commend you for it. And the update that we got on the week was very detailed, very
Yes.
specific, and I look forward to every
Would
week
you like the picture?
to see.
Oh, yeah.
Good photo, guys.
Look, and I just want to echo what Madam President is saying, you know, absolutely phenomenal job, you know, answering the questions, giving the answers, you know, before I ask the question. But I think it's important to vocalize and to point out the fact that a lot of the stuff that we're asking for, that we want visibility into, you know, it's my opinion, my interpretation, that the previous administration just put us in this position. They made some bad financial decisions, there was some bad accounting practices that got us into the hole that we're in. Like I said, I think one of our first conversations was, we're 4 touchdowns down at the, we're already down 4 touchdowns, so we're trying to catch up. So it's no knock on the efforts whatsoever, but I think we need to bring visibility into the way the previous administration, what was handed to us. So we're trying to get visibility and actually fulfill our duties and responsibilities, to not have we just want to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to do, so we don't go down the same path again. But it's important to understand that, no, it's not you guys, it's the previous administration and the
we know that.
decisions
We
that were
really, really
made
do.
that got us to the point that we're at.
And if I was able to get that information on those FTEs, you'd have had it tonight.
Absolutely, and I appreciate
And
that.
we work on the end that we definitely want to meet those expectations. We just also don't want to feel like administration or the board is micromanaging running the district. So this is why it's about finding that good balance and having goodwill from your end towards us. And
it's entirely
goodwill for you guys. I think it makes a big difference.
No, it's entirely goodwill, and I think the perception may be that, because if the previous administration had fully executed their duties and responsibilities in the financial oversight piece, we may be having a different conversation right now. So I can understand why it would appear that way, but it's certainly not. It's certainly, I don't want your job.
And especially in a situation that's so sensitive where both sides are trying to establish trust.
Yes, sir.
So we're working on our end. Like, there's nothing here that we want other to watch the district be successful, be efficient with our resources, make sure that we are staffing and allocating in a way that is definitely going to make a difference, because we do have some challenges. But again, it's a matter of both sides being able to work together to come to a
If
point.
I could, Ms. Kaiser, I know that, thank you, and I know you weren't able to give me the FTEs. Can you give me how many FTEs we have this year?
I don't have it right now, but yep, we can get you that.
Can you, Dr. Flores, and
Sure.
the
The other thing to consider, though, is that as we move forward into the next year, we need to figure out what's going to be the most effective way to run. So whatever we may have right now, there may be some spots that there may be less for certain positions, there may be an additional more. So we can give you an estimate, but it's not a hard number, if that makes sense.
Not only that, a budget is not made from FTEs. You do understand that.
Right.
I mean, because an FTE is just an estimation of how many kids we're going to have on that first day of school. And in August, we don't have a clue what's actually going to, transpire in December, January, whatever. So we actually budget, we don't just, payroll is almost 85% of the budget. So we try to get by position, and we're really close, but we always add a little extra by position just in case there's some kind of change. And you have your benefits, you have all of the different other things that are in there also.
Well, FTE is a number, it's not a...
Yeah, well, there's a dollar figure attached to it.
It's not like a dollar number. So if you have the equivalent of, like, you go into Walmart and you're bringing your receipt home, you're hesitant, why'd you spend so much on meat? You're like, well, I stocked the whole dang house, not just on meat. So there's a lot of other elements that go into it. That FTE will relate to the teacher's salary, then it can relate to the benefits. But it doesn't relate to stipends, doesn't relate to employees not attending and us needing substitutes. Doesn't relate to, I mean, whatever what's
The other
the
function
teacher?
that was purchased out of.
And where they're paid out of, because they're not all paid out of 199. A
So-
lot of them are paid out of federal funds, portion, some portion 199, some 211, some 205. I mean, it all depends. So I can bring you whatever FTEs, but just remember that's an FTE in a moment.
And it's an estimate.
And it's a very moving
No,
target.
sir, you said 230.
Because like when you're saying, I think the way the question was worded, you're saying 42.8 million in function 11 related to how many FTEs. It's not as simple as an algebraic formulation where you can say FTEs equals X, which equals your
And when I-
42.8 million.
I know when I was working my graduate presentation, one of the things that we were trying to figure out was, like I told you, is how many positions were not filled. I mean, at the time, I think it was like 40, I don't have it with me, but I think it was like 49 positions not filled at the time. But then the next day, I think it was like 30-something.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, so it's just,
Sure, absolutely.
it's up in the air.
So just so I understand, what's the difference between, from a budgeting perspective, FTE and a dollar number tied to it, and an FTE or position that's not filled,
Yeah.
that translates into a dollar amount that says this is how much?
So then we'll take a budgetary assumption. So if I said we're going to have a FTE increase for, let's just use for example, Kaizen Middle School to have a male PE teacher, female PE teacher, because we want both on both ends. We would budget at the midpoint for those salaries. That would be the salary budgetary assumption. We would then also add in a factor for some type of benefit analysis. That's 16, 18, 20, whatever the number is that we would include in for benefits. They might not take health insurance, they might take health insurance themselves.
But you're a lot more.
But we allot for it. That would be your initial budgetary number based off of that FTE. Doesn't include the cost of having to buy that person a uniform, doesn't include the cost of them being absent and being a sub to cover their things, doesn't include the cost of having to have a room uniform, doesn't include a lot of the other costs that might all come on that same function as
And
well.
then another key to that, excuse me, would be that if it was a CTE position instead of physical education, part of that could be paid out of a different fund. Maybe it could be out of a vocational fund. And so it's not really out of your 199, but still it's an FTE.
But you pretty much, out of 199, you can tell how many FTEs are in there. Out of just 199.
Depending on that day, I
Right,
can.
right. And I understand it fluctuates, it's movable, it's not
Right.
consistent.
Like I could pick a payroll and tell you how much the FTEs were approximately on that payroll.
Right. Whatever day, if I can just get a number of how many FTEs.
Yeah. I can
What
have
you're
it.
asking for is an estimate.
Yeah,
it is.
And
Not a hard
I don't
number,
expect it
correct.
to be, to the penny, I understand that.
There's no way to get you a total because there's too many funds. People are split funded.
Sure,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
I had an issue with that one time, I remember.
I understand what you're explaining. You have the F, and then they're paid for, but you still have the FTE, and there's a number tied to that, correct?
Right.
How you
But
build that number
the
up?
contribution to the FTE might not all come from the 42.8 million is what she's stating. It could come from another subset of 3.8 million that's on another funded function.
Right.
But yeah, we can.
Because they're partially funded out of 244, or they provide spec ed services. I mean, it depends.
Remember how we talked about how certain administrators are funded through multiple functions? So if I get involved with, when I do work with counselors, or if I do work with other departments, not all of it comes out of function 41. And in the way, if you coded it properly, the funding for different employees should be coming from different funds and functions, depending on the services that they're providing as well.
Right.
So you get estimates where you can say, how much are we going to need for function 11 to cover all of the costs? And out of this one employee, we could be funded out of 3, 4 different functions to go ahead and take care of, because they take care of different departments or work in different capacities.
Gotcha.
I think you understood the intent of the destination of the information we provided with the
Right.
better response. That makes any sense.
Last question. So on the initial plan at Shepherd from February 13th, when we were given an estimation on staffing for West Campus or Kaizen or Athens, there was a number of positions and there was a total amount. How did we get that?
So that, again, we use that FTE, use an FTE number based off of, we would need this position.
right?
How
So-
you did the other school campus?
we staffed it the same way, we've gone through that ad nauseam as far as that plan not being satisfactory, but the way I just explained it to you, we assign an FTE to a location based off the need. So if we build out the attendance, we broke it down by grades, stated we would need 22 to 1 in a first grade classroom, that yields us 2 teachers, okay? That would be 2 teacher FTEs, median cost is this plus benefits, this is our average salary. So whenever we give you that number, it might be 71,000 for the overall district in cost on a salary 19911, but we hire a new teacher and they come in at 50,300 or 3,000. So they're paid at a different level. So you might get the savings there coming into the actual spend, or we hire a master teacher that's all in is 78,000 or 81,000, I don't know. So you could overspend in those categories. That's more like an average, that's why we use that midpoint category. So we use those numbers and broke it down by category per pay style. So literally going off the comp plan from the check. And on the salary expenses, you have the minimum, the midpoint, and then the max, according to the TASB way of doing salaries. So you base it based off the midpoint, but then based on the kind of teacher that you have, the level of experience that they have, those kinds of pieces, this is how those numbers tend to fluctuate until you actually get it. Well, and the teachers themselves, we don't actually only have to use the midpoint. We base it off of the average years of the teachers in that class category, so like elementary. If the average teacher is here for 11 years, and we can put somebody on step 11 for teacher skills, so what steps. It's pretty close. So if you have somebody who's part 50% funded FTE out of function 11 and 50% funded out of function 13, does that count as one FTE as well? Because it's half and half. Yeah, I mean that would be one. Two halves that make up another. Yeah, that would be one full-time equivalent employee in our interpretation, and that's how we would. That's why it's called full-time equivalent. That's what we would report to the state.
I think we're just looking at it from different things. I'm looking at it as bodies, right?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Bodies,
and it's not
and how much does that body cost?
If you want a destination of what information you want, we might be able to provide you a better answer.
Okay.
Because if you want bodies and how much that body costs, that's a different question. That's not an
Yeah, I can get you that.
Okay, I'd like that.
Okay, bodies.
Yes.
Okay. Just in a day and
Me and-
Sorry, maybe that should have been the first thing I
Well,
said.
because y'all are talking FTEs, and
Well,
it's like, well,
equivalent to me is one person, one teacher, one salary.
right, but think about it
Where
like
the
this.
funding comes from is.
This is why it's called full-time equivalent.
Right.
So the equivalent part is how you come together to have a
How you
full-time,
fund it.
or the full-time, because you're talking about the dollars that are tied into the
Right.
numbers. Like
But
a
money
part-time
equals
employee
bodies.
wouldn't be a 1. A part-time employee would be a 1.5.
Well, and we even have some that, it gets more complicated.
If you want to know how many employees we had in the 18-19 school year, we can give you that.
Under instruction, 11, function 11,
Right, so here's the question, so why go specifically by function?
just looking at the teachers, how many we had last year and how many, I think you're gonna let me know, how many do we have this year?
Right,
Oh, is that what you want to know?
Yeah.
Oh,
just how many teachers we have?
Yeah.
How
yeah.
many teachers we have? You can pull it up on the Tapper. It
Yeah.
has number of teachers on Tapper.
Yeah,
but if you want it by
that's
function.
easily a,
It is on.
Well, it's all
Teams.
199, function 11.
Oh,
It's a
function
function, it's under the instruction, which is function 11, 199.
Right, so all your teachers are funded
Yeah.
out of function 11.
Right.
But it comes off, it's already reported to you on the Tapper, it's like the third to last page, number of teachers. You
Well,
look it up right now.
and unless they're a coach and they're under only 36.
But you've had flexibility throughout the year, so what Taper has may not be current. Right?
I'm sorry?
I thought you were asking.
What
for
you're
last
showing
year.
on Taper may not be current.
Well, she can,
Taper is what
we've
you
got
got
pink
from the beginning
data
of the
also.
year, right?
Right, no, Taper would have been from last year, it would have been from. It's 17, 18.
17, 18.
It would have been from 17, 18, I thought this was
But
just.
but Teams has 18, 19,
18, 19, right.
but it doesn't go in until, when does it go in, Denise?
And this is why I want for everybody to understand that whatever employees that we had this year, that's what's 18, 19, whatever we're going to 19, 20,
all
we
the way
have
at
to
the end.
identify what are the needs of the district so we can fund accordingly
Absolutely.
every campus. So if we need to add additional instructional coaches, we're projecting for that. If we need to move some teachers from one campus to the next, so we don't hire too many,
Right.
we need to do that. Right now, there's a lot of unknowns because of the 3 campuses and how many
Right.
kids are actually going to show up. So we're trying to be as efficient as we
And
can.
then you're projecting a loss of 126.
Yeah.
That's less teachers.
Right, so that's going to be the teachers, but we're not riffing, we're not projecting to
But
cut
remember,
teachers.
that was just on our 5th, 6-week data. That had nothing to do with us adding the other 3 campuses that might get us more kids.
That was
So we're hoping.
Yeah, I mean, we're hoping.
It's right there on the paper report, sir.
Right, but that's for 17.
Yeah.
So 554.5 teachers came out of 17.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Right, and that's all functioning left.
That would be your count, that's what we're gonna.
Okay, what's the number?
554.5.
554.5.
But remember, now, and also remember that is that the snapshot in time?
Yes.
Because there could be a teacher that worked half of the year, and then we had a different teacher, or one that just only worked a few days, we had sub for the rest of the year.
Right.
I mean,
Right. Like, for example, something that we did this year was, when I came in, I know that they had projected like to lose 500 kids, but we didn't end up losing 500 kids, we ended up losing more like 200. So there was 300 additional kids, and we're not staffed for additional 300. So where are we in those schools? That's the first thing I said. Where are we in the schools where the kids don't have enough teachers? And let's start hiring teachers this school year so we can put teachers in the classrooms as soon as possible. And all that was done because we had enough flexibility and functioning leather to be able to add that and just make that happen. So that's kind of where we're going with that.
So this also shows you, right, so you have teachers, professional staff, campus admin, you have central office staff, 19, auxiliary staff, you have everybody, you have them by age, you have them by years of experience. So this table report captures all of the staffing questions based on that snapshot.
But and the snapshot was when?
The snapshot is late October. That's what we get
Last
funding.
year?
last Friday of October,
Last Friday of every October.
every year.
And that's what all of our funding is based on.
It's a snapshot of the time.
So it's October of 2018.
We're still projecting a decline in enrollment.
Yes, we're still projected.
So, Ms. Bravo, this here will tell you what that is. So if we lose 3 teachers, 12 teachers in the mid-break semester because of retirement,
Right,
this would, it won't account for that because it's going to take a
Right.
snapshot.
right.
Right. I mean, that still means classrooms are set, classrooms are there, classrooms are ready, we have to hire teachers, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And it also does show you what classrooms are empty that the teachers
Correct.
had not even been hired
Correct.
before the October snapshot.
So it also gives you ethnicity, everything that,
I just have one more question on the teachers and the staffing. Are we using teachers, like for West Campus, are we using teachers that at least have teaching skills maybe to save money on electives? Such as, not you, Ms. Kaiser,
Sorry.
Dr. Flores, or Ms. Arnaldo, Dr. Another one.
Yeah, no, well, right now, those are the pieces that we're determining based on the staff that we do have, that we hire. And so it'd be ideal to look at somebody who's ELA certified who also has an art certification, but if you don't have that.
Or PE and health.
Well, yeah, but if it's PE, now they typically hire a coach for
Right.
those kinds of
Because
services.
they can do both. PE and
Right.
health.
Yeah.
And you save money, you don't have to hire.
Find me a PE coach that's also a math teacher, and by all means, you find yourself a student. Coaches smiling over there.
Smiling over there.
You know it's true. Most of them are expected certified, history, those are typical coach certifications, because coaching takes so much time from you.
Right.
It's a different deal. So we try to, but at the end of the day, we're moving forward with this. I care about quality, right? So we need to make sure we have the right people, and that may come at a cost. It's just a fact, because we want to make this
But we have to
successful.
remember, Dr. Flores, I understand that. We
Sure.
want quality, that's important. But we also, the goal is to stay within our current revenues.
Right.
And that we don't exceed that 3-month operating expenditures.
Well, we need to stop buying turf then. Okay, so I'm just saying, if we're gonna look at those pieces, you can't just look at pieces in isolation. We are looking at the big picture if you're gonna talk being efficient.
Well, but nor do we want to overspend, just to overspend. And I'll get to that in a minute, because I have a question for Ms. Kaiser. Ms. Kaiser, on the last meeting that we had, you had presented the tax subsidy fund, and you had mentioned to me there was a mistake that you were going to correct on the 600,000. No, it was 800,000, it was 883, and you said, no, it should have been half.
What that was it was showing in the appropriation for the estimated revenue, and it was showing that we'd received, I don't have it with me, almost 500,000, and it was showing both of them over the amount. I told you I'd bring it to you the next time that we're going to be bringing this.
Right, okay, and you were going to correct that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll get a correction.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so on the sheet that we have here dated April 11th, 19th, on the general fund tax bond subsidy budget and revenue on the amendment, and I'm asking the questions on the amendments now, so I'm going to pull the item on the amendments. We don't, I can get it done now. We don't have to do anything. There's a lot of, you've given, and it's a very good report, it's given the appropriation function, and it's given the description, and the amounts, and the schools, and the department, and the category, if it's make-ready or one-time.
Yes, sir.
It was very detailed, very, very good. I
Thank you
for that. My question is, are these just estimates? Because everything ends with zeros.
Yes,
There's
ma'am.
no specific number to it.
You're absolutely right.
Okay,
Still in budget, yes.
So they're just estimates.
Yes,
So-
ma'am.
So I would assume that there's going to be a lot of savings here. Because you always tend to overestimate unless you can tell me somebody has given you a number to put here, to all of these.
Which one are you referring to?
It's the general fund tax subsidy budget and revenue amendment, April 11, 2009.
I don't have it.
And you're right. That's what you do on a typical budgetary plan, is that you allocate enough. It's like saying, I have $20 to buy a meal. You bring your $20 and the meal ended up being $18.76. You save yourself $1.24. But you won't know until after the money has been encumbered and the sale went through and you come with what you have left. So typically, ideally, you want to come in under with what you're actually
Absolutely,
planning.
because-
Instead of saying, I need $20 and tomorrow I need another 10.
Right.
And it's like, why is it taking 20 yesterday? Yeah, well, this is the same conversation, just skip the
So you
zone.
take $20, so.
So,
because
you get a
the
spending-
the total make-ready one-time cost here is showing as 3.4.
I'm sorry, what is it on?
The total one-time make-ready.
On my budget presentation?
This was from one of the amendments, Ms. Kaiser.
Oh,
So you may not have it handy, and I don't expect you to.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
But the point I'm making is that it's showing a total of 3.4 million, but since these are all estimates, they're not exact figures,
Right.
it could really be less than that.
Could be less, could be more, so the budget
Yeah.
works. It's a plan based off the information at the time.
Okay, so we won't get the definite numbers until we actually, it starts to.
Until it's all said and done.
So when we report things like these expenditures, we call them actuals because that's what actually
Right.
occurred. So a budget would happen
Yeah.
before that,
That's what we did.
and it's making an estimation based on that need.
Yeah, we're sending you that weekly.
Yeah, and I think you did send me something, it was revised expenditure and encumbrances, where you actually did the expenditures on the top and the encumbrances.
Yes,
on the
Chad
bottom.
prepared that.
Yeah, so that was very well done, thank you. And so that's going to change every week, because as these people that are coming in to do the work, they're no longer will be encumbrances over
Right.
their
That's
expenditures.
exactly right.
absolutely-
So
They'll
That
change
is us.
as data is updated.
Right.
And he's keeping it updated constantly.
We
So,
try to.
may I ask him a question, Chad?
Who's that?
Chad?
Oh, Mr. Dixon.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the estimates over here, these were estimates that you came up with for all of these make-ready one time?
That's a collaborative effort.
It was a whole bunch of us.
So everybody, okay,
I have an entire team working on these things for you.
good job. All right, well, that's good. I'm glad, because I
This is
just,
weird getting somebody
3.4
compliments.
on make-ready was quite a bit, so I would hope that that number is going to come down.
We're working on them out there.
Could be a lot more down. That's the way the budget works.
Yeah, Mr. Flores.
I want to say something.
Yes, sir.
I do not appreciate the lobbying of the $1 million and the turf.
Right.
I think that we stated a position and made a
Yes.
vote
Yes.
on what we wanted to do,
Yes.
and for you to loosely say $1 million on the turf, because positions on it were about safety And safety was,
Sure.
what I should have said in that last meeting was that some of these injuries could be lifelong, alter the child's life, right? So I just don't think it's fair that we're trying to be constructive with finances and all these things and
Right.
fair questions from the president, and then just to loosely say and then just saying. I think that's wrong. I think it should be taken back, because there's already been a position.
Right.
My position has been safety, and when I left, I thought about a child, even if it was just one, that was hurt and it cost them the rest of their life and what they wanted to do. So
Completely understand.
I just wanted to say that, because I don't think that was right. It's late in the evening.
Yes.
And it's just not fair to be lobbying and stuff like that, because it wasn't a good.
I know, I got you there. Here's my thing. If we're talking safety and security, we could have spent those $1 million on security campuses too, because we could have had a shooter come in there tomorrow as well to take care of it and does some atrocious things in our classrooms. These are conversations that need to be had instead of making decisions that are knee-jerk in many ways. And so when we're talking about being efficient, you want us to get the job done by opening the schools up in a very effective way, efficient way. It begs conversation for the entire budget, not just pieces in isolation, because they're big pieces, big chunks of money that are coming out of the fund balance. So why not have more conversation like I asked for more time? I did. It's a very fair thing to ask. Okay, let's talk about it and see. So we would have done those pieces, then because we're going to continue to get hit with answers that we have to come up as administration. But when we're trying to come up with realistic solutions and viable solutions that demand this kind of workshop so we can really talk about these things and there's a consensus behind it, so then now we can really talk about, hey, this is still a priority that we all agree that needs to happen. Because it's not fair that these kinds of spots, these kinds of specific items get abruptly put in there and get voted on 2 days later, and they get appropriated now. 1.2 just went down there, whether we were ready for it this year or not. Safety and security is always an issue. Having a new turf is not going to guarantee that you will have no injuries. It really doesn't. So when we talk about the arguments that we're making for the decisions that we're taking, we want to have this kind of dialogue in a very open, trusting way where we can make decisions for the best interest together, administration and the board, instead of isolation from each other.
I think we've been working for the last quite a few months on this.
Sure.
So don't take me as if I don't understand.
No, nobody's saying that you don't.
I understand what the scope is and what we need to do.
Right.
But I just didn't like you loosely saying that, especially when child safety can be compromised.
I get it, sir. I get it, but child safety is an issue.
But I'm speaking to that. I'm not speaking to all the rest. I'm just speaking to that and the loose words that you used.
Right.
And I think that was wrong.
I appreciate your input and your feedback, sir.
I just want to add one thing to that. I understand both points of view. My only issue is what, like Mr. Flores said, the board took a position, they took action for our superintendent to go back and revisit that, what's being perceived as in a negative way, or the board not making a right decision or an untimely decision. I don't think that that's appropriate. I think that once the board makes the decision, it's your responsibility to articulate that down to the staff and to make it happen.
Right.
That's all I have to say. So the very fact that we're even discussing it shouldn't be the case. It's already been decided, and that's a position the board took. We took a vote. It's a done deal.
Completely understood. On the other end, just to work with us on how we're talking about the quality issue, about the instructional setting, and then the reopening of the campuses. That's where we need more flexibility as well, and understanding of how we're trying to put those things together, because it's going to be really hard to come in under budget on those specific pieces where it's not affecting the general fund balance.
Right.
So it's still part of the larger conversation.
We see that.
Right. And so those are the things. My job is to guard the level of efficiency and effectiveness.
Right.
And it has to be an adequate environment. So quality matters. Right. So when you start talking quality, well then quantity is going to be affected. The numbers may change. We may have to hire extra FTEs, full-time positions. Those are all pieces that can happen. So this is where we need board to support whatever it is that the administration is going to recommend regarding those pieces. By all means, you want to purchase another turf, go do it. That's not a problem. It's the money, you guys have that decision to make. But don't make it at the cost of hurting the quality of the learning environment that we have to put in place in the next 2 months. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And so that's what I mean by making that point.
Okay.
this is a budget conversation.
Right.
Yeah,
And
that's
so
what I'm
this is
saying.
one of,
It's
this
not
is
that
one of
forward.
the, yeah, this is one of the, this is one of the first ones that we've had in this type of setting where we can talk about stuff. So to bring it up, in a frank way, I don't think was inappropriate. If we needed to discuss it more, then we can. I mean, we're already here till midnight anyway, right, or 3 in the morning, so it's a couple more hours. I mean, I want to discuss some more things, let's discuss some more things. I mean, this is a first setting that we've had like this. So if
And I think it's very
there's,
productive.
yeah, if there's concerns about the budget, then bring it up.
Oh, there's legitimate,
I mean,
there's legitimate concerns.
There is.
Which is why we ask the questions.
And so for the superintendent to present a position, I don't think that's inappropriate. I think he's given that flexibility to present a position on how he feels on the budget, right? Just like we are.
Oh, no, absolutely, nobody's speaking to that, absolutely. Actually, he's the one that brings the first recommendations and the first,
Exactly.
all that, but.
So
what Mr.
the
Flores
the recommendation was that give him some time so that he could develop a plan for that track. That way we couldn't have, or we wouldn't have, abruptly made a decision to spend $1 million in the midst of opening 3 campuses, right? An expectation level of opening those campuses in a way that they're gonna be nice and inviting and provide a quality education.
We're
right?
committed to that, yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard to save money over there while you're doing that, but spend $1 million on a field when we didn't even get any information on that yet, right? We just made that decision without any information from that. No presentation, no backup documentation, no nothing. So again, this is a budget conversation, and he's trying to tell you that if we would have taken some time and not made that decision yet, then we could be talking about a different approach on the opening of schools. So I don't think it's inappropriate. If it was, given a little bit more time so that we could
Votes are
consider.
taken and decisions are being made and policies been set.
But the point he was making was that if we keep on making those type of decisions, we're obstructing him from giving us a quality setting. The comment was made to watch what we spend, right? The comment was made to watch what we spend. So here on one hand, we're saying, watch what we spend, and on the other hand, we're saying, go replace a field for $1 million that we had no consideration on.
I think it deserves more credit than that. I think it deserves more articulation than that. We
All he asked for was time to bring back a presentation on that.
concerns.
I understand that, but there's a lot of safety concerns, like we said. There's plenty of safety concerns.
That's a
that
good thing we got more
always-
funding for it.
Yeah, we're waiting for all those numbers to come.
Right.
I mean, if we would have just waited to get a presentation from him on what the field would have cost and what was the best approach for it, then that's a different conversation, but we went and voted to replace the field already without any input from admin. That's the
Because
point.
we're by no means against it, guys. We're not.
Right.
That's not what I'm
Nobody's
saying.
against it.
What I'm saying is that we can't make very big financial decisions in isolation from the rest of the budget. That just doesn't make sense.
Well, I think if I comment, yes, and then back to move on, because it's very clear. I think let me just elaborate what Mr. Rodriguez said earlier. We shouldn't even be in this predicament.
Right.
We should not be in this predicament. We were placed in this predicament because, as we say, of this administration. They did transfer of funds, of restricted funds that should not have been done, it should have come to the board, and that was something that in the plan was presented that we were looking at. So when we looked at current revenues, we knew that we thought, I should say, that money was there. And then we find out that the administration previously had made that transfer without even board approval, not only in workman's comp, but also in the tax subsidy fund. So we have been placed in that predicament. It's not we created the predicament.
Right.
So yes, we've got to watch our pennies and our nickels and get the job done. And I feel comfortable, Dr. Lewis, I know that you can do this, I know that you've got the talent, you've got the staff here with you.
It's not me, it's
And
just
I know it can get done, and that we can still have that goal of not only a balanced budget, because that's what I want to see. I want to see a balanced budget, but I also want to see and make sure that we have the 3-month operating expense budget.
Right.
And that's my goal as a board member
Sure.
here independently of this table. And I feel comfortable that you can get it done first.
So if that's the case, then please stop adding these items that are very heavy, big ticket items
Your point has already been
without
taken, you
putting
keep
it-
rehashing it. I think we understand how you feel about it. We already took the vote, the item's been done,
Right.
and we understand. You've made your point already, and we appreciate
I'm saying it for
that.
future terms at this point.
Okay, well, we appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay.
One last comment. We started with, as evidenced by having these discussions and collaborating and working with the administration and getting data, making decisions, the budget committee, as evidence from the original presentation that you gave on February 13th to where we are now, I think has taken an enormous amount of effort, an enormous amount of collaboration and discussion and budget questions and data. I mean, Ms. Kaiser putting the information and Mr. Schuman giving the information and your whole staff. I think that's evidence that we're working together, and it's not always going to be pretty, right? Like Mr. Rivera just said, having these type of discussions and interactions and getting to what the ultimate goal is. So I think we have plenty of evidence that says from February 13th to now, all the collaboration, all the work, all the data, all the effort, we've whittled it down to where we are now, and we still have a lot more work to do.
Yeah.
So the budget.
And I will tell you, it's just a perfect example, guys. So the charges here was so fine, we're working on that. But long term, this place is going to need a lot of renovation and a lot of funding invested into it if you're going to turn it into a legitimate high school. And so those conversations are going to have to be had at some point because we're getting the ball rolling. We're going to find a way to put kids in here. But that's not a long-term solution. But it's just, can we get the ball rolling and open the doors? But at some point, this is going to need some serious renovation or going after a new school if we can still afford it with bonding capacity and those kinds of things. But these are real long-term planning issues that right now we're trying to do the best with it. I get it, we're trying to stay within the budget. But it's a stopgap measure in many ways because going into the next year, to the following year, the year after that, you're going to need to have a long-term vision for, are you going to just continue to reinvest in these bones right here? Or are you going to build a brand new one right next door that's going to be maybe a P-Tech, maybe a N-Tech, or a P-Cast? There's a lot of things.
Don't tease me, Dr.
I'm sorry, I'm just saying, I like those kinds of opportunities, but those are the kinds of conversations.
No, we did. We had that conversation at Athens with Dr. Alva and Mrs. Schumann and Mrs. Mazzetta, standing back there and saying, we just go to another school here, so no, I agree.
And so that's what I'm saying. I just want everybody to understand that quality is the thing that we're guarding for here. And so right now it starts with the staff because that's what we can do.
Okay, if we can move on, that's okay?
Okay. 10 more minutes and it's been 6 hours.
We concluded the budget workshop for 1920, and we do have a couple of items under discussion and possible action. Number one is consider approval of budgetary measures which provide guidance to the superintendent as he develops the proposed 2019-2020 annual budget. The item, Dr. Floyd, when we have workshops, the reason for it is to kind of give you ideas of what we want to see in the budget.
Right.
You make your presentation, and now we have ideas on what we would like to see. And so that was the reason that the item was there, for any kind of guidance to give you. And I think we've already talked about that. We talked about the number of FTEs. We don't need as many as we had last year, because we're losing 126 kids, so we've got to cut that down. And then the other issue was...
Well, on that, but we're also expanding to 3 campuses, so we want to make sure it's not just student to kid, I can't just take away the PE teacher from over there because I may need one over here.
No, actually, there are some positions that are going to have to be hired.
Right.
And I think it's all in the plan. I think it was real specific about, yes, you're going to have to hire some special teachers.
Right.
Actually, the ones you just mentioned.
Right. I mean, those are all situations that we have to look at as we look at the enrollments and as the needs. So we don't. So for you to already say, hey, I expect less numbers because it's less kids. Well, no, you're actually expanding your operational costs. So we need to make sure that, again, to put a recommendation to you guys to say this is where we're going to need in this kind of budget, in this function, in this budget, so that we can effectively allocate for all the campuses, because I don't want to be short on campus because we said, well, there's 150 less kids, so then there's a less teacher. Well, it's not necessarily the most feasible way of looking at it. It's one way of looking at it, which I can respect all day. But again, it's one of those things that, let's wait and see before we bring the projection.
Right, and I think also we have to remember that those teachers, those kids that are coming back to the campuses, those teachers should be coming with them.
The math doesn't work out one-for-one though,
Yeah.
as we've explained it.
I mean, for the most part, I mean, that.
If we had 30 students at Rio and 15 went back, then there would be one teacher and one teacher.
Right.
But, there'd be two teachers, well, I meant there'd be one teacher at Rio. There'd be one teacher at Rio, one teacher at Athens.
Right,
If the math worked perfectly where it was a half divide, it doesn't.
and I understand there's going to be some flexibility there
Right.
because we don't know how many bilingual teachers we're going to have to, or if we're going to have to hire a bilingual
Yes,
teacher.
all those things.
Or a special ed teacher, or any other specialty.
Right.
I understand that has to happen, there's no doubt. But I think there is a lot of savings in those teachers, the kids that are moving, the teachers are coming with them. That saves in having to hire so many teachers. And you yourself said, we've got, at least at Athens, we have a lot of people that want to come back.
Sure, but that leaves holes in the other campuses.
No, I understand that, but
Okay.
it leaves holes, but it leaves less kids.
No. So if you got kids that went from Carrillo and Price to Athens, I got teachers leaving from
But that's your
Armstrong, I got
teachers.
teachers leaving from Madeline, I have
Right.
teachers leaving from other campuses. We're gonna have to replace them.
You're going to have to, it's going to take a lot of shuffling, I
Yes,
assume.
yes.
So shuffling
And
around.
so
Because aside
again,
from that,
what we
there
don't
are-
want to do is be hampered by a very restricted budget. Because even if we pass a budget that's higher, as long as we don't spend those monies at the end of the year, they come back to us as revenues and surplus. I mean, that's really.
And I'm glad you said that. The other thing that I wanted to ask you on all the campuses have their budgets, and we did get a list from Ms. Kaiser on what is expended so far, the percentages of campuses and how much money. I think as of the last report we got was February, if I'm not mistaken.
It was the second quarter budget, I believe, is what you were
Yeah,
referring
the
to.
second quarter budget, and I think most of those had expended like 43, 45, 50% maybe, with maybe 1 or 100%. And so I think that in itself is a big savings.
Yes.
You know, if we don't expend that money, that's going to help us into the end of the year. to
Very
have
true.
that money.
Very
Because
true.
right now, our last report we got, I think we were at 1.3.
Right.
Is that correct? Is that the right number?
I'm not sure if it's 1.3 or
I
not,
think
but I'm
that's the
agreeing
number
with
it was.
this.
So if we do that, then that's going to add up.
Yeah.
That would really save us a lot of money.
Well, and this is why precisely you pass a budget with, and this is why it has to be generalized in many ways, because you pass the budget to make sure that you've allocated enough money for the year, but the goal is to come in the black, to come out of the black at the end of the year, where we didn't fully expend all the necessaries, but you had already allocated enough resources for the campuses and the departments to effectively carry out their duties and responsibilities. So this is what I'm saying, is we don't want to be cut down to the bone on the passing of the budget, because then we're going to be struggling the rest of the year. If you tell a campus, well, I allocated you 100% for your budget, you only use 43, so next year I'm only going to give you 45.
Oh, no, I
If
think
we take that approach, we're going to have to.
I don't think that's what my intent was.
Okay, I just wanted to know,
Yeah.
and that's very important that you say that, because I want to understand your intent.
Yeah, well,
of what
that's
you're
not
trying
my
to
intent.
do.
My intent is just to say at the end of the year, how much we'll be saving if they don't expend all of their money.
And again, we do plan, but like, even if we pass the deficit budget, as long as we don't end on a deficit at the end of the year, that's going to make a big difference, because all those monies go right back into the fund balance.
Absolutely, because they
So we can
get
use
the
for the
same
following
amount for
year.
the following year, absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. But at least to show up at the end of the August 31st, we actually had that money saved at the end of the year. So whatever was 1.3 could be 2 million, maybe more. you know.
Right, but that's not going to show up until next year.
Right, and the report was until February, so we still have to look at what was the expenditures.
We
for
still have March,
April,
April,
and
May, June,
Right.
July, yeah, till we're done with the budget school
Right.
year. Yeah.
Exactly, so, okay, so I think that.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I was actually, I'm glad that you brought that up, because that's actually what I was going to refer to, was
Yeah.
the second quarter budget. And I know that there's been more months that have been expended.
Yes.
Regarding this, so,
Payroll still needs to happen.
well, yeah, no, I absolutely, yeah, of course, you got to pay yourself.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree, but I'm glad that you guys had that conversation, because that was actually on my mind, what you talked about, seeing what we can save some money from the current budget.
Oh, yeah, no, the goal is to always be efficient. We also don't want to set ourselves up where we're not funding enough and we're putting enough resources for the school year. I'd rather make sure that everybody has enough for the school year, and then for us to come under
so do we have an expectation, and you may or may not have an answer, do we have like a goal, and we look at a set, I don't know, maybe from your experience, would have an answer, relative to that, do we have a goal at the end, like, hey guys, we're shooting for, based on the second or third quarter budget, we're gonna really try really hard to save and end in the black, I don't know, $1 million, or $2 million, or $3 million.
Right.
Is that something that we look at consistently
You could build a
and
self,
shoot for?
you could build like an insurance into your budget. So you can say you're gonna add in like 5 FTEs or 7 FTEs into 11 in case there's some type of teacher need. You're not gonna hire for them unless you need them, but you got the money there, so you got that capability to do it throughout the year.
That's a common practice, right?
Yeah. I mean,
And then you don't.
seven's not very many for a district our size even. I mean, it's just
But
like-
then you don't use that money, and then that's money that you have at the end of the year.
Surplus at the end.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so buy the hamster for $13, save the full $20.
Here's a like perfect example. I know that our operational cost is going to expand more because we're also including our own devices as well that's there, and then the cost of the maintaining, the building, the facilities, the overhead. There's got to be a lot more in there as well. So we're trying to set up the budget to cover all of these pieces once we get everything in place.
We're gonna pay a light bill now before we do all those other.
We've expanded our operational footprint by 3.
Like before, we'll afford to,
Yeah, everyone.
That's gonna cost electricity, water,
I mean, overall recurring costs.
all those pieces to maintain, to.
Like, we'll take Athens to fully occupied, basically, because the entire campus is gonna be utilized. And then Gazen will only have 2 wings that won't be utilized initially, depending on how much enrollment we have there. So I mean, it's.
So just like that.
Over 75%, utilization.
And then the DEP building of Olivares, the central admin of Olivares, the renovation of this campus. So all of it just turns into expanded operational costs. And we're not getting more kids. So the only thing we have is Southfield 3.
So just with those pieces, we would.
Well, we're hoping it's meant to be
assume.
Right.
Bigger budget.
Yes.
Right, we've got a penny pinch now after the decision has been made to do this, it becomes a little complicated.
Right, and you're right, Dr. Nava, that segue into my last statement here is, based on Ms. Kaiser's projection, are at the end of August 31st, she's projecting, if we expand all the expenditures, everything goes through at $19.5 million, which is our 3-month operating
On
budget.
top of, right, that's the add-on.
Sorry?
I said, is that the add-on, is that what you're talking about?
No, he's saying that that's where we'll be at.
That's where we'll be.
Right,
That's where we'll be. Right.
But I think that's just
And that's the
based on
concern.
estimates, so.
Right, we won't know until the audit comes back.
And then so everything gets spent, right?
Right, exactly, so that's reminding.
Well, it depends on what year it is into,
Right.
so if let's just say like a painting contract didn't actually end until September 2nd, then we wouldn't actually be invoiced for it until after September 2nd. It wouldn't be in that fiscal year, right? It would be carrying the next fiscal year. So it can make it look better for you for the entire year, basically.
Unless anyone else has anything, Madam President, with the budgetary action item, can we take like a quick 3-minute recess so I can with our
3-minute recess, okay?
Or it might be 3.5. I just
Yeah,
want
3
to.
minutes.
Yeah, okay, start now.
6 hours. At some point, we'd like to have
With this. Thank you.
I know.
Lorraine, is there any money in the budget for the sausages?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, everybody knows the
Yes, Wi-Fi can cut off.
So we'll be at graduation.
Is that what I'm thinking of?
Oh, it's gonna be a graduation.
So is it 3 now?
Yeah,
Around
that's what I,
Oh, so they still have to wait, right?
so it's what, 3, 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Tuesday, Already? Already, sir.
I can see it for race classes, I have to worry over classes.
Nobody go get it? Should be. Yes, no, you can't.
Mr. Roscoe,
Yes, sir.
go ahead, ma'am, go now.
Okay.
Golden State. That's pretty good, right?
That,
I just saw the,
Well, at least you
they
can
texted
this out.
me and said, you should have won that one.
Do one more. One more round.
Wow.
Who won?
Golden State. 106, 105.
Yeah.
Good game.
okay, let's finish up here. The item, as I read, was an action item on, consider approval of budgetary measures which will provide guidance to the superintendent as he develops the proposed 2019-2020 annual budget. Board members, is there any discussions or any guidance to give to the superintendent?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I do have a couple of motions that fall into the guidance of the superintendent. And they're all based on conversations that we've had this evening. So, do I start now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to move that the superintendent use all available reasonable measures to maintain the unexpected levels in the general fund balance, Fund 199, as reflected in the quarterly budget report. Further, that this budgetary measure remain in effect until further board action. So that's just, I know there's more, but since we discussed that here.
Can we have a copy of that, sir?
Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Whatever it is that you wrote?
Yes, sir. Do you have an email it to you, or?
Your recommendation? What is it? Can you repeat that again?
Yes, sir. Okay, I move that the superintendent use all available reasonable measures to maintain the unexpended levels in the general fund balance, Fund 199, as reflected in the quarterly budget report. Further, that this budgetary measure remain in effect until further board action.
To maintain what?
To maintain the unexpended levels in the general fund balances.
So you want the levels of unexpended money to remain the same?
No, to use reasonable measures to maintain the unexpended. So obviously, these numbers are higher because this was in the February. So based on whatever the current budget expenditures are,
Right.
to use reasonable, to try to maintain whatever they are today.
Are you trying to maintain the fund balance at the level where it's at? That's what you're saying?
I'm talking
So I'm
specifically
trying to understand too.
the function level. So all available reasonable measures to maintain the unexpended levels in the general fund balances, Fund 199, as reflected in the budgeted quarterly, in the quarterly budget report. So these here.
Right. But the budget quarterly report changes, right?
Right, and I understand that. That's why I didn't put a.
Same.
Oh, I get that. What I'm asking is, why need board approval for something that we're already doing?
Right.
We try to, by all means, trying to take reasonable measures. And like what you said, keyword is reasonable, right? For what we're trying to do.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
I do know that anytime that you're expanding operational costs, we're gonna need to use fund balance. That's just the reality of the situation. Any kind of purchases or high ticket items, whatever, the board priorities for district improvements, they're all gonna come out of the fund balance.
Right.
Until we know how much money we're getting with the M&O, with Hospital 3, we'll know what the actual difference is. So what you may end up seeing is that we may end up using fund balance to take care of all of our immediate issues this year. These are not staffing situations. You don't find staffing positions with fund balance money, but there's a lot of projects that do take up a lot of funding that we're taking on this year with all these campuses and all these facilities. What you may end up seeing is a surplus at the end of the next school year, and at the end of 1920 that we're going to be back in the fund balance if we don't talk about. Yeah.
And that's all.
And that's kind of the goals that we're doing.
Right. That's all. I'm just putting that into a motion.
Okay.
Can I ask,
Use all
Reasonable, yeah, reasonable.
to maintain unexpended levels.
Save some money at 199, that's all I'm saying.
That's what we're doing, sir.
All right, then that shouldn't be a hard deal. This shouldn't be a
That's
hard deal.
That's
all it is.
Okay.
So, Ken,
Do I need to
we have a
read it?
chance to
Wait, hold
discuss
on.
it?
You just.
I'm trying to make sure everybody was able to.
Okay, first, there's a motion, a second, and then discussion.
Right, so do I need to reread it? Did you guys get it?
Okay, but you're going to give it.
To use all available reasonable measures to maintain unexpended levels and function 199. The whole idea of maintaining.
What is maintaining, like, unspent payrolls, people have already completed their work of their contract and we pay them out through August 31st.
So that's
So,
gonna continue.
like, we're gonna continue expending that cost, like, they've already, the teacher's already gone for the year.
We owe them that.
We already owe them that money.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm trying to get a motion in a second and then discussion.
Okay.
So,
Okay, great.
So the motion,
okay, we got a
I'll read
motion.
it one more time. I move that the superintendent use all available reasonable resources, reasonable measures, I'm sorry. I move that the superintendent use all available reasonable measures to maintain the unexpended levels in the general fund balance, Fund 199, as reflected in the quarterly budget report. Further, that this budgetary measure remain in effect until further board action.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Rodriguez. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Mr. Flores. Okay, discussion.
Well, if I may,
Yes, Ms. Flores.
I don't see why we even need to go there. I mean, this is the superintendent's duties. We are again infringing on his duties, on their fiscal management. That is his responsibility. BJA policy states that. It's just saying that we don't trust what he's doing. I believe that he is taking on reasonable measures. We're dictating again what he can or cannot spend. So I just don't see the value in this. It's a trust thing right here. It's like you're not trusting him to do his duties as the superintendent, and his duties is having fiscal management of his district.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Your comments were noted. Mr. O'Hanlon, Ms. Flores has expressed some concern about the action that the board is taking right now. So could you speak to that, please, Mr. O'Hanlon?
Yes, I think the motion is to save some money in 199 so the budget deficit doesn't, so the fund balance doesn't erode over the course of the expenditures. That's a fiscal management, that's a directive. The board has control over the budget. They can ask him to save some money in previous budget. They could be more restrictive and reduce the budget. They didn't. They asked him to take reasonable measures to do that. I don't see that that's a particularly intrusive on the superintendent's prerogatives in terms of something. I just asked him to try and save some money so that we'll have more for next year. I don't see where that should be that controversial anyway in terms of that. I don't think it impairs his prerogatives. We're just asking him to be careful with the checkbook.
Okay, and I think-
We're dictating.
Yes, Mr. Flores.
Mr. Ryan, I have a question. Are we in violation of any kind of policy by doing that?
You have asked the superintendent to be careful with the checkbook. That does not violate anything. You have directed him to reduce the expenditures in any of the categories. You could. You could actually reduce the budget. That's your prerogative in terms of what's out there. You didn't.
So the allegations of Ms. Flores,
the board controls the budget. If y'all ask him to save some money in the budget, that's within your prerogative.
Okay, Mr. Ibarra.
Sir, the original projection for, obviously this is all related to opening the schools and the money that we're about to spend to do that. The original budget on that was how much?
I believe it's
6.5
around
million.
6 million, something like that.
Are we,
That was the original projection.
are we projecting to be over that right now?
Well, this is where we are right now. If we look at, we may be, depending on the needs that we do. We've had different adjustments at that point too, as far as like what programs will be offered, expansion of things. That was $6 million, including payroll costs and the upfront costs. And we just got a paint quote today for 1.3 million to paint the campuses. That's far in excess of what was reported to the board back in January. So, as that thing that we talked about, the triangle of quality, cost, and time. Thank you, sir. As we've taken that time down, based on not having the money to do it, not having the scope, the cost is going up. I mean, it's just
I totally understand. I'm trying to see how
So to answer your question-
how over budget we're gonna be. We don't have that estimation yet until we build a scope, is that what it is?
We're clearing up a lot of those pieces. I know that today, just today, we met again with the architects. We walked through about it. We were looking at what the needs are gonna be. Now the next piece is here. So once we get a full outline of what the scope is gonna cost, we'll be ready these pieces. And I think that'll clarify more about what actually is gonna come out of the fund.
Well, the reason I'm asking that, Madam Chair, is just because we've charged the superintendent with a task, and that's to open 3 new schools. We gave him an initial budget, but the parameters that we're giving him now to be able to open those schools within the time frame we said to open them, I don't think he's going to be able to stay in that budget. So to now come back and say, well, try to save every penny you can. I mean, I don't understand the logic right there. If he's trying to do what he can within a reasonable time in the budget, no matter what. I don't understand the notion that we have to tell him to I understand that we're within our legal right to do that and that we're not breaking any laws. I'm not saying we aren't, but there should be a collaboration with this man who we've charged to do something within an unrealistic time frame. A time frame that even the architect said if we wait would cost us less money. But nonetheless, we're going to try to pull this off. But let's go ahead and not collaborate with him and tell him, try to save money along the way while you're doing it. Don't spend, too much general fund. I mean, it's either we get it done or we don't, right? and he's trying to tell you he can get it done. And now we're trying to tell him, don't waste too much money doing it. I mean, this is just, I mean, it's asinine at some point to be going back and forth about these things.
Well, if I may speak to that, Mr. Bobby, if you're down, I'll let you finish.
I'm good.
Okay. First of all, I appreciate you acknowledging and you understand that we are not breaking the law.
Yeah.
Contrary to what
Never said
Ms. Flores is saying, we are not breaking the law. And Ms. Flores keeps referencing BGA. Well, the flip side to that, Ms. Flores, is BAA, so you may want to look at that as well. And as far as opening the campuses and the budgetary, we have to remember, the very first budget we got, the plan from the staff and superintendent was $29 million. That was to build a new school here. When we had said we were going to do this in a small frame. It wasn't going to be reopening the whole campuses. But those were inflated numbers, 29 million. That was uncalled for. I mean, we were not going to do a full-blown high school, and we knew that. So in working in collaboration with the superintendent at our budget committee meetings, we have been able to narrow it down. And then we also have a plan that we both, using his numbers and the plan that the budget committee came up with, and his numbers, we've come up to a pretty reasonable budget. So,
Which
you know,
is a $6 million budget?
I think it was 6 million. Mr.
That was a
Rodriguez.
total cost, yeah.
More or less.
But now remember, those were estimates.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And all I'm saying is
And-
that if it was a
and-
$6 million budget,
if I
I
may finish.
doubt that we're anywhere there.
If I may finish. So, as of now, we have only expended, and that's according to Ms. Kaiser, so far, we have only expended 1.4 million. That's it. That's all so far. Everything else is an encumbrance. So, the fact that we were at 29 million, which was overinflated, that we've had to bring it down and realizing, okay, it's not really going to cost that much. But now we've got all of these encumbrances that are estimates. We're hoping they're not overinflated estimates, that they're real estimates, that it's going to get us to where we need to be so that we can reach our goal. So we have been working along with the superintendent and staff to try and come up with a reasonable number to get this open. And we think it's doable. And I feel comfortable that those people sitting there and Dr. Flores can do it. And I think that...
So if you felt comfortable, I don't think you'd be telling him to watch his money.
Well, we have to. We have to, because look what...
But
because
you've already given them a budget.
We're saying that they're at 19.5. I mean, but that wasn't something that we created. I keep telling you, we didn't put ourselves in this position. When we started this whole thing, we were under the assumption that we still had our restricted fund balance of 3.4 from the subsidy fund. And actually, it was going to come to 4 million as of this August. Then we find out the administration actually rolled that over to the general fund balance when it should not have been. It was a restricted fund balance.
But
Just like
we took board
workman's
action
comp
on
is a
that.
restricted fund
We
balance.
took board action on that 3.4. I don't know if you don't remember, but we took board action on that.
But it was done illegally because they should not have been done.
But you were there, we took a vote.
Did I vote for it?
I'm just saying, we took a
Okay,
vote,
well,
just like you're saying we
But
voted to
I
open
can
the
tell
schools,
you,
we took a
if
vote.
it was brought to the board and it was to roll it over, I would not have supported it because I knew it was a restricted fund balance. There was a resolution to that.
It was all voted on and.
So I guess
it
you
was all
all
voted.
voted on it. And
All I'm saying is
nevertheless-
you're saying it's illegal,
nevertheless,
we voted on it.
And if I may, nevertheless, be it what it may, we didn't create this situation, but we're trying to salvage it. And we want these schools to open, we want it open successfully within budget. And I know it can be done. I know it can be done. But we want to make sure that we're not getting numbers that are inflated, that it's actually good estimates, and that we're going to be able to realize maybe it's savings. And I realize that the Florida is saying we may have to have added costs, because there's still things only by us we don't know, and I understand that. But I truly believe that this can be done with our current funds. I really, really do. And that's just my opinion.
Real quickly though, I know you keep saying that the numbers inflated, but that's an allegation.
They were
Well,
back
there-
in 29,
so-
at the
so-
29 million.
So here's where I'm going though. It's costing you the $6 million to open the doors to this place, but it's gonna cost you a lot more to turn this into a full-blown high school.
Absolutely, when the time comes.
so-
But we're just looking at this year.
I get it, but when we're giving you the cost is because because that's what it would take to legitimately turn this into a high school. It has nothing to do with overinflating to do anything with that. The only point is, you want this to be a real high school, you're gonna have to invest millions of dollars into it.
Absolutely.
And so when we give you the initial estimate, that's what would be the cost to turn this into. Not that we're trying to overinflate it, for what purpose? What
Well,
would we
because
get out of it?
that was not the directive to come with numbers for a full-fledged high school. It was to get it on just a transitional.
You wanted to ask for the same services, so that's what we provided.
Right.
You wanted the same services here. So remember when we were talking about having the inefficiency, of having a nurse at, additional campus? I mean, we built that conversation because it was at the church. We built the inefficiency of having a Spanish teacher here, of having
Everything that you would need on a full
for the full service, in the sense of what would be reasonable. Because you're right, we tried to cut the cost as much as we could, but we also tried to, we added in athletics, we added in stipends for all those things. All those things that you initially desired, we did. And we didn't even really present to you in the sense of it being a phasing multi-year process, because we had built it out over 4 years. And so if you didn't request it for the 18-19 fiscal year, you didn't request it for the 19-20 fiscal year, you just told us to do it. So we showed you the full cost of what the plan would be. And so I think it's an allegation, I definitely say that we overinflated it when we never got to look at the details, something that we've been trying to do a lot with y'all. So you use that number, 29 million, but you never even asked us what went into it. So we tried to clear that up. Renovation went into it, which we know we couldn't have done renovation in the summertime. We knew we weren't going to be able to pull that off. So there was that renovation number, and we talked about it at the meeting. I threw a very, very conservative, which would have been a low budget number of $60 to $100 a square foot for renovation. There's 149,000 square feet in this facility. That's where those numbers came from. It was to talk about the entire plan, because I mean, we did what we were directed to do. Y'all directed us to build a plan. If you didn't communicate the path or the destination you wanted, as far as only give us the 18-19 financial implications, that wasn't what you directed us to do. You didn't really work with us until we were going later into those elements.
No, it was right after, Dr. was right. It was right after, so what you're speaking about was in fact addressed and refined with a smaller footprint, and that's when I presented the budget committee plan. And, those raw estimates and assumptions, and understanding that there would be additional costs for Olivas, all that good stuff. So I just want to touch base. Mr. Ibarra has brought up the impacts of the general fund, and I think we're all concerned. I think that we should be. And to reply to Ms. Flores, and Madam President is correct. VA legal states that the Board of Trustees will monitor district finances to ensure that the superintendent is properly maintaining the district financial procedures and records. That's exactly what we're doing. Again, for the second time this evening, we're in the position that we're in now because, one, the tax subsidy fund was lumped in with the general fund. So, per my budget committee plan, that was part of the funding that we were to use. Right? And then it broke it down of where we could, estimates for how we were going to fund this thing, right? Sure. So then we find out, I think Madam President presented during one of the meetings that she went and spoke to the financial advisor, I believe. And this whole, the auditor. And then with legal counsel's permission, because we do have those RFQs out. Now we find out that when we think we have $11 million in there, we don't. Right? So now mind you, we find this out after the fact. So yes, so now that's where all of the evidence shows that we've been working with.
I understand where you're coming from. So the deal to talk about a tax subsidy fund or to talk about the workman's comp fund, at the end of the day, all of it is the fund balance. All of it is that.
But it shouldn't have been.
Whether you're talking about it's coming out of this pot or it's coming out of this pot, it all still ends up in the one singular pot of 199. So to think that, well, this is coming out of the tax subsidy fund, so it's not the general fund balance. Or, it's coming out of workman's comp fund, but it's not coming out of the fund balance, that's inaccurate.
Well, that's what we found out. That's what we found out.
Those are the things that we're trying to let you guys know, that you're pulling the monies out of the fund balance, whether it's coming out of this revenue or this revenue.
But it should have been a restricted.
Right, so so here, let me break it down. So when we thought we had 26 million with 3.8 million on
No.
top, that's what we thought.
I would have told you no.
Right, well, we found out after the fact,
This
right?
is, but
And
this
then
is
the
the
work-
we're not having these kinds of discussions.
Yeah, afterwards.
Well, as soon
And then-
as there was inquiry, because that was one of the first inquiries we had, JC was actually still on board, and we provided that information when he was still here. So I know we did that as far as the tax subsidy fund. We explained there that it was not intended as a fund, it was a revenue source, implemented into 5900 inside of the general fund budget that was passed at the 1819 in August. So we conveyed that, we can pull up the minutes and go through that
Right.
again. And we also explained at that time how we satisfied the request to pull that money out, so that you can spend that money as a tax subsidy fund. So,
But it's still out of the fund balance.
Right. Now we know that. Now we know
There's
that.
no more than 26 in there.
Yeah.
That was the auditors that said
So
that.
so that's $3 million, right, or 3.4, whatever it was. So then we find out about the workers' comp.
Sure.
We thought there was $11 million in there when there really wasn't.
No.
There was 7 million of it was,
Yeah.
you know, and then 3 point whatever it was. So then so now.
When we realized we didn't have the money, we should have thought about how to kind of, okay, but we still committed.
and all of that was actually addressed in your AFR. So your AFR stated that 3.8 was within that 26 million. The actual, it also stated that what your fund balance was for workers' comp. And so, that was stated there, it was all there. And that was all before we actually came here either.
I think the biggest thing is that we got X amount of dollars, whatever that is, and we got X amount of expenditures in a year. I mean, that's what the budget, the process is we're going through, right? I mean, we make X amount of money and we pay out X amount of money.
Right.
And the leftover money, even though some of it's restricted and that needs to go where it needs to go, all the other stuff is money we can use. He can use it. All we gotta do is direct it. And that's what we've done. We said, use this money to open the schools. What we need to do is come up with a real budget of money that we're gonna spend opening these schools, so that we know how much we're gonna spend. Because I think that's where the frivolous or irresponsibility or whatever's gonna come. Because $6 million was a budget, was an estimate based on a lot of things, right? It was based on partition walls on wheels. It was based on the fact that we thought we could get painting done for $600,000 instead of $1.2 million.
If I can correct you real quick, Mr. Ibarra, the budget committee plan was derived from the original February 13th plan. So that's when that was the framework that we used to come up with the budget committee plan.
So the question there is, yes, I understand, but the fact that the board comes up with their own budget, aside from administration, and then says, we're gonna go with that or with that, it puts challenges on us. It does put a lot of restrictions on us, and we're trying to work with it. This is where I come back to, we just collaborated on this stuff. We actually got the scope and the estimates before we commit to, are we gonna do it or not? Those are all the conversations that we should be having. We should be having so that we can be as efficient as possible and to make sure that it's a successful endeavor with a long-term phase-in plan for what's eventually going to happen to this place. Because there's a lot of concerns there that we're just going to barely get the ball rolling, but then folks are going to want to see a legitimate high school here. You're going to be talking about.
But there's financial implications after year one. That's what we're not talking about, right? Is that there's still financial implications in a declining enrollment. Hopefully it doesn't stay that way, right?
You know,
But we can't plan for that until we know.
We're
projecting
complacent with
200
that.
kids less right now.
We're really complacent with, it's like we're just okay with declining enrollment, and that's our excuse. That's the end all be all. Okay, that's the perception that I get.
Well, I get it,
But
we have to operate on what we know to be true today.
Yeah, that's what
So then the goal should be to increase enrollment, right? We want to change those trends, and I know change isn't easy.
I got you.
It isn't. I know changing philosophies and board vision and
Right.
all that, I know it isn't easy to implement or to accept.
Right.
But at the end of the day, you're sure that we're trying to do the right thing.
Oh, I know, I get that, and I know that folks mean to do well, and we're trying to meet your expectations and
And it's a phase-in process.
Yeah.
Ninth grade and then 10th grade, it's not, well, I wish we all could open it up, all 4 grade levels, but no. That's why the plan, the recommendation, the budget recommended plan, budget committee very specific on the phase and process because of those financial implications, right?
Right.
But then after the fact, we're finding out all these
Well, this is the devil in the
accounting
details, sir.
That's the rollout of the plan.
You know?
That's what happened.
And that's kind of what happened. It's not that we were holding in.
Oh, no, I said it multiple times, and she just said it also.
That's
It's previous administration, just bad decisions, bad accounting
Sure.
practices, bad,
But
it just mismanaged the
Even
whole thing.
outside of that, right, I mean, Jorge was here last time, and painters are committed, I mean, it's the actual work that has to happen, that we have no control over. I mean, and our architects told us that, right?
Well-
And so it comes at a premium now. The
Well,
work is the work.
right, you're right.
The work is the work.
Now we gotta see it through. Now the community's gonna be.
So I was going through it and like, okay, so we've got a budget, and what you're just telling us off of the motion that we're discussing at this point is that you want us to keep our numbers within that value. Okay, well, our last quote that we got was 1.3 million to paint the facility. Or 1.3, whatever. Over 1 million. We didn't at all budget that back in January whenever we created the initial plan. Never was that increase included. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna change the scope a whole lot. We'll paint one wall. We'll paint this in front. Whatever it is that we can do within that budget. So we'll have to change the quality of what we're providing with that same cost. And that's what we'll do.
And we don't want for it to be done in such a cheap way, so to speak, that we're not gonna have community approval. Because now it's about community approval, so it's gotta be done right, so that people are gonna feel like, hey, this place was restored right away, everything was.
Yeah,
The goal is to be competitive, right? That's what I've heard y'all state on why the schools want to be open, and be competitive, to bring people in that or would otherwise go somewhere else. I mean, you can't be competitive, and for lack of a better word, at midnight right now, is half-assed how you open the schools. I mean, they gotta be open correctly, they gotta be open up to standard, they gotta look good. That's the only way you're gonna attract the people that you're saying you're gonna attract.
Right,
And
and
if
given
that was the point, was to attract people and to be competitive, it's hard to restrict the money. I mean, the money's gonna be the money at that point, right? I mean,
It's not so much restricting, it's doing our duty as board members in oversight and monitoring to make sure that we're fiscally responsible in what we're doing. If we're just
fiscally
doing our job
responsible would
to
have been
be-
18 to
do our
24 months
oversight.
to have them planned so that we're not paying a premium for services that we're trying to get in 2 months in the summer when everybody's already contracted out.
So now I'll use your narrative, that everybody's narrative seems to fall back on.
Sure.
Then we would have absolutely, unequivocally, without a doubt, lost more kids. Have you driven down here?
We're not gonna gain kids though, if that's what you think we're gonna do
You're
this year.
saying we're
Well,
not
but
gonna-
they-
Not this year.
Yeah, and that's where we're wrong, because outside of the schools, and I'll ask you, what is another plan to pull students?
We're setting up another academy of choice. What are our marketing efforts? I went back and I reviewed a whole bunch of the information that was provided. We have one person, one child, which I think I mentioned, I coached in youth football, coming to our STEM academy. I actually posed that question to you, the superintendent and his team. What are you guys doing to increase enrollment?
So
Right?
this is where I come back to, fiscal responsibility is all of our responsibility.
Oh, yes.
Us as well,
Right.
right?
Yes, sir.
So we do that too, right? Marketing of these campuses is all of ours.
Right.
So whenever we hear something that's incorrect, we should all be correcting that piece.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes,
It
sir.
shouldn't fall on us or you, or it's not us, we're all in it, we're
Yes, sir.
committed, we're moving.
Yes, sir.
Right? And so now, when the rubber hits the road, right, where the construction actually has to take place, those are the barriers that we're hitting, right? So we take it back to where our architect spoke to us last week. The work, sir, is coming at a premium. We're gonna have to make a decision, right? We're gonna commit resources to get those things done so that they can be ready to go to receive students? Or are we going to cut the scope of that work, which I don't think we need to, right? These campuses need to be staffed, and so we're talking about, look at fiscal responsibility moving forward. Does that mean that we don't have enough teachers? That decision is gonna have to be made. There's gonna be a ripple effect. It's gonna affect where we're at right now moving forward. So again, those fiscal responsibility pieces should be tied into every single conversation that we had.
Mr. Nova, if I may. I'm sorry,
Sure.
If I may. Mr. Hanlon, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, we've been talking about this for 45 minutes. So here's what I think. All right? The motion was to save as much money as you can between now and the end of the year. The superintendent said that he was willing to do it. What are we arguing about? What are we arguing about, guys? Everybody's in agreement about
The
it.
intent, that's the argument right now. is the
So,
intent.
that's all the motion said, save as much money as you can between now and the end of the year, not just some
And we're
construction
gonna continue to
across
try, guys.
Here's
All right, well,
my last concern, we keep talking about the scope. I recall, Madam President, talking about approval of the architect contract, how, why, when, where, he didn't get it for 2 weeks. I'm sure that had an impact on scope of work, quote unquote. My main concern is, we don't know, you've heard it multiple times, I'm sorry, you're shaking your head, is that what I said was wrong?
It was, because I don't think him having the contract would have started working immediately. It wouldn't.
But him not having the contract for 2 weeks was accurate. I said him not having the contract for 2 weeks after it's been approved. was
Well,
accurate.
as he stated, he thought we were under the impression that he did have the contract, which we were under the impression he did have the contract.
Okay.
So whenever he told us he didn't have the contract, we immediately made him aware that he did have the contract, but that we had it available for him.
So then I see Olivares, we don't know what the scope of work is at Olivares, but I see budget, I see furniture, and I see all kinds of stuff, WAN, and, I mean, we know something. That tells me we know something,
Yeah, we know that.
right? So to
We know
consistently
what
say,
services there.
there's no scope of work, there's no scope of work, we know something. I mean, we're at some point. So that's all I had to say about that. So I think there was a motion.
Okay, yes, we have a motion and a second. So Michelle, you still with us?
Or maybe.
Okay, can we have roll call, please, Michelle?
Mrs. Martinez?
No.
Mr. Ibarra Jr.?
No.
Mr. Flores?
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra Peña?
Yes.
Mrs. Prado?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Flores?
No.
Okay, motion passes, thank you. Okay, so that was, anything else?
I have another motion.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez.
And Mr. O'Hanlon, if you can correct me in the language if I'm inaccurate at any point here.
Are we still on number 2?
No, the first one was that.
Was.
Oh, no, we're down to we're number 1.
We're on number 1 on
But I think
On
Madam
action
President
item.
was going to pull them, I think she said.
Yeah, I'm pulling them too.
Oh, we're on number 1 still?
Yeah, we're number 1.
Okay.
She said she was going to pull them.
Okay,
Okay, so I move that we authorize the superintendent. Now, before I go on, this is based on all the conversations that we had about the FTEs and the budget and open positions, not open positions, all that good stuff. I move that we authorize the superintendent to hire the same number of FTEs in Function 11 as allocated in the 2018-2019 annual budget, with 10 less FTEs until such time that it becomes necessary to increase the FTEs by recommendation of the superintendent at any scheduled board meeting in June, July, or August.
Is this still for the same motion, for the same item?
So we're having 2 motions on the same item?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. O'Hanlon,
What's
we're
that?
doing 2 motions on,
You're gonna have multiple motions on the posted item, yeah? These are budget instructions, that's all.
Instructions?
Yeah.
Well, because here's my thing, because we're doing this without any consideration as to what our instructional needs are going to be for next year.
Right, so we're got to define a starting point, right?
So it's a recommendation, correct?
It's a motion, yes.
No, it's a motion, but it's a recommendation. If we can't meet that recommendation, then we don't.
Right, so then the second part of the motion was gonna address that.
Got it. Okay.
So the second part, I don't know where I left off. What's the
Just
last?
read the entire thing once
Okay,
again.
I move that we authorize the superintendent to hire the same number of FTEs in Function 11 as allocated in the 2018-2019 annual budget, with 10 less FTEs until such time that it becomes necessary to increase the FTEs by recommendation of the superintendent at any scheduled board meeting in June, July, or August. Further, that this budgetary measure remain in effect through August 31st, 2019. So it's both both. If we need more, then
Sure. Well, I mean, yes, you're authorizing me, yes, I get it. As we're still building the needs, because we have different campuses, we're gonna need instructional coaches for those campuses, we're gonna need positions. It may expand. It may not, it may. I can't tell you right,
Yes, sir.
right now. I still don't think, my personal take, my recommendation is that you can hold off on that until we can actually bring you something realistic when we talk about staff.
That's coming in the
Well,
budget.
that should be coming in the next couple of months.
so how does this motion impact your ability to do that?
Well, because the way it sounds like you're already cutting us off at the needs of personnel before you even know what the instructional needs are going to be for the campus.
No,
Did you say
not
10 few teachers?
10 fewer, but then come back if you need more.
That's what the if you were based off of what?
The current FTEs.
The current
18, 20.
FTEs.
Yes.
Defined by?
The current FTEs.
Defined by.
Function 11.
I mean, what are we, what's the X, Y, Y, Z? What's our?
Let's be clear about this. They asked you about that. We can take the FTEs off for payroll right now. Okay? You can run a payroll run
Well,
for.
what is it gonna tell you, because FTEs change all your numbers.
So you take the current.
That's
Well,
right.
everybody-
As written.
Let me finish, okay? So as I understand the recommendation, it's all in the presentation. If you think you need more, you start that with a planning document. If you think you need more, you say, I need more, okay? And you present that to the board with the justification, that's all.
Calm down, you too. All right, so here's the thing. For example, perfect example. PBA grant went away. We have 5 personnel. We have 5 personnel that we're already going to have to absorb. That the PBI grant, they just told us 2 days that we no longer qualify for because we're passed as a first-time grantee. Those personnel, we're keeping. We're absorbing right now automatically without even thinking about it because they've been extended their contracts. Those are the pieces they have their rights to as employees. So are you talking about us having to possibly rip employees because of this directive that's being brought up right now?
Those words have never come
Well,
out.
no, but I just want you to understand the implications that you're giving us because everything that you pass gets taken as like, this is another directive that's being given by the board without any input from the administration about what we need to do.
Well, you're gonna give us the input.
Well, so why not wait, sir? I mean, what's the rush?
Right, so then my question to you was, what is the implication? Because we're not saying no, we're not saying cut positions, we're not saying you can't have more positions.
So just
We're saying,
But why don't we wait for the
I'll bring it to you.
recommendation? and then
We'll
we
bring
say-
it to you and we'll justify it. Like that's a legitimate justification we're gonna have to bring to you. The deaf ed teachers, the ones that the program got dissolved, those deaf ed teachers are having to stay here because they haven't gotten a job over there. So that we're working on trying to fit them right now for any vacancies that we have to spec in. These are things that are completely not necessarily, I'm not in my control. I'm trying to cut these folks on purpose for that. But when you guys are doing those kinds of motions, you're completely restricting our ability, and folks take that as law. Everybody's watching, right? So tomorrow they're gonna say, so am I out of a job because the board said that we can't have these positions?
the answer is no, because the superintendent has been given a the motion states,
You see?
the motion states
Right.
that you have the opportunity, should you require more
Right.
FTEs, bring that justification to the
Right.
Board of Trustees,
Right.
so we can take action on it.
And then
So,
here's my
hold on, please. Let's be I've said it in previous budget committee meetings. Not once and not ever will those words come out of my mouth. So for everybody watching, no, what the superintendent just suggested is inaccurate. And I believe Dr. Gilcrease jumped all over one of your administrators for even suggesting that at one point. We are not in that business, I'm sorry. We go back to the committee meetings, right? Let's communicate accurate information. Not once has it been brought up for a point of discussion, nor will it. The motion states it gives the superintendent the opportunity to bring, if he requires more FTEs, okay, bring the justification to the
Right.
Board of Trustees
Right?
for action.
Here's my concern with that. Have you rejected the recommendations that I've given you?
Have I rejected?
Yes, as a board. Have you all rejected the recommendations?
The purpose of that question is what?
Sir, very simple. Have you all rejected the recommendations
Okay.
that I've given you?
We've also accepted some.
Well, no, I got you there. My concern is that through recommendations, I'll give you my recommendations, but I have more That same FTEs, you're asking me to already cut back on the number of employees that I have today.
How do you summarize that?
So, well, because you're saying 10 less for next year.
Right?
Those are 10 FTEs that we have right now.
And if you- Okay.
So now.
That's
So-
all, an FTE is not an employee.
Sure, so again, we're coming back to, my concern is that my recommendations have been rejected here by the Board of Planning. So I'm concerned that I'm gonna give you a recommendation where I need those FTEs and they won't be given for whatever given reason.
You're assuming that, you're assuming.
What's an assumption that I have the legitimate right to assume?
Right,
Based on
just like,
facts?
yes, and I can understand your point of view. Just like us having to whittle down through a budget committee process,
Right.
whittle down, and I agree with Madam President, that first presentation was inflated. It was overly inflated.
Again, allegations are right, the same way we're
Right?
making this
So
up.
we whittled it down through the process that we're currently involved in. Okay, so that also says that we are trying to work together, right? We're trying to make this happen in the most efficient way, right? So I would implore you, Dr. Flores, not to take that position in communicating inaccurate information to the community that the Board of Trustees is cutting positions. That is irresponsible, Dr. Flores. That is
Again, sir,
illicit.
I'm just working based on what I had
Right,
experienced
so
already.
then I think you and I have had conversations that, right, so I think if you have that opinion, I don't think that this is a forum.
Why don't you give us the
To
option
say
to
that.
come at you with recommendations that are going to be efficient?
I think we just did.
Instead of driving it from the board side, why don't you let administration come with recommendations to give you? Instead of already creating all these different
It
directives.
appears to me it's evident that the general fund balance is being watched, okay? So I'm exercising authority and oversight to make sure that we manage that as efficiently and as detailed as possible.
Sure.
So we can accomplish all our tasks.
No, I get it.
So again, would you agree with me that it's imperative
Sure.
that we do not in any way, shape, or form even attempt to create that perception that the Board of Trustees is trying to cut anything? I think someone over here mentioned programs. That's just irresponsible, guys. We haven't even adopted a budget.
Can you read your motion one more time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's right. Are you ready, Dr. Close?
Go ahead.
Go first.
Okay. So it says, I move that we authorize the superintendent to hire the same number of FTEs in Function 11 as allocated in the 2018-2019 annual budget with 10 less FTEs until such time that it becomes necessary to increase the FTEs by recommendation of the superintendent at any school board meeting in June, July, or August. Further, that this budgetary measure remain in effect through August 31st, 2019.
Okay, before we start,
That's the motion?
That's the motion.
Needs a second, right?
Yeah, so let's, there's a motion by Mr. Rodriguez, and I'm not going to read it over because I can't write that fast. But, so now, do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Rodriguez. Okay, if there needs to be more discussion, let's do it. If not, let's take a vote. Okay. All right. Michelle, can we have roll call, please, on this item?
Mrs. Martinez? No. Mr. Ibarra Jr.?
No.
Mr. Flores?
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra Peña?
Yes.
Mrs. Prado?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Flores?
No.
Motion passes. Okay, item number 2 is the budget amendments to the 2018-19 annual budget. I've asked to pull that because I already asked my questions during the budget workshop, so there's nothing on that. And then the last item is discussion of possible action to authorize acquisition of vendor and/or materials to repair and replace field and track surfaces at South Bend High School. This is an item that we brought back only because the action now, we have to authorize now the action for the vendor. And Mr. Hanlon, for clarification, we did not have to do an RFP, is that correct?
Possibly, and I have some questions about I'm not sure what the proposal is right now with respect to that. If it is on the buy board and it is a conventional installation, that is, if there's not significant modifications of structure or design and things of that nature, then the presence on the buy board meets the requirements of law for competitive bidding, so that you can buy something off of the buy board if the installation is essentially stock, essentially that the buy board bid encompasses the scope of the work. I have no idea what the scope of the work is because I haven't looked at it. So that was my question last time, and I will have to see. But what I don't know the scope of the work, so.
And can we make a recommendation that you allow the superintendent the opportunity to select the vendor and process for that?
I have a question first. I think the last meeting, I had mentioned that, you had mentioned, Mr. Shulman, although you said no, but when we set the agenda we first placed it on there, you had mentioned that the paperwork was in administration somewhere, and I think, unless I'm wrong, you had said you had the paperwork for that.
I'll state what my comment in them, I don't know what you're referring to.
Okay, well, I think Mr. O'Hanlon was in that agenda setting meeting, and he heard the same thing I did. But nevertheless, there's
Mr. O'Hanlon,
paperwork
would you confirm
someplace.
that?
That the paperwork was in administration for the football turf. and
Not only
we
that,
set
but
the
I
agenda.
stated that there was paperwork in administration for the
I
program.
don't recall what was stated with respect to that.
Well, Dr. Rose is also very familiar with this. So this is the second time you've made allegations about
Well,
something I said. I told you that I didn't say that, or I don't recall saying it. And you're, okay, but
Okay, we can agree to disagree then. on
Yeah,
that.
fair.
Okay, so then there's paperwork somewhere, I guess, is my understanding, floating around maybe in administration or the AD or something.
Do you have it?
So I don't know. Pardon?
Oh, do you have it?
Oh, please, give me a break, Mr. Shulman.
Well, the only reason I said is because you seem to have just about every document.
No, well, I do. I keep everything,
There's-
absolutely.
It's not out of bounds to ask you that question,
No.
because you really do have a lot.
I come a lot of stuff, but something like that would not come through my hands. I'm sorry. But nevertheless, so there's documentation, is my understanding. But I do have questions, just like Mr. O'Hanlon does, about the product and what all the details. Dr. Flores, I know that Coach Kutz is here, and
Sure.
you've got something with grass picture on it, so I'm assuming that you, I don't know, Mr. Kutz, this is, will you want to introduce who this gentleman is? Is that okay?
Well, like
Dr. Flores.
Here's the piece, here's the reality situation. He's a veteran,
Okay,
right? And I know that some conversations have been had with some people of the team. At the end of the day, you should allow the administration the opportunity to select the vendor the right way so that we can go ahead and make a decision that's going to be cost effective and meet the needs. By all means, the company that he represents is a legitimate company. The way to do it though is not to already automatically make that company the selection for this project because we're still engaging in those conversations. Because there's a lot of factors to be considered there, the specs of the job, the timelines that it would take.
and I don't even know if they're part of buy board. I think you
Right.
said that they had to be a part of buy board.
Right, and so those are the things that we're vetting, that's why right now, for this specific item, I'm saying as a recommendation, allow the superintendent the opportunity to select the vendor to provide the replacement or repairs of the turf. It's very straightforward.
And
Is
if I
that-
may
is that
ask,
clear?
if I may ask, so there is a process for this. So along with the process, the purchasing agent is involved in this?
Yes, we have our purchasing agent, and we have to make sure that we follow all the
Okay.
expectations, how we secure the procurement services.
Exactly, because there is a process.
Right.
And we want this done right, I agree
Right.
with that. And because we want to get a good product for the amount of money that we're going to,
Yes.
we're going to pay.
Now, the other thing to consider is also the availability of the companies
Yes.
and can they get the kind of job done in time. By no means do we want to wait on this. This is something the board feels very strongly about, so we want to move on that immediately. We just want to be allowed the opportunity to select the vendor as we should.
So if I may, what would be the timeline? What's the timeline?
Well, those are the conversations we have to have with the company.
No, I'm talking about the timeline for you to come back with a recommendation or a vendor that you selected.
Right, well, if you allow us to make authorize us to make the selection of the vendor, it could happen anywhere the next couple of days. I don't know how long it would take. What are we thinking?
It would be unusual to authorize the administration to select a vendor on a $1 million project.
Okay.
Okay? It would not be unusual to allow the administration to make a recommendation with respect to the acquisition of that.
Okay,
So
you want to...
delegating the authority to make the final selection would be a...
Oh, fine, we can select the vendor, select the process, and then bring it to you guys on the 19th.
We can make make a recommendation.
Yeah.
So isn't that what the motion says? Discuss a possible board action to authorize the acquisition of a vendor and/or materials to repair and replace field and track surface at South San High School. I mean, that's what it says. I mean, that's what you're asking for, right, Dr. Flores? That's
The acquisition of a vendor, correct.
Right.
Not just a specific vendor though right now. That's what I'm saying.
No, to authorize acquisition of the vendor and/or material to repair and replace.
I wrote it broadly because I did not know how this was going to come out.
Right.
So this provides, it was written to provide for a range of action for the board. You can, so that's why it's worded a little peculiarly, because I was not sure where this was going to end up. And so I tried to provide the broadest range of board action with respect to whatever decision you all were going to make. That's why it's worded that way. So you've got room under the posting to do whatever you want to do with respect to this. Yeah.
Working together with us, right? Yes, working together with the administration.
That's fine if they want to do that.
Right, and the reason I say this is because we want to engage with this gentleman today, this morning. And so, so this is where we come back again to, you want us to take care of the fund balance, you want us to be efficient, allow us the opportunity to do so, and make sure that we're making the best deal for the situation we can.
Right. As long as we assure that the board was very clear on their position as far as safety and getting this done for the 2019.
Sure, yes, we understand what that is.
I just don't want to get, for any way, shape, or form, to get prolonged, and then it doesn't get done.
Right.
So that's why I asked what type of timeline would you require to bring that recommendation back to the board of trustees so we can
So we
make that
started
selection.
the conversation, said, hey, this, well, I guess it would have been done yesterday. Time waste. So yesterday we started that conversation. We can continue that conversation later today.
Right.
When people show up to work at 7:15, guys.
Right.
So we can continue that conversation later. But as far as scope, where we are, as far as timeline, we don't have that information. It's not as far as we can. Tell us on that right now.
The timeline and everything, and you coming back with a recommendation, I don't have a problem with that. But I think this poor gentleman that's here has been here all night. Can we get some information from him since he's here?
I don't feel bad about it speaking because he's going to get a commission on whatever sale that he makes. But by all means, this is money well spent.
It may not be worth it.
It may not be worth it, to be quite honest with you, yes. So this is why.
Can you just speak to it then? I mean,
Would it be fair, competitively for the other vendors that aren't here?
Right.
Well, but we're not doing it.
See, this is what makes me feel uncomfortable. My perception is that we're looking for ways, and it's not an allegation, it's a perception that I have, that we're trying to delay this so that way we don't get it done. We've taken the position that it's a safety concern that we feel adamantly about. It needs to get done for the 2019. There's a time, it's summertime, right? I don't know how long it's take to install turf. So I know that we need to make a decision soon and get the work started and it gets done. So
this is, and I can appreciate your perception. What I'm telling you is that this is where we get mixed signaling from you guys. Where do you want to save monies or do you want to get things done?
Right now,
and there's always a back and forth.
The topic of right now is the track and the turf at South San Stadium. That's the topic that we're discussing
But
right
you
now.
can't look at that in isolation from the rest of the budget, sir. I mean, this is
So again, all you're doing is solidifying my perception. You don't want to do it.
Nobody's saying that we're not, sir. Nobody's saying that we're not going to engage with the gentleman tomorrow. We're just saying to go ahead and allow us the opportunity to do that for you instead of the board doing it on their own because they don't trust administration. Because that's my perception. My perception is that you don't trust administration, that you don't wait on our recommendations, and that you bulldoze administration with all of these items.
That's why I asked
the
you for a
perception that
timeline.
we
That's
get.
why I asked you for a timeline. What would be the
Like I
timeline?
said, we can't provide them to you at this time.
No, a time, how long it's going to take to get a quote and a scope of work, you don't know how long that's going to take.
Right?
I can't tell you how long it's gonna take for another company and other people to do their jobs. No, I don't know.
We
If you're an IT consultant, I ask you to come.
Guys, let's, the people that do these is a small, discreet little group.
Yes.
They're all in the Blackboard. All right? The prices are there. Y'all can look at materials and costs and things of what's out there. It's not like we have to run a bidding process in order to make a decision. I'm sure the athletic director and the football coach have got preferences. Most usually do. They don't always. But in terms of what's out there, which may or may not be dispositive of the decision that y'all make with respect to that. But in my experience, the football people got clear preferences for what's out there. That should be taken into consideration, price, but it's not, it's a fairly discreet group of vendors, and the price is published.
So what's, I appreciate that, Kevin, but what's the motion that we need to make here? What would be your recommendation on the motion to get this
I
going?
think the motion's right, if that's what y'all are wanting to do, is just, he's asking for time to get a recommendation, so would you be able to get a recommendation?
Even if we got a bid from this gentleman or the next, we still have to bring it back up to the board.
Well, I think that's what he just said. Can you bring back a recommendation by the 19th?
Yes.
We
can't wait too long, like, if we're
That's
gonna
right.
get this by August.
That's all I wanted to hear.
If we're gonna get this by August, it's gotta get done quick.
Thank you.
So
That's what I wanted to see.
every time you pass a directive,
Thank
we're
you,
executing.
thank you.
Yeah, so we plan to bring a recommendation to you guys by the 19th, because if we don't get it done by the 19th, sir, there's no chance whatsoever, right? Yeah, so we're aware of that.
So then,
This motion says discussion of possible action to authorize acquisition, but who are you authorizing?
Authorize the
That's
superintendent.
To bring you back a recommendation.
Oh, this is
The
the
motion has
discussion.
to be made.
Okay.
Right,
so we-
right.
But if you authorize the superintendent, right?
so
Not to do the acquisition, but to bring
Right,
back
so
a
that's what I was gonna reference.
recommendation.
Let's get the word out. Okay.
I just want to,
Authorize
authorize the superintendent to bring back a recommendation.
We acquired vendors.
By the 19th.
Yep.
Right.
Do I
Okay.
hear a recommendation?
I'm trying to, I lost connectivity here. It's a board meeting, so I would like to make a motion. I move that we authorize the superintendent to
Make a recommendation.
make a
There you
recommendation.
go. Select.
Of vendors.
Superintendent.
Okay, I move that the board of trustees directs the superintendent to provide a recommendation of vendors to replace the field and the track
Yes.
surfaces at South San High School Stadium to the board of trustees on December 19th.
Yeah, but, no, not December, sir, June.
Oh,
That would be way past the season. June. That is like
Reasonable time.
Can you please reshoot that for the record?
June,
Yeah.
June 19th, 2019. Is that the regular board meeting?
Yeah. Everybody got that?
We got it.
Let me make sure it's the regular, yes, the 19th. Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Rodriguez, do I hear a second? Second by Ms. Peña, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
Second,
Motion to second.
all in favor?
Aye.